Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
There we go. We have moved pink.
About our surveillance and our privacy and what we might need to reconcile with. So I think on this debate and the debate that's coming up, I'm hoping that Americans watching this, millions of them, are getting some real honest kind of conversation about the very difficult situation we're in right now, which is why a majority want ground troops in Syria and Iraq right now.
I think a lot of people are going to watch this because they're interested in who might be running for president of the United States.
Everybody else.
That's like John Madden saying, well, I think the team that scores the most points are going to win this game.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm personally watching the debate because I want to, see the cat fight that breaks out and turn into a ballroom brawl. That'd be pretty funny.
I'm watching it to comment on it. I don't really care what these nobodies are saying, or these advisors or whatever to the CNN are saying about it. I want to see what the politicians are going to say. I want to comment on, whether Princess Buttercup wins or not.
Yeah, I don't know who Princess Buttercup is, but I'm starting to think I'm going to vote for him.
Princess Buttercup, and who was the pirate in that movie?
The Dread Pirate Roberts?
The Dread Pirate Roberts and Princess Buttercup, 2016. There we go.
Well, that'd be perfect for the president because, like the one dude said, the president's not a king; it's supposed to be a servant. So, what Wesley always say, "As you wish." But I'm worried about oh God, what were those things called? Oh my God, what the hell were those big rat things? Rodents of unusual size or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Watch out for the rats or something. Yeah, I'm worried about those, man. And the fire swamps.
I think that's the Middle East.
Mm.
The Middle East is the fire swamp, and the rats are ISIS. There we go. They breed like wildfire.
Would anybody like a peanut? I love that scene where Andre the Giant keeps rhyming everything, and the guy goes, "Now you stop it, and I mean it. Would anybody like a peanut?"
No, I liked it when Inigo Montoya waited for him to get up the cliff, and he's like, "Well, thank you for waiting for me to get up the cliff. No problem." You know, it's like, no, we won't start until you're ready. I want to defeat you when you're at your best. You know,
Right.
I liked that because that's how it should be.
Yeah, that was cool. He's like, I could just make you fall now. Nah, no, that's not really very nice. Well, whatever. The guy's trying to climb up. You could throw me that rope. Oh, yeah, okay. As he ends up like pulling him up and stuff.
Yeah. But remember, the two guys, they were just hired henchmen. They weren't actually, evil people themselves. They were just doing what they were hired to do.
And actually, if you hire yourself out to do evil, yeah, you kind of are evil.
Yeah, but I mean, they came around. They helped him out at the end of the movie.
See, they needed someone to help them, what were they trying to do? Go against the establishment or something? Because one of the guys that was the prince's right-hand man was the guy that killed Inigo's mother, or father.
Father.
Yeah, father.
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
No, it's like, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
The man with the 6 fingers.
Yep.
I like that when they're fighting, he keeps saying it, even though he's been stabbed a couple times. Hello, my name. Why do you keep saying that? He just kept repeating it over and over. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together here today. I'm actually planning on using that if my buddy ever ends up getting married and I'm his best man. I'm going to open my speech with that.
And no one will get it.
Oh, people will get it. And the people who don't will just be like, what's wrong with this guy? Whatever.
Right.
I like, you know what? I like inside jokes when just a few people get it. It's kind of actually like at my wedding, our dinner music was a band called Apocalyptica, which is basically like a 4-string, group.
Wait, you were married?
Yeah. Like cellos and whatever, like string instruments, but they cover Metallica songs. Like no words, just the instrumental. But so the people that knew the songs was funny. You'd be sitting there looking out over the room when it first kind of started playing, and about one person at every table or so would kind of like cock their head back, like, "Holy shit! Like this is Enter Sandman. Like I know this song."
So did you get divorced?
Yeah.
That sucks.
She couldn't take this much awesome.
Apparently not. So any ladies out there on Gun Channels that's listening, Smeggy is available.
Hashtag Gun Channels Dating.
Right. And I see that Bob's here. How's it going, Bob?
It's good. It's good.
You know, hopefully tonight we won't have Nathan trying to, get you set up.
Yeah. Oh shit! I don't know what that was on. Oh, I don't know what he was on last night, but yeah, he was a bit strange.
Who else was doing that to you last night? Remind me.
Oh, I think it was him.
It was him and Dano. Yeah.
Dano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smegs, you should have been here last night. We were talking, and it was just like Dano, Bob, Nathan, and me. And Nathan and Dano were doing like the love hotline for Bob. It was hilarious.
Yeah, well, I didn't think so that much, but hey. It's like, dudes, I don't need your help.
Well, look at it this way. At least they cared enough to say something.
Well, that's true.
I mean, give them the benefit of the doubt, even if they probably were just taking the piss out of you.
I always do give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that's like there's a bar at home that I go sing karaoke at, and there's a guy there. I mean, it's one of these places. It's like Cheers. Like once you're in with the regulars, like you're good. And this guy is a regular, and he's a cool dude. And
Norm.
yeah, basically. But for whatever reason, like he got in his head a while ago that he's like my official wingman. And so he basically spends the night. This is after a few drinks. He starts like just going up and like talking to girls and stuff, and like being like, "Hey, my buddy over there," like just talking me up and shit. I'm like, dude, I don't need your help. Like, what the hell? He's like hitting on girls for me, and I don't even know he's doing it. In fact, the one time he walks up, he's like, "Hey, sorry, dude, she's not interested." I'm like, "Who are you talking about?" It's like, "The girl I was hitting for you." And I turned around, I'm like, "I didn't even see her there. I didn't even, like, what the hell?" I keep telling him I don't need his help, but, oh well.
Well, he probably just needs a drink. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, if you quit buying drinks, you probably wouldn't be so annoying.
Yeah.
I actually found a pretty cool karaoke place out here. So I might start going there. It was rocking, man. The place was packed, and it was kind of like a hole-in-the-wall kind of bar, too. Like, for whatever reason, the hole-in-the-wall bars are the great karaoke places. Every single person that went up there was just freaking amazing. It's like I've never seen a place that has that many good singers. Normally you have a bunch of drunk assholes that suck.
Karaoke's a thing again. I mean, it was a thing 20 years ago, but
It's always been a thing.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, it's not as popular as it used to be, but if you can find some little hole-in-the-wall bar that happens to have karaoke once a week or something, definitely. Especially if you're a regular there, because then everyone knows you, and you can just start kind of, goofing around or whatever. You don't have to take it so seriously.
how can anyone take karaoke seriously?
Oh, I know some people. Oh my God, there's this dude. He brings his own like Bluetooth headset, and oh my God, he always sings really like slow country songs, and it doesn't fit in with any of the like everyone else. It's a little bit of a party bar kind of place. You know what I mean? Like people sing all sorts of different stuff, and it actually has a really wide age group, but everyone's like having a good time and is really upbeat. And this guy comes on, he's like, "Dow, dow, 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 I'm just like, oh my god, you're bringing the whole place down.
Oh, wait, I know the song. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. 4 hungry children and a crop in the fields.
Okay, that's really bad, Bob.
Come to think of it, the guy does kind of look like Bob. Coming to karaoke the past few months?
No, and you've just heard why.
About like him too.
I'll be right back. I have to switch computers.
Yeah, so I only got my RV parking for another month, and then they're full up, I guess, so I'm going to have to move. Bummer.
They're kicking you out?
Yeah, I guess they're booked up, so I managed to get another month, and then January 21st, somewhere around there, I gotta find a new place. Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. Just matter, you know. This place was cheap, and everything worked, and didn't seem to be a lot of crime. Which is a good thing. I'm just still getting used to locking my doors on my truck and shit.
You gotta find a place like in Trailer Park Boys.
So is that because people come back there every year and they rent it out, or they reserve the spots or something?
Yeah, you kind of gotta reserve ahead. So she had this site for another month, and then they're full up, I guess. But
I didn't think
I'm gonna tell her.
it would be the same everywhere you go now.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you go further up where it's colder, then there's openings. But I mean, I kind of wanted to move around a bit anyway. So I mean, a month. It's be 6 weeks here. Go spend a couple weeks in Texas somewhere, or a couple weeks in Nevada, or that kind of thing. Just keep moving around, because you generally can always get places for a couple of weeks. You kind of have to book ahead if you want one for, if you want to get one for the whole winter kind of thing. I should have, but I don't plan shit. But like I said, wanted to move around anyway. Wanted to see some of this country.
So does that RV park have like Wi-Fi or something? I was just thinking about that. How do you get internet?
Yeah, it's got Wi-Fi. It's okay, I mean, I get internet through my phone, or data or whatever through the phone, but this Moto phone, I can't figure out how to hook it up to my computer like I used to be able to do with my Apple. My iPhone, you just plug it into the computer and you get internet that way. There should be a way to do it, because the phone's got unlimited data.
I have returned.
You're back. Your other computer's running?
Yeah, I got my other computer on.
Better catch it before it gets too far.
Very funny.
Uh,
It's just like your RV. It's running. You better go catch it.
yeah. Mine's not running. I seen one on YouTube where a guy took like an old camper and then put some kind of drivetrain underneath it, so it was just the camper, like an old bumper hitch camper. Fuck, it was hilarious. Thing to do wheelies.
Did you see the one where the guy took the old motorhome RV and turned it into a giant go-kart?
Yeah, that was on Dirt Every Day or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Dirt
Hot
Every
Rod
Day.
TV. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty badass.
I'm more of a fan of Roadkill, but Dirt Every Day
Yeah.
does some ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, I love Roadkill. Those guys are nuts.
Hey, they tell it how it is.
Oh yeah, I just love that they'll just go out and buy some piece of crap and wire it back together and drive it 1,000 miles.
I mean, if it was me, I would totally do it Roadkill style.
Oh yeah, I've done that when I was younger. That was just called going to buy a car.
Yeah, you didn't realize you could have made a show out of it, eh?
Yeah. Well, back then we didn't even have video cameras. Yeah, when I was a kid, my mother
Back then, they didn't even have
filmed this
TVs.
all with 8mm movie film, eh?
Oh man, that's old
Got all
school.
Oh yeah, I got piles of those things. Yeah, I got to get them converted over to something before the film deteriorates completely.
Yeah, my grandmother has like millions of slides.
You can just the new things you get, like $200, you can get a little machine that you just load up the slides and it'll just turn them all into digital.
I can buy the same machine for like $100 from like CVS.
Yeah, well, yeah, but yeah, to get the ones that do from the 8mm movies, you have to actually have an 8mm projector, which I do have. But I've just got to hope that the one bulb I have for the projector lasts until it gets through all of them. Because I don't think you could find it anymore. Well, maybe you could, but you'd probably pay an arm and a leg for it. That's a summer project, eh? Because when you convert these things, you got to be in a completely dark room that's silent. And,
You just said A.
eh?
All right, we know you're Canadian now.
Yep.
That's not a test. I say, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking A, eh?
I'm close to Canada.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's sure a lot nicer weather down here, though. Holy crap. I mean, it rained yesterday, and it was like, oh, fuck, what a crappy day. And then the sun comes out, and it's like, oh, it's beautiful, and all the rain just goes away.
Welcome
Like,
to
there's no
Arizona.
water on yeah. The water just dies instantly.
The water just, gets into the ground and then gets sucked up by California.
Yeah, probably.
That's really how it
That's right,
goes.
Yeah, that's right. They take all the water from here, don't they? How the hell does
Yep.
that work, though? How can one state just steal the water from another state?
It's California. Do the math.
I'd still say it's my fucking
It's
water.
called
Screw
water
you.
has no border, so it just goes wherever it normally goes. Although if I was to
What you
steal
need-
stream, I'd freaking dam the thing and be like, "This is all our water. I'm keeping it."
Oh yeah,
Same
what
here.
you need to do is make yourselves a big honking lake, you know. Just don't be like the Russians. They made a couple of lakes for reservoirs.
We
In
had
the
that. It's
50s?
called Lake Havasu. Perhaps you've heard of it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, but you keep letting the water all go to California anyway. In Russia, they made some lakes for reservoirs using nukes. I watched a TV show about it. It was pretty freaky, man. Apparently, it's still really radioactive around there, so it didn't work out that well.
No, you're going to have to wait probably another 200 years for it to be not radioactive.
If even then, I mean, and then, it's the half-life of whatever.
It depends on how many nukes they fired in a row.
They just buried one ground up, made a big giant crater, and waited for it to fill up with water. But that was like when they first, started using nuclear energy. I mean, they were talking about they were going to use it for making freeways, take mountains down and shit. And all these ideas that how to use it, and it was like we just kind of go, whoa, you guys are fucking nuts. But that's because they didn't really know all the dangers of it, I guess. Or we didn't worry about it as much back then. You ever see the plans for the nuclear-powered spaceship they had? It was going to use like little tiny nuclear bombs, and they were going to go off behind a big lead shield, lead ceramic shield of some kind that had big springs on it and stuff. That was going to push the spaceship through space and get it up to, a certain percentage of the speed of light. Like, theoretically it'll work.
So yeah, we got the debate going on tonight for United States presidential candidates.
Is that the Democratic one?
No,
Is
it's
that
the
the Democratic?
Republican tonight. We don't want Democrats in charge.
Oh yeah, but they're going to win anyway, because, I mean...
Yeah, maybe in Canada they win.
Because you guys won't let Cruz win, because Donald Trump's just so much more popular.
Well, it's better than what the guy you've got in charge in Canada right now.
Oh, well, fuck it out.
Hey, they might get legal weed everywhere.
Yeah, they might finally
wanna
get
end-
weed.
Yeah, well, he's talking about decriminalizing it. A lot of people think he's talking legalizing it. It's not. You actually read what he says. I had friends that voted for him just on that whole, he's gonna legalize weed. No, he's not. He's gonna decriminalize it. It's different. I don't trust that slimy little fraud.
Is he French?
Trudeau. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the guy's only had a couple of jobs in his life. He was some school teacher or teacher at some swanky boarding school, and then he taught snowboarding. And now he's the prime minister. Woohoo!
Well, what does that tell you? That tells you how a snowboard instructor can aspire to be the prime minister of a country. He set the bar high.
Starting now.
Yeah, I hate it. So who's winning the debates so far? Anybody watching it?
They're just now coming out on the stage.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to judge based on the claps when they introduce the people. They've all seemed pretty equal so far.
That seemed a little more, no?
Yeah, it was a little bit more.
For Cruz, I mean.
From what I've been hearing in the news, it all sounds like Trump's got a real shot to be the Republican candidate. But Does he even really want to be, or is he just, trying to stick his
No,
thumb
he
in
said
everybody's
he'd do it. He'd do it if, he got elected.
Well, till he gets his first paycheck, and then he'll be like, "What the fuck?"
I'm pretty sure he's no dummy. He knows what he's getting himself into.
I don't know.
She sucks.
What the hell was that? Oh, somebody's singing the national anthem.
Yeah, the American anthem.
Yeah, well, I know. Actually, you can probably sing it better than again the Canadian, but
We're not going to be singing "Oh Canada" down here, I'll tell you.
Why is she singing a super long version of this? Come on, let's go. What is this even for?
It sounds like she's a country singer or something. She didn't know how to sing properly.
Yeah, they should have just said the pledge and got on with it. What the hell? These people are going to have to hold their hands up for that long? It's ridiculous.
So what we're going to have to say is after she's done singing is play ball.
It's already too long. Come on, lady.
just imagine in the future there's going to be people doing rap versions of it.
Probably. Hope so.
Probably.
Still
yeah.
shorter than Canada, though. God, Canada's like 15 minutes long.
Yeah, right?
We stand on guard for thee. Oh,
You can sing
Canada.
Not well, but
How many times you gotta say, oh, Canada?
as many as we can get away with.
Uh,
Oh, come on. You guys are talking about us saying, oh, Canada too many times? USA, USA. You never hear us do that.
It's because it's too many syllables in Canada.
Canada.
Bob, just turn in your Canada card and just become an American already.
I'm thinking of it.
is there some way to ask a live question on this thing? Like, can you email CNN or some crap? That'd be cool to be able to flirt them with gun questions.
Oh, yeah.
The topic of this one is national security, I think.
Oh, that's part of it.
You can wrap that in. Like, do you think gun control actually works for national security?
Oh, so you had to go to one of those places would be on Jeopardy or something.
Yeah, when you think about it, I mean, it's one of the things that made the Japanese nervous about ever trying to invade the mainland USA was there'd be a rifle behind every bush. Isn't that what Yamamoto said? Or Yamamoto?
Every blade of grass.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and he knew America. He'd been stationed here in the Japanese embassy.
Like back in the
He's,
20s.
actually, yeah, he was a big into playing poker with all the American Navy guys and stuff. So he pretty much knew. And like he even said when they told him to invade, right? Or told him to attack. They told him to attack the states and Pearl Harbor and that. He said, you know what? You let me do it. I'll run wild for the first 18 months. He said, or something like that. But after that, he says, we're going to be fucked. And he actually told them that, and they still went, no, we'll negotiate before then.
Rand Paul kicked it out of the park, man. Great answer. Or introduction, whatever you want to call it.
I'm Rand Paul, and I'm not going to take your guns away.
Says the Canadian.
Hey, sometimes you have to be sitting outside the box to be able to see the virtues of the system.
But in your case, you're outside the box is outside the border.
Yeah. I mean, the sometimes the best way to appreciate something is to see it from the other side of the fence, right?
So didn't you have to apply for a visa to come down here on vacation?
No, I just had to get a passport. No, they like us Canadians down here.
How long
spend
how
more
long are
money.
you allowed to stay in here in the United States before you have to go?
Well,
whatnot?
5 months before they start taxing me. If I stay longer than 5 months, they'll start taxing me. So that means I end up paying tax in 2 countries, which that's not going to happen.
If you move here, you're gonna have to.
No, if I move here, then I only pay tax here.
Yeah, if you move to America, you'll get a pretty good tax break.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'll pay a lot less taxes, but I'll have to pay health care. But I mean, that's not a big deal. At my age, I'll die before I ever use any. So my age, it's liable to be quick anyway. There's not going to be any lingering, year and a half in the hospital. It'll be like gone. It was actually, I mean, to get extra health insurance to come down here because our health insurance won't cover us when we're down here.
Oh, the New Jersey governor is saying America's been betrayed. Yes, by the New Jersey government. Robbie's told us the horror stories of what's going on in New Jersey on how to buy a gun. Betrayed is right.
Well, not only that, but look at the hurricane. People are still waiting to get their money from when the hurricane wiped out their houses and neighborhoods and shit. Of course, people from Katrina are still waiting too, but
You shush. All right, we're watching the debate right now and commenting on it. Bullshit. I don't believe a word Christie says.
But no means no.
And then she got fired by HP. She should have said America instead of citizens. Don't listen to Rubio. Ted Cruz. I don't know. I kind of like Cruz.
I don't know if you guys are behind the TV thing, but did you hear what Ben Carson did?
A moment of silence.
Yeah, good move. I love how Trump just takes credit for everything. Like he's the reason that we're talking about stuff because he said it once.
Well, remember, he's confident in what he does and what he says, even if he's wrong.
If you don't like it, you can get out.
We need that wall. We can't live without that wall.
It's going to be a great wall.
It is gonna be the Great American Wall. But isn't there already a Great Wall? He'd be better than Obama.
One of G-Web's drunk monkeys would be better than Obama.
Are we talking the code monkeys or are we talking just the drunk monkeys?
I'm talking the drunk monkeys that make his patches. Although he did say that, or not patches, what are those? The pen holder thing, the little sling. He did say they weren't drunk, so I don't know. I guess I believe him.
Maybe this one time. Yeah, Sean says the only Bush the nation can stomach right now is Laura. We don't want Jeb. What we're doing now is nothing. Continuing to do nothing is still nothing.
We've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas, man.
That's a whole lot of nothing. Thank you, Ted Cruz.
This sucks. I can't find it on any of the channels my TV gets.
CNN.com. It's live.
CNN.
No, apparently not, because I don't have cable or anything. I just got whatever's coming in over the airwaves.
Oh, yeah, that's
Go
CNN.
to the website, CNN.com.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
I'm watching it off of the internet.
Yeah, I think most people are. I'm watching on TV, but I think most people are watching the internet.
Yeah, I had it on the internet, and then I switched to I had it on TV, and then switched to the internet.
I ain't talking about this shit at Christmas. Screw that.
Most of the people in India are either Sikh or Hindu, not Muslim.
So what's caliphate? I've heard that before. What the hell are they talking about? Does anybody know?
No idea. G-Webs, you know what it means? Caliphate?
I think it's basically a kingdom of religion, right? It's a kingdom is all Muslim.
She's crazy.
No, every gun-free zone in America is a target for terrorists.
No shit.
Someone needs to bring that shit up. Be like, screw this stuff.
Yeah, it didn't
Oh.
help San Bernardino, did it?
Fuck you. You want to expand the NSA? When an attack happens, the Democrats want to take your guns and the Republicans want to read all your frickin' emails.
I think Christie's a rhino.
Christie's a fucking douche cake.
No, I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's a rhino. It makes sense.
Oh, what are you talking about? More wireless freaking wiretaps? Or warrantless wiretaps?
Who knows?
That's when he says we need to give law enforcement the tools to listen to encrypted messages. That's what he's talking about.
I'm not giving them anything.
Wow, great answer.
I think he's reaching. Hogwash.
Oh man, Paul just stubbed his dick on that answer.
Yep.
Had a chance to speak out against the surveillance, which he's big on. Yeah, shut down the freaking NSA, and then he transitioned into talking about, oh, we need to check the people coming into this country. I mean, turned into immigration thing.
Well, we should.
Yeah, but you should have just stuck with how come collecting the metadata is bad and how it's a violation of your Fifth Amendment rights and all that stuff.
It's because they don't follow that shit.
Whatever. One of them ones in there. I mean, get some probable cause and then check every freaking inch of the dude's life. You don't have probable cause? Leave me the fuck alone.
Right. Oh boy, here we go.
Blazing over? Well, then fuck you. You don't deserve to be president if you don't think this is important. I really don't like Christie. Fuck that guy.
I don't like him either. Robbie doesn't like him. He's a rhino. He's not a Republican.
No, he's a douche cake, remember?
He's a douche cake rhino.
There you go.
New Jersey took the Second Amendment away from its people. Shut the fuck up. Just ask Robbie how hard it is to get a firearm in New Jersey. Please shut the fuck up, Christie.
He basically just said, Fourth Amendment? What's the Fourth Amendment? Fuck that.
Don't talk about a fucking strategy you're going to come up with. Come up with one and tell us about it.
The FBI wants companies though to build in, back doors so there is no such thing as encryption. They don't
That's
want to.
communist.
Yeah, they don't want to crack just ISIS communications. They want to crack everybody's communications.
And last I heard, we lived in the United States of America, not the United Soviet Socialist Republic.
Wait, since when can't someone in the government type in Facebook.com and check a person's social media?
The CIA has a backdoor to Facebook. They admitted it.
He just repeats the question again since she went off on such a freaking tangent.
Manpower. Yeah, that's what Fiorina needs. She needs a little manpower.
That them there internet, close it up.
Close that internet up. We don't need it.
Plug all them internoob tubes.
Well, the internet is not a series of trucks, it's a series of tubes. I think we ran G-Webs off.
I think we ran everybody off.
Eh?
Well, folks, welcome to the hijacked lobby turned hit or miss show.
No, we're doing the common.
And totally being smartass.
Oh, aren't we all smartasses anyway?
I'd rather be a smartass than a dumbass.
I prefer just to be an ass.
I'm not sure Trump knows how the internet works at all.
Well, remember, none of them know how the internet works. That's not their job.
Use our internet?
Penetrate the internet. All right, I want to penetrate the internet.
Oh, you missed. I forgot you're a little behind.
Right. Yeah, G-Web says John Kasich's gonna karate chop someone.
Oh, he's still out there in the chat. He just dropped out of the hangout.
Yeah, what is that humming noise?
That's my phone. I'm getting a text message, so it vibrates.
Oh.
I try and stay muted, but it seems like every time I unmute's when I get a message.
It vibrates. Oh noes.
Oh, damn. You join ISIS, you ain't no citizen no more. Fuck you.
No.
But the problem is he wants to keep funding the Air Force all the time. We all know that navies win wars. So maybe we should just cut the Air Force altogether and let the Navy do everything.
No, navies don't win wars. Not all wars. Remember, some of the countries ISIS are in, some of them are landlocked. They have no, naval access.
Do you know how far missiles can go from Navy ships?
Yeah, I know. I realize that, but not until we start, churning out the railguns on the ships will we have some real power.
And also, doesn't the Navy have airplanes too on their carriers? We don't need the Air Force. Just let the Navy do everything. Look at this face Trump's making. That's funny.
Yeah, but Bush is trying too hard. He's reaching.
Makes no sense to suggest this. Look, two
Who's talking here? I'm talking here.
You just got him with the whole apology thing.
All right, I'm gonna drop out for a bit. I'll talk to you guys later. I'm sure I'll be on later tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out too.
I
See you
think
guys.
that
Later.
ISIS to grow.
I still love
I
the
think
country,
those
so
who
I'll
have
stay
wanted
here.
regime change have made a mistake. When we toppled Gaddafi in Libya,
Is my sound working yet? Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me yet?
I'm back. I realized I had nothing better to do.
Hold on 1 second. My wife's wanting me to do something. Be right back.
You've been in there for an hour. Come out. Yes, I just did that. Sorry. I'm bored.
Never mind, my presence fixed the other computer just by walking in and saying, "What's wrong?" Like magic.
Awesome. So what you working on?
Well, I made a holster set for 1911 for my friend to take, but it was in my car for so long because I kept missing him that it's gotten scratched up and stuff. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't want him taking that one in. It's just
Blemished.
Blemished. I'm gonna make. Yeah, blemished. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a new 1911 holster that's all in black and have him just take the holster up to show the cops, and if they want to order a rig or a holster, they can. But
Awesome.
I don't know. It's still it's always a work in progress. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What kind of leather do you use?
From cows.
So it's authentic cow leather?
Yeah. To be more precise,
Any particular breed?
Yeah, the ones that move. But it's okay. Here's the deal with leather: is different parts of the cow have different thicknesses and different elasticities, and then there's different levels of quality with leather. So I buy typically A or B grade. There's A, B, C, and D. I buy A or B grade leather, and I typically buy shoulder leather, which is front chest, where they would run into things and fight. So it's it's not necessarily the stiffest leather. It's the toughest leather that there is, which makes it good for holster making. Stomach all has stretch marks on it, so stomach isn't very good to use. They do it where they cut it down the back, and back is large. That's what most things are made out of, like couches and stuff, is like backs and stuff. And they can be thick and heavy, or they can be thin depending on the cow and where it's genetics and stuff. But basically, the shoulder leather, from everything I've read, is what most people use on holsters because per thickness, it's heavy duty.
So you're using shoulder leather then?
Yeah, I'm using basically Tandy's oak leaf is what they call it. Normal people would call it A-grade leather. It's their higher-end leather. So a shoulder, which is about a 12 square feet, is about $100. So this right here is almost a little under 2 feet of leather. So you're talking
20, 30 bucks?
Well, $15 in leather for these two pieces probably would be my best guess. I don't know.
Okay.
But I got to get to selling more. You people, if you're watching this, sheepdogleather.com, buy my holsters.
Yeah, buy his holsters. You might need to go and actually market your website.
I'm at the point now where I'm just going to make an assload of holsters and then have my buddy who goes to a gun show go down there with him and just sell them off the table at this point. I'm just going to make like 10 holsters over the next couple weeks. And then when New Year's comes, just go and sell them just to recoup some cost. Because I was expecting this to take off far faster online, and it really hasn't. I've sold like 5 holsters maybe in 2 months. That's nothing.
Remember, there's a lot of saturation out there.
But mine are really cool.
Well, you know, all the ones out there are really cool too. That's the point.
What? Nobody got cool holsters like mine.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually having a hell of a time finding decent mag pouches right now.
He can do those too.
Are you looking for Kydex, or are you looking for leather?
Something that's slim, that keeps in tight. I got a Kydex one and it was horrible. It stuck out. It stuck out like. I mean, the mag holster stuck out further than my P220. It was ridiculous.
So my next question is this. So it's for a 220, right?
Yeah. So 1911 should fit.
Okay, it's 1911 mag. Okay.
No, it's P220, but I hear they're pretty interchangeable as far as.
You looking at this?
Yeah, I see it.
So that rare is on a belt. That's 1911 magazine holster. So it hugs right up next to the belt. Were you wanting a paddle one or something that goes on the belt?
I kind of like the idea of something I can remove without taking the belt off.
Okay.
But if it makes it stick out more, then I probably wouldn't like it.
The paddle would make it stick out more.
Okay.
Most definitely.
So, then that would probably be a better option
than the belt version. You know, a paddle version of that would not be too bad, though. It would be similar to what this is, because the paddle would be right up against the back of where the holster is, just like it rubs up against the belt. You could hook it on. So let me grab my paddle holster and show it to you. You can kind of judge for yourself. Okay, so if you look at this holster right here, that's for one of my 1911s. And then on the backing, it has a paddle. So when you put it on, basically the piece slides into your pants, but the back of the holster is as tight against you pretty much as a belt holster would be. So it's not really different. It'd be snug right up against you. So
yeah, I've actually got a paddle holster for another gun, but yeah, it doesn't stick out too bad.
So right there, slaps in. If it's, you know, it bends, the paddle holster, it'll actually tuck in and bend into your hip and snug up. And then you could just simply pull it off when you weren't going to use it. So how do I say this? It wouldn't, if you're holding 1911 mags, it would not stick out near as much as a firearm would. And you could remove it comfortably with ease. So. And I can make it in black, light brown, dark brown, tan, ox blood, mahogany, whatever color you want.
Neon pink.
See, I've actually checked out your website a couple of times. You just don't see much as far as options on your website.
Yeah,
maybe that's the problem.
That's probably the problem, because you know what? I offer things on my website, and everyone who contacts me, they want something that's not on my website, and I have to specialty do it.
You know, Nathan, if you need help with your website, I can help you with it.
Well, that's the thing. If you're doing custom leather, you know, just snap some photos of stuff that you've done and kind of throw it out there. You know, maybe that would be.
Yeah, I have a gallery page. I need to upload some more photos of other things, because like the paddle holster's not on there. I think the paddle holster would be real popular, because especially with me, I'm making myself paddle holsters, because that way I can get in and out of the car and put it on after work.
That looks pretty nice, though.
Oh man, dude, this is like my favorite holster. Like, it came out really super good. I did a mix of red and mahogany to get the coloration just the way I wanted to. It's got the Every Second Matters on it, real shiny.
Man.
Got thumb brake on it, and it's a paddle. So
I'm jealous now. It's got the Every Second Matters on it.
Night Strike, you can have one for the low price of whatever the hell you pick, and then have me customize for you.
Oh man.
If you want one, I'll catch you, dude, because you're my bud.
By the way, I changed my avatar last night to Duke Nukem, so you'd understand.
No.
There you go.
Not Duke Nukem.
Yes, it is.
It's not Duke Nukem.
It's Duke Nukem from Duke Nukem Forever.
I know who Duke Nukem is. I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of gum. And that's not Duke Nukem. That's Guile looking at a guy's ass on Street Fighter.
No,
I know
I
it's not
changed.
him.
I changed the avatar to Duke Nukem for you, so you know.
That's not Duke Nukem.
It is. Not bullshitting you. This one is. Or is it still showing the old one?
It's still showing the old one, you goob.
Damn it! It's showing the new one on mine. Refresh your
No, it's
page, damn
showing
it.
the old one with the red hair, and Duke
No, it's-
Nukem does not have red hair.
No, it's not. Ugh.
Yeah, so anyway, all I was saying is I think I'm going to make a bunch of holsters and then go and start marketing them different places. Because I thought online sales would be enough, but I'm wrong, obviously, so...
Well, maybe you didn't market properly.
I just think it's saturation, like you said. It's the fact that I'm in the bottom of a pile of people who've been doing it forever.
And remember,
Yeah.
there's like, you know, while you're doing it in all leather, there's like millions of people doing it in Kydex. So there's like millions of Kydex guys. Some of them do it just for themselves. Some of them just do it to sell them on the internet, or just locally even. So you know, while yours is
Don't get me
complete
wrong.
leather.
I don't have any problem with the Kydex guys at all. Good for them, but I was
I'm just
You know,
using it
mine
as
off-
an example.
yeah, mine offers design and class and other things. So yeah.
And hold on, we got to say this clear as day. It's made in the United States of America, people. Why don't you want one?
Made with real cows.
With real cows,
Made
even.
with real cows from the United States of America, and sometimes I do subcontract my little Asian children, but they were made in America too, so that doesn't count against me. I'm kidding.
I don't know.
I don't- Well, they got little fingers fit in little places. Okay.
I
Okay.
think that's as far as we should go.
How do you clean the inside of 40 caliber shells? Name the movie. Y'all know the movie?
No.
Schindler's List. When he's saving the kids from the Nazis.
I haven't
The-
seen
the
Schindler's
Nazis-
List.
Oh man, it's a good movie, dude. But it's a
It's on
depressing
my
movie 'cause
list. It's on my list of movies to
it's a
watch,
must-see
but
at some point in your life, just to see what the hell the German did to those people. It's pretty wackadoodle.
oh, I've seen what they did. I've studied World War II extensively.
Let me put it this way. I've studied World War II, and then I've watched Saving Private Ryan. Okay, so you've studied World War II, and you heard about what happened to the Jews. What Private Ryan was to D-Day is what Schindler's List is to the Holocaust. It's a good.
Yep.
It's terrific. Liam Neeson, Ray Fiennes, they are
Yeah,
amazing.
well, when I say extensively, I say I've read books about the Holocaust, about World War II. I've seen the actual pictures, you know, not just, you know, how it was, but the pictures of people and the aftermath.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not saying you don't know about it. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen Saving Private Ryan either because I didn't want to see another Tom Hanks movie.
Oh, okay. So, okay, you haven't seen Saving Private. Okay.
I know
Have you
I
seen-
know what it's about. I read the summary of it. I just didn't want to see another Tom Hanks movie. Just really.
Have you? That is the only Tom Hanks movie you should ever watch. But anyway,
I've seen other ones. Okay. The other ones
he's-
kind of killed it for me.
I'm just saying this ain't big. This ain't the Da Vinci Code. This not any of that crap. He's really good in this one. But anyway, yeah, it's not Philadelphia where he's gay and dies of AIDS. not. But anyway,
the last Tom Hanks movie I watched was Forrest Gump.
Oh, okay.
That was it for me. I couldn't stand.
That movie was nothing but what the hell. I mean, it's just
Exactly.
Hold on. Saving Private Ryan and Forrest Gump are bipolar opposites as far as movies go.
No, wait, I take that back. The last one I saw was Green Mile. That one where he's that cop.
To be honest with you, Tom Hanks was not that great in Green Mile. He was okay, but he was not that great in Green Mile. He was very bland in that.
Yeah.
Whereas, in fact, let me put it this way. Watch Saving Private Ryan and just pretend Tom Hanks is not in it, because the rest of it, they got Vin Diesel in it. That was Vin Diesel's big breakout. They got a bunch of other highly talented people. They got Good Will Hunting guy.
I thought Vin Diesel's big breakout was Pitch Black.
Well, yeah, Pitch Black was the movie.
I've seen all of those movies.
That was his breakout movie, but the first movie where he actually was in and got like a lot of like, holy crap, who is that guy? Was Saving Private Ryan. I mean, it launched a lot of careers.
I've actually watched Saving Private Ryan a few times, and I still don't remember Vin Diesel being in it.
Vin Diesel was the guy who got shot by the sniper and had to give the letter to the guy. He was the one who grabbed the little girl, and Tom Hanks was like, "You put that little girl back."
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah, and then he got shot. But I have to say, Schindler's List and Saving Private Ryan are probably the two most watched and replayed World War II movies on TV at this point in our lives, because they're that good.
I don't know. I liked Band of Brothers.
Oh no, I'm a big Band of Brothers man, dude. I'm telling you though, Band of Brothers.
Wait a minute, who directed Band of Brothers?
Yeah.
I saw Band of Brothers. I liked that.
Night Strike. Do you know who made Band of Brothers?
No, I don't. I didn't remember that part. Okay.
Okay, hold on. The people who made it, who did the filming, who did the cinematography, who did all that, the people behind it that created Band of Brothers, Tom Hanks and Spielberg. Tom Hanks and Spielberg made Band of Brothers, and that's
the one thing they did right.
Ryan is so damn good because it's just like Band of Brothers except better, because it's 2 hours instead of like 8. Yeah, so if you like Band of Brothers, you'll love Saving Private Ryan. I guarantee you, because it's the same feel to both the miniseries and the film.
What the sequel though? I wasn't that fond of the Pacific.
I never watched that actually.
That was the sequel to Band of Brothers, where instead of where they're doing the whole war in Europe, it was the whole Pacific.
They were in the other theater.
Yes.
What they call it back then, they called it theaters of war.
Which they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, we do.
Do we still do that?
Yeah.
I bet they did.
Well, no one says that we do it, so it's just you assume that we don't.
It's not used as much. A more common term used now is AOR, or Area of Responsibility.
Or region?
No.
All right, I'm just asking.
Striking out.
Well, as the name of my show is, hit or miss.
So, have you seen The Passion of the Christ?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to see it.
I was going to say that, like,
I'm not a Mel Gibson fan.
He's not in it. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that the Passion. I've read the Bible and then I watched Passion of the Christ. There's a difference between watching the movie and reading the book. All I'm saying.
Yes, and I've read the book several times myself. Remember, I am Catholic.
Okay, so yeah, well, you definitely should watch Passion of the Christ then if you're Catholic.
I wasn't a fan of it myself. I saw bits and pieces, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Dude, old ladies cried and had heart attacks in the theater and died. That's how good it was. Okay, so speaking of Mel Gibson, the Road Warrior, or the new Fury Road, which one was better?
You would ask this question.
Oh yeah, I did.
I'm not sure there's a right answer because I haven't seen the new one.
You haven't seen Fury Road?
Neither have
No.
Now.
I've seen the Road Warrior, but I haven't seen the new one.
You should. Night Strike, you exasperate me.
Well, that's what I'm here for. The younger crowd has to, totally annoy you. Otherwise, we're not doing our job.
You know what? I put my 5 and 10-year-old to bed, and then I got to deal with this shit. Really. All right, hold on. I got to stitch something. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. You need to go. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go rent it.
I'll start you off easy. Go watch Fury Road first. Then we'll worry about the other films that are like all-time great classics. Go watch Fury Road. It's probably up your alley.
Maybe.
Tom Hardy plays Mad Max, and he's badass. Tom Hardy as Mad Max could kick Bane's ass.
I would seriously have to go back and watch Mad Max movies again before I watch the new one.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, now what?
What, you're asking me to talk to you about something?
I don't know.
Mister, I join chats, but I hardly ever speak ever?
Well, a lot of times y'all get talking, and I really don't have anything of value to add, so I just sit there and listen.
You need to start adding something, even if it's not relevant to the conversation. That's what the lobby is about.
I'll just pop in randomly and be like, I love Lamp.
Right. And he's doing more stitching, so watch out. Nathan owns a sewing machine.
So anyways, what is it?
Okay, wait, hold on. Do not say Nathan owns a sewing machine. That is like saying a man who owns a Corvette has a car.
I wanted to see if you were
Nathan owns a 400-pound sewing machine, just a leather whip.
Okay, is it a singer?
No, it's not a Singer. It's a Class 3 Cobra sewing machine. It cost $2,200 fucking dollars and had to be delivered by a truck on a pallet.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for making the definite details.
Okay. So
giving us the details.
It's not a pear knife. It's a chainsaw. Got it?
No, it's totally a pear knife.
It's a chainsaw. Shut up.
Oh, Nathan, we're just messing with you. Or at least I am.
So touchy about a sewing machine.
I know, right? Just come out and say it's a singer, for Christ's sake.
Just a beefed up one, huh?
But yeah, just one on steroids, But it's a class 3. So, all right. so touchy sometimes. His response, though, I just found it hilarious, though.
Sounded awfully defensive.
It did. It's like he was trying to, hold on to his man card. So, are you watching the debate?
I was. I kind of stopped listening. It sounds like the same old shit.
Yeah, they were on a roll for a little while, and then they got sidetracked, and then it's just like more rhetoric.
Same old thing, and then you have Trump just jumping out there and just pissing everybody off.
And then they're attacking Trump, and then Jeb starts arguing with Trump. See, the problem is the politicians, they're not saying anything new. Trump will say something completely out there, and people will listen because it's Trump. They won't necessarily agree with him, but they'll at least listen. Unlike with these other guys where they'll go on and on about something, and people won't listen to him because we're tired of listening to it.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you what, though, it would be hilarious to actually see him get elected and then show up to Congress and be like, "You're all fired," and then have him, they all laugh at him and be like, "That's not how that works."
No, see, he wouldn't say you're all fired. He's like, the way you guys conduct yourselves, you should all be fired. But since I can't do that, I'm just going to shake my finger at you.
That's about what every other president does.
Exactly.
So that's the thing. They all make the promises, and they get in there, and they figure out exactly how much power they really have. And then all those promises they made just don't quite work out.
Well, no. Obama promised us change. He just didn't tell us what kind of change.
Yeah, true. I think he also said at the beginning of his campaign that everybody could keep their guns.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Sandy Hook happened. Then he was like, you can't keep your guns anymore. And then the Senate went from being Democratic to Republican.
Yep, and everything stopped.
And then they said, you can definitely keep all your guns. Except for Dianne Feinstein, because, somehow that Democratic asshole keeps getting elected. There must be some really, really stupid people in California. I mean, like some, borderline, brain deficient, mentally retarded people.
Hollywood. Enough said.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I've taken a few deep breaths. I forgive you for your Hypocrisy Night Strike.
I'm just messing with you.
I'm messing with you.
Though I will tell you, if you don't want to tell us it's one of those industrial type Singer machines, that's fine. But you don't have to come up with names for it, all right?
Well, I did almost buy one of them industrial type Singers till I actually researched it and found out that I was just going to bust the damn thing, because the industrial Singers are designed to sew like wedding gowns and curtains and crap. They're designed to do heavy cloth, not leather. There's a big difference.
Right. But yeah, I wasn't being serious with you at all. I was just, being facetious.
I know. That's why I said I forgive you. And I need your real name and social security number and address so I can come and kill you now.
All I have to say is, from my cold, dead hands.
I'm sorry, what did I say? I meant deliver you a holster personally.
Right. Right, at gunpoint.
Yeah.
But just remember, South Carolina isn't an open carry state.
Neither is Texas till January 1st.
I thought you could now if you had a concealed carry permit.
January 1st.
Oh boy!
January 1st is day one.
And that's when you have a concealed carry permit, you can open carry.
Right. In fact, I got my license expired this year, so I just had to order my new one and got it. I received it. And instead of concealed handgun license, it just says handgun license.
Well, that's good.
That right there is just one of the craziest rules that I've seen, having to have, a concealed permit in order to carry openly. I don't really get the point in it.
Well, basically, Texas has been slow to get on board with any of it. I mean, Florida was the very first to come up with concealed carry, and then Texas, after 2 or 3 years, they went concealed carry. And then a bunch of other states have gone concealed carry, constitutional carry.
I like the state that I'm originally from, Arizona. Open carry or concealed carry without a license. That's how it should be done.
Constitutional carry, yeah. So
the only reason you need a concealed carry license from the Arizona state is if you go to and visit another state that has reciprocity.
Right.
Well, Florida still doesn't allow open carry right now.
Yeah, but we have to think. I'm not too upset about that. I have to thank Florida for coming up with concealed carry. They were the first state to launch that, and they started the movement. And
well, Sean's trying his best with Florida open carry. So if you see him on here, Scope, go ahead and chat him up.
And again, I was kind of like other people beforehand when Texas said they were going to go open carry, and I was like, oh, blah blah blah, I like concealed carrying, blah blah blah. But then I actually started looking into it, talking to people. When you find out that there's open carry in all these other states and there's no real issue with anyone like coming up and grabbing guns away from you and anything like that, then it kind of hits home. You know what? Criminals really aren't going to come and mess with you. They're not. Criminals don't come and try to steal handguns off cops. They're not going to do it to people either. You know what I'm saying? That whole idea, which again, think about that. People say, well, oh, you're open carrying. A criminal could just come up right behind you and pull the handgun off you. Okay. When does that ever happen? It happens to cops only when they're already wrestling people. But when have you ever heard of a cop have a criminal come up and just try to take their handgun away from them with no provocation and blindside them and do that? They don't. It doesn't happen. And open carriers, they don't get assaulted either. And then there's what was the other thing they said? Oh, yeah. So the bad guy will come in to rob the place. He'll see you open carrying, and he'll shoot you first. Well, that doesn't happen either. The vast majority of the time that there's a criminal that sees an open carrier, they decide not to rob the place because they don't want to get in a gunfight. If I was going to rob a 7-Eleven, I'd wait 5 minutes till the guy got his pack of cigarettes and left. Just saying.
Not that you would rob a 7-Eleven.
I would walk in to rob the place, with my gun in my pants. Actually, I guess it depends on the scenario. Okay. Most criminals case the place first, or they walk in and then they rob the place after they look around. But usually they sit out in their car and watch people go in, right? They try to go in when there's less people in the establishment, typically, or late at night. So criminal in general is just not going to go in there. But I mean, if a guy went in open carrying and they're sitting out there in their car, they're going to be like, I'm going to wait for that guy with the 45 to leave before I go in there and rob the clerk. Just saying.
They don't think of that.
Well, I mean, how do I say this? So we have all these mental thoughts that the anti-gunners and regular people present, and then we can sit down and actually go, wait a second, let's look into this. They've had open carry in other states for years and years. They've had concealed carry. The biggest thing with concealed carry is in Texas, they thought when they introduced concealed carry that cops were going to be scared by the people concealed carrying. So they made it part of the law that when the cop stops you, you hand him your concealed carry license with your driver's license and say, "Officer, I'm armed. I have a gun in my car." Do you know what happened, though? The cops were actually relieved when they saw the concealed carry permit and matched it to your face with the picture, because they knew you weren't a 3-strike felon, about to be on your 3rd strike because you had a warrant out on you and about to pop them. That's the cops. One of their biggest fears is pulling someone over who's got a warrant out and doesn't give an F. That's their biggest fear. They're not scared about pulling over law-abiding citizens.
Well, here's the thing in South Carolina. Hold on, your mic. I can't talk over myself.
Go ahead.
Okay. In South Carolina, basically how it is you have to have a license to concealed carry, but you are allowed to carry your handgun in your glove box without a permit.
That's actually a lot of states, believe it or not. I was able to keep a weapon in my car driving from Colorado all the way to Florida in every single state except for Alabama.
Just don't go through Alabama.
So,
Not much of a choice on that.
Alabama's where you want to carry, but I was going to say a couple years ago, Texas did the law where it used to be in Texas we had this stupid old law that said when you're traveling via horse overnight, you can keep a gun on your horse. That was the law in the 1800s.
And they got rid of it.
No. So a judge stated that traveling meant that you were staying overnight outside of your home county and you crossed 2 county lines. That used to be the rule in Texas, to keep a gun in your car. But the problem was, if you got stopped by a cop, you had to prove, well, I'm staying overnight outside of my home county, I'm 2 counties away, whatever, tell it to the judge, he would say, and send you off to the judge if he was a jerk. So finally, they passed the Texas Safe Motorist Act. Isn't that a great name for it? Texas Safe Motorist Act?
It sounds bad.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
No, not at all.
Said anyone who can legally buy a handgun in the state of Texas can keep it loaded and concealed inside their vehicle. Has to be concealed.
See, that's in the state of Texas.
In the state of Texas, yeah. So no.
So about the people traveling through Texas, they're fucked.
No, the people traveling through Texas, if they can legally buy a handgun in their state, are fine to keep a loaded handgun in their car too, I believe. It's I forgot how the law is worded exactly, but it says you have to legally be able to purchase a handgun.
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked at the Texas laws in every state that I was traveling through before I went, and that Texas was fine. Alabama was a huge pain in the butt, but Texas was fine.
Just don't stop, man.
That is exactly what I did. The southernmost part of Alabama, that short little strip, I went straight through that, just kept on going.
Yeah, it's funny because it's not like there's checkpoints. So just Alabama, speed limit 65, set cruise control at 66.
Oh man.
See, Alabama's really bad because it says that you cannot have a firearm loaded or within reach. And I'm sitting there going, how the hell do I pull that off in a pickup truck? I can't just throw all those guns in the bed of the truck. That would be completely irresponsible. So, best thing I could think of was take the bolts out of all the long guns and then throw those into the handgun cases and throw them behind the rear seat. It's about the best thing I could think of.
Just going to throw this out here for future reference. If you have a case and you were able to unload the handgun, stick it in the case, and then put a padlock on the case, that would probably get you off there. But and you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm going to Florida for this shoot. I'm a competitive shooter. I got all my guns in the case is unloaded and they're padlocked, the cop would probably be pretty cool with that.
Yeah, they probably would, but the handguns were not the issue. The handguns could easily be put out of reach. It was just the long guns, because I had the shotgun and a .22 rifle in soft cases. I couldn't really throw a padlock on those cases. That was the issue.
Gotcha.
Well, instead of a padlock, use a regular key lock. A suitcase lock.
Oh, the bolts were removed, and trying to think here.
I was going to say, in the future, if you have to run with soft cases instead of hard cases, and you need to secure them in some way for law-abiding reasons, zip tie the damn zipper to the ass end of it. Where the zipper goes down, there's always a loop on the bottom you can hang the case by. So you just zip tie that thing, and then your defense is, well, it's zip tied in there. I have to cut the zip tie off to get at it. It's not easily accessible. It's unloaded and the bolt's out. I did everything I humanly possibly could, and a judge would let you off on that, I bet.
But remember, this is not legal advice. This is just what he would do.
Oh. Okay, look, I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm pretty sure you have feline leukemia and a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
A hairball tumor in your brain.
But every other single state in between Alabama and Colorado I was either able to open carry or at least keep a weapon in the car.
Do you have a concealed carry license?
I do now. I didn't at the time.
You didn't at the time. Okay.
Now that I have a license, I'm perfectly legal to carry concealed through Alabama. Yeah.
Wait. If you're active military, do you have to have a concealed carry license?
Depends on the state.
Yes.
Georgia, you don't. Colorado, you do. Most states you do, but there are some states that say you don't have to if you're military.
And then there's some states that say you can't come in this Waffle House with a gun on you even though you're military.
Yeah, where was that, Kentucky?
I don't know where it was, but it was a Waffle House, and they told some National Guard guy that he had to go take his gun off, and he's like, this is my service weapon. I cannot take it off and leave it in my vehicle. I'm in the military. That's a rule. And they're like, well, you can't eat here in the Waffle House.
It's like, okay, I'll leave. And, the woman heard that, and she's like, I got to plaster this on Facebook.
Well,
and people were up in arms about it.
It is ridiculous, the idea that a person in uniform in the United States is told he can't wear his weapon to eat a set of waffles because that's their policy, because they don't say it to cops. You know what I'm saying?
They don't say it to cops.
Because they can't say it to the cops. The cops will look at him and go, oh, you want to ride the lightning? Because I got a taser.
He's active National Guard. He had just gotten off of his shift, apparently, is what happened. And he went in to go get some food because he just gotten off his shift, and they said no. And he was still in uniform.
Yeah, he's in uniform, carrying his duty weapon, full uniform and everything. Obviously, ordering some waffles. Obviously not robbing the place. Obviously not starting a biker fight or something. Just
heaven forbid he start a biker fight.
I'm just saying.
I know.
I'm sorry. The other day I was reading up on the Waco biker fight where they recovered 430 weapons and stuff.
I don't even want to talk about that. Yeah.
I think we should have more of those events. But invite Crips and Bloods and have them come down to the Waffle House and then serve all the warrants when they get in there. Surprise! Do you know that that's what cops do sometimes? They will send out mailers stating that you have won a boat or a camper or something.
Oh yeah, they show up in droves. They walk in the door and they get handcuffed right there.
Show up to win this boat, and they got the boat, and it's in this convention center, and they're like, "Man, I don't want a boat." And then the cops walk out and go, "All right, everyone here received an invitation. Guess what? You have a warrant out for your arrest. Put your hands up.
Yeah, it's hilarious when they do that, when you see the videos of them doing that too, because
Yeah, no.
yeah, I know, somebody will probably pull the defense of they were taking advantage of the dumb criminals.
Yeah, no kidding. Criminals aren't allowed to be dumb anymore. I think it was a law that was passed last year. No, I'm not being serious.
Just because we're fine doesn't mean we think you're serious.
I do think they would have an easier time enforcing that than some of the other laws out there.
No kidding.
Well, I'm muting because I'm going to hammer.
Stop. Hammer time.
Alright, I'm walking away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
All right.
Damn it, he can't do that. Okay, you got to listen to me hammer now.
Aw, man.
Well, you want to monologue it while I do it? Where the
Hey, Nathan, stop.
hammer
time. I have to do that. Whenever I hear someone mention the word hammer, it's just...
No, I got
I grew up in the 90s, okay?
Dude, I had parachute pants, and I wore them at the roller rink. So,
I have the CDs.
what is your date of birth?
83.
Year, yeah, sorry.
83.
Not exactly.
August
83?
29th.
I don't need that much information. I've already located where you're at through.
Yeah, right. I'm in Charleston. You know Charleston because it's the first city in the state, first state to secede from the Union. Texas is real big on secession.
No, I know
you guys
Charleston.
vote on it every year, right?
No, we don't.
Well, that's the running joke.
I was going to say I know Charleston because I watched The Patriot with Mel Gibson, probably another Mel Gibson movie you've not seen.
No, I saw that one.
It's not too bad. His son.
And I've seen the Lethal Weapon movies.
Oh yeah, those. I got the 4-box set from Walmart for I think $12 for all 4. It's great.
Right. I haven't seen his later movies. It's just his older movies I've seen because, well, back in the late 80s and 90s, they were popular.
Yeah, he was the man. Yeah, I get that. Don't watch Maverick. Total waste of time.
Too late. Too late.
What'd you say? Oh, you already saw it?
Yeah, I saw that one.
Mm. So, the love interest in that was Jodie Foster.
Yes.
Hold on. Were you aware that the man who shot Reagan was in love with Jodie Foster from Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro? And he shot Reagan because Taxi Driver wanted to kill the president. And then he didn't kill the presidential nominee, and he went and saved this hooker who was Jodie Foster, who was 16. So, the guy who shot Reagan literally wrote love letters to Jodie Foster and freaked her the fuck out.
Yeah.
Creepy. And then on top of that, Jodie Foster then made Silence of the Lambs, which totally was a mind F for her because after she got done with that film, she was totally screwed up.
I saw that one, but believe it or not, out of the Silence of the Lamb movies, I preferred Red Dragon.
Red Dragon is very good. Ray Fiennes does a great
I
job.
saw it when it came out in theaters because my friend was working as a manager in a theater. And he's like, "Do you want to go see this movie? It's coming out. I can get us in to see it before it shows. Do you want to go see it?" And I go like, "Yes, I want to see it." And we went and saw it. It was awesome. It was the one I did like. So I saw the other ones. I wasn't fond of them, but those aren't the movies you're supposed to be fond of. They're more of a, I'd say they're more movies that keep you on the seat, on the edge of your seat.
Red Dragon was a good thriller in the sense that
It was different than the other ones, and because it was different, that's why it was better.
Yeah, because it wasn't all centered around Anthony Hopkins' character. I watched the one where it was the kid, where it was Hannibal Rising. Bleh. It's totally stupid. Not near as good. And then the one where it was just called Hannibal, where they switched and made Julianne Moore Clarice, and that was okay. Except, do you know they actually changed it from the book?
Yeah.
In the book, she ate the brains and fell in love with Hannibal and ran off with Hannibal. In the book.
Yep. I did read the books.
Now, see, that is a good thing, because the books are better than reality. Not reality, movie-ality would probably be a better term.
So I will say this: the Tom Clancy books, Red October, the book was just as good as the movie.
Red October was it's like Stephen King movies. It's hit or miss. A lot of times with Tom Clancy movies, they really
not all of them. Some of them. Some of them are kind of out there, and some of them actually do portray what was in the book.
Well, that's the thing. Is what I'm trying to say is Tom Clancy and also Stephen King both have books that are turned into movies, and some are really awesome, and some really are not that awesome.
I'm not that big of a fan of Stephen King anymore.
I would have to say that if you look at Stephen King's movies turned to books turned to movies, sorry. The Stand was nowhere near as good as the book.
But it was better than The Shining.
Shawshank Redemption was spectacular as a movie. So that was one book to movie that was actually good, was Shawshank Redemption. And what's another good one that King put out that was actually good as a movie? Christie was okay. Carrie was okay. Yeah.
Cussing?
Sorry, honey. Sorry I cussed. So, honey, what other Stephen King books can you think of, my dear, that were good, made into movies? You don't care? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm cussing. I turn into a sailor at night.
No, you don't need it.
I'm not trying. I have a bad influence. His name is Night Strike, and he's a really bad influence.
No, don't blame this on me.
Joke. Okay, honey, I'm sorry. Okay.
I see that. Don't blame me.
No, I was trying to remember other Stephen King books.
I mean,
Pet Sematary wasn't a bad movie. I mean, look, I've seen some Stephen King books made into movies that were just atrocious. Atrocious.
One of them was The Shining. You remember that one, right?
The
With Jack
Shining
Nicholson?
was actually really good.
I didn't
That was
like
not atrocious.
No,
The
if you
Shining
can
was
get-
actually
if you can get
spectacular.
if you can talk kids into walking around saying red rum all the time, it's hilarious.
Yeah. And then there was It. You remember that one?
Yeah, that just was scary clown stuff. That wasn't.
I didn't like that one either.
That was. It was not that good, and the reason I'll say this, not that Tim Curry did a good job being the killer clown, and trust me, we have an entire generation of people who are scared of clowns from that show. But it was a made-for-TV movie. It wasn't an actual real production movie. It was made for TV. So
I'm not that big a fan
TV
of clowns,
name.
but I ain't afraid of them. So.
well, like I said, there's a ton of people who, because of it, the biggest disservice that Stephen King has done to American society is freak people out about clowns. Clowns are supposed to be cool, not supposed to be spider monsters. And we got a large portion of the population that are scared to death of clowns.
And it's all Stephen King's fault.
Now, clowns are just creepy.
Clowns have always been creepy, but they're not creepy. You're afraid of them. They're just creepy. It's like, why would you want to be a clown? I mean, there are other ways, and there are other things to be than a clown. Remember, when I was
Okay,
younger,
so the fact that you just
when I
said
was younger
clowns are creepy-
on TV, there was a clown called Bozo the Clown. You remember him, right?
Yeah.
I used to watch that show all the time as a kid. So, I'm not afraid of clowns, but, I'm not fond of them either, so.
Okay, so hold on. Clowns are supposed to be like Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. They're supposed to be things that you see and go, wow, it's a clown. I love it. Fun times are about to happen. Balloons are about to happen. But Stephen King, because of that book and that miniseries is what did it, has an entire generation about our age who are scared to death of clowns because we put them in the same genre as giant spider monsters. And it's subconscious. We as human beings are instinctively afraid of spiders and snakes. It's hardwired into our minds. So when he did that with clowns and connected it with the spider and killing people, that totally ruined clowns for an entire generation.
I don't know. I love rattlesnake chili. Remember, I am from Arizona.
What'd you say, scorpions or something? I missed it.
No, I said I do love rattlesnake chili. Remember, I am from Arizona.
Eating rattlesnake and being bitten by one are two very different things.
Oh yeah, it's a pain in the ass to get bit by one. I have not been bit by one, but I had to go through when I was a Boy Scout. I had to go through a first aid course in case you were bitten by a rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Because we went several
think I am,
times. We went camping out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. I'd say the bigger problem would probably be scorpions out there. Arizona's got a lot of scorpions.
There's scorpions in Texas too. They're not just in one area.
Oh, I know. My parents, my grandfather have been bitten by them. Knock on wood. I've not yet been bitten by them.
Yeah, when we lived in Arizona, my dad was, I can count on more than like 4 occasions that my dad was bit by a scorpion and he had to go to the hospital. And it's not really bitten, you're stung by them, but either way, you don't want to be stung by the small ones. And that's
Yeah,
the
the small
only
ones are always worse. I learned.
small ones are the
That's
ones.
the only good thing that came out of the last Indiana Jones movie.
Unfortunately, it's the only true thing. The really big ones, you don't really have to worry too much. You still have to go and get yourself checked at a hospital, but you're in less danger than if one the size of your thumb goes and stings you. Because the small ones are the ones that'll get you. But that's only compared to like the ones here in the United States, and that was down in the southern South America that happened. Okay, so the scorpions down there are pretty much the same as the ones here in the United States, but in Europe, and not in Europe, but in Africa, the scorpions, it doesn't matter what size, they are deadly. Period. Exclamation mark. So if you go to Africa, all of them are bad. Go get help. I'm just putting that out there in case anyone thinks that the ones in Africa aren't as bad as the ones here in the United States. They are.
I want to say that I watched a documentary on honey badgers earlier today. Really good.
How was it?
Good. Honey badgers don't care. Honey badgers take what they want.
Yeah.
The thing about watching the documentary versus just the 4-minute YouTube comedy thing was those little honey badgers are smart. They're smarter than raccoons. They're smarter than most other animals. They literally showed this honey badger figure out how to unlock gates, like double locks on gates, and figured out how to first stack a log to climb over the wall. Then he stacked rocks, rolled up multiple rocks, and made a pile of rocks to climb out of the enclosure. And then when they took all the rocks out and took everything he could move out, he made mud balls and rolled them over and made a mud ball pile to climb over to get out of the enclosure. That's a smart little animal.
Yep. Though, what is it? The mongoose. That's a pretty smart animal, too. Because they'll fight.
Say, honey badgers and mongoose.
They're not the same. They're different types of animals. But the mongoose, they go after cobras head on because they eat cobras.
Okay, so I'm going to let you know a little secret if you watch the video. Honey badgers take on cobras too. And here's the best part. A honey badger gets bit on the head by a cobra in this video. Gets bit on the head, eats the cobra's head off, and then passes out on the ground from the venom. Sleeps it off for 20 minutes, rolls over, and goes right back to eating the rest of the cobra. Just sleeps it off in 20 minutes, the venom.
But the venom's
in
deadly.
Its head.
That's messed up.
And scientists have been trying to research and figure out how the honey badgers can process venom in their bloodstream. And they're immune to it, basically. Like the venom hits them, they pass out, their body processes it, they wake right back up and they're groggy.
Man.
And apparently they get the munchies.
The munchies.
Hungry when they wake up, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're amazing animals. They're basically, they said they're not badgers, they're actually technically weasels, but whatever. So Republican debate tonight, you said?
Yeah, they're having it. We did a lot of commentary and yelling at them, but I don't know. I just don't feel like doing my show tonight after all that.
Well,
I think I'm going to do it next week. If anyone was looking forward to it, I wasn't.
I did not watch the debate, but I'm going to say they're a bunch of morons. And I don't know, it's Republican or Democrat. They're both
Republican.
I hate them all. Yeah, the only lively thing probably about the debate tonight is Trump probably said a lot of crazy things and irritated everyone. But you know what? I do have to say that I'm happy that Trump is in the race at this point in the race, because he's like if you threw Will Ferrell into the debates, and he was playing Ron Burgundy or something. It's a lunatic in the debates that is going to say whatever comes into his brain.
That while some people say that's bad for America, I'll be honest. Considering the track record we've had with our presidents, a lunatic might not be so bad.
I would have to say that the last two elections have been so boringly bland. Not last two, I'm sorry, the last 3 or 4. Ever since Gore and Bush, every election has been so boring because the goal has been don't say anything controversial for fear of losing votes. We've had politically correct elections past 16 years. This is the first election where you got 2 people in it that are loose cannons.
And they've also refused to be politically correct because political correctness is killing society.
It is. No, I agree with that. So Trump is not politically correct, and he is not in office. He is running on his own accord. Hillary is not technically in any office whatsoever now. She's simply running for president.
No, she's still under indictment.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Still under indictment.
They haven't indicted her yet, but she's still under, the hearing. So
scrutiny. It's scrutiny. Yeah.
Scrutiny.
So anyway, so she is technically not trying to hold her tongue to fall back on her senatorial position or her Department of Defense director position or anything. She's technically unemployed. So between Trump and her, and Carson also, actually, you got 3 people that don't have to worry about their seats in government. Their only goal is to get elected, which I think is actually awesome, because it's the people who aren't already in office that really bring it. You know what I'm saying? You're talking your Ross Perot's, you're talking your...
Oh, God, not Ross Perot.
I'm just saying, he wasn't in office, so when he talked, he
What
spoke...
about Bob Dole? Was he in office?
Ross Perot was never in office.
I'm not saying Ross Perot, but was Bob Dole in office when he was running too?
I think he was Speaker of the House when he was running. Yeah, Dole, he was Speaker of the House.
Because remember, that was that same election. There was Bob Dole, Ross Perot. Who was that third guy? I forget his name.
The guy won?
Yeah.
Hillary's husband, I think, was his name.
Right, him.
I don't think you're right on that.
I might not be, but either way. I remember, there was Ross Perot, there was Bob Dole, and then there was someone else.
I'd have to look at that. I don't... Because when Bush Sr. was president for 4 years and lost to Clinton, he was a one-term president and lost to Clinton. And I think that was the election where it was Bush, Clinton, and Perot. I could be wrong on that. Damn it, now I gotta Google it. Son of a bitch. Night Strike. Why do you do this to me?
Because that's just how I roll. Wait. I remember who it was. It wasn't just Ross Perot and Bob Dole. It was the Green Party's favorite.
Al Gore.
No, not Al Gore. The other one, Ralph Nader. The
Okay,
same guy. This
my
Ralph
memory is better than all of yours. It was Clinton, Bush, and Perot in '92. I just googled it.
I'm talking about the one with Bob Dole. That was in '96, wasn't it?
There wasn't. Hold on. Now I got to Google that.
You said 92. 4 years later, 96.
I know. Hold on. Wikipedia. Yep, you're right. Clinton, Bob Dole, and Perot again, but he got jack shit.
Yeah. So that's the one I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the previous one, okay? Because I don't remember that far back. Well, I do, but not. It's a little fuzzy in areas.
It's not worth remembering. Who was it? Dukakis against Reagan and Bush Sr. against somebody. And then we had the whole fiasco with Gore and Bush Jr. or W, where Gore won the popular vote, but the electoral votes due to one state went to Bush, and that turned out to be terrific. And then
Yeah, Bush was voted in 2000, right?
I will, yeah.
Because I wasn't old enough to vote for him the first time, but I do remember going and voting for him for the second time, just because of the fact that, he should finish what he starts.
My car broke down on my way to the polling place in 2000, and I had to go get a battery at Pep Boys, and it was after work, and I was tired, and I just said, screw it, I'm going to go home and drink. Because I basically said, I'm in Texas, Bush is going to win. I mean, from the standpoint of, in 2000, Bush is going to win, is going to carry Texas, period. He was the governor here. There's no way that Gore's going to beat him in Texas because I didn't vote. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what? I meant to do it, but screw it.
Well, I mean the re-election. I voted to re-elect Bush. So I don't know. You're not really supposed to tell people who you voted for, but it's just a factor.
Hey, you know what? Tell people who you voted for.
You know.
You know what? I on a daily basis pray to God and tell Him that I apologize for all my sins and all my flaws and all the mistakes I've made. So this whole idea that you're not supposed to tell people about who you voted for or when you voted, no, I don't buy into that.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to do it anyways. I'm just going to say screw it. I'm going to do it anyways, and if people don't like it, well, that's their problem.
Look, I never liked Sarah Palin until I watched Lisa Ann playing the part of Sarah Palin in those shows. So.
Wow.
Like Sarah Palin.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
You like that? Like the parody joke?
Okay, that's enough.
I love Will
You loved
Ferrell.
that one.
Hold on, Will Ferrell did a stand-up on Broadway where he played George W. Bush. It was freaking hilarious.
Did you see Saturday Night Live last week?
No, I did not. What did they do there?
Will Ferrell did a cold open for Saturday Night Live.
Uh-huh.
He reprised the role of George W. Bush, and he said, I, George W. Bush, have seen what's been going on and with the Republican, debates and the Republican race. Yep. And there's so many crazy people and crazy things going on. I would like to announce my candidacy for President of the United States. Because let's be honest, you guys miss me. It was hilarious. I'll link you if you want to watch it. Because it was pretty good.
I'll YouTube it in a minute. after the top.
But I thought it was hilarious. I liked it.
Now the one where he does the stand up, where he's talking about he's George W. and he's talking about all this different stuff, and there's a point where he was talking about a secret program to train chimpanzees with spear guns, and then they all escape. Just crazy crap. And at some point, he explains a Dutch rudder.
All right, right on the right side in the Google chat, there's the URL.
Okay.
You got to watch it. It's hilarious.
Do you know what a Dutch rudder is?
I don't know if we're allowed to say it on air.
But you know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So Will Ferrell's doing that on stage on Broadway. And the funniest part is they lowered him in on a rope like he was coming out of like Helicopter One. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, I told the Secret Service. They said we're going to New York." And I'm like, "Oh, really? That's funny. Why don't you drop me off in a faggy theater district?" And they did. It was pretty funny when he said it funnier than I did. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna watch this video real quick.
Yeah, watch it. It's hilarious. Hey, Heavy B.
Are you a sponsored tier 1 training company out in Indiana?
Wait, we got more people in here. Awesome.
Yeah. So I just have to say, unless your name is Running Bear or Chief Two Rivers, we're all anchor babies.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's a great line. You have to understand, my wife was adopted from Taiwan. Her parents are second generation from Germany, right? They don't speak German, but they're second generation, right? And they had 3 kids of their own and adopted her from Taiwan, adopted 2 other kids from Korea who were orphans of African American soldiers, so they're half Korean, half African American. So they're a family of 6. 3 and then adopted 3. That's freaking amazing. And the 3 they adopted were from overseas. And then, on top of all that, her German red-haired brother, he married a Japanese girl. Her other brother married a Colombian American girl. And then the other brother, who is from Korea, he married a... she's from New Mexico. She's Indian, like American Indian.
Native American.
Feather. Sorry, Native American. That's the right term. Yeah, you're good. And then her sister married a guy who his parents came over from Egypt. He was born in Chicago, but he's Egyptian. So that's my family. And so whenever you hear all these people talking about anchor babies and border and all this crap, I'm just like, dude, this is the melting pot. This is America. This is Statue of Liberty. Come in. Give me your weak, your wretched, your poor. Come into America. That's my stance on it. That's the way it's been over time, and the fact that we're trying to exclude people is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, my mom's father, his grandmother was Native American, so melting pot.
I want to say, who here in this chat who lives in America can actually say they don't have someone in their family that did not come over on the Mayflower or something? Yeah, I mean, like, literally, can you trace your family history back 200 years and tell me that there's not someone who was not an immigrant into this country in your family? That's impossible. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the chat.
No, you're right. You're right. Well, you know,
I'm just we're a country based on immigration.
Yeah. Well, my grandfather, you know, his whole family, you know, had been here in the United States since the colony days. You know, they came over during the colony days, and you know, they fought in the Revolution and whatnot. So, you know, granted, you know, it's no surprise that one of them, you know, married a Native American. So, you know, because pretty much everyone was around in those days.
Well, you're always going to get more, how do I say, men influxing into a country and traveling and coming overseas than you would women. I mean, when has there ever been a massive migration of women to a foreign land?
I also want to put this out there that my grandfather was like 93 when he died. So, just saying, he was born in 1912.
Okay, that's a good run, man. Really good run.
So people don't live, you know, short in my family. They always live until they're like 80s or 90s. It's weird.
Well, since we're sharing, I'm planning on getting colon cancer at about age 75.
Awesome. Well, I hope that works out for you.
Well, no, wait, not colon, prostate.
Prostate. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, well, you figure it out the same way. I mean, colon's in the back door. Prostate is found through the back door when you get tested. But I know my grandfathers both got prostate cancer, and they got the chemo and they got it fixed.
With my grandfather, it was just lung failure because he smoked. When he smoked from the point where he was like 10 till he was like, in his 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what did it. It's not the tar or anything that was. It's just, his lungs just couldn't take it anymore.
You don't think it was the tar in his lungs?
No, they did, because he stopped. He stopped when he was like in his 30s or 40s. He stopped smoking, and that was like.
How old was he when he passed?
93, as I said.
Oh, 93. Okay, hold on. Let me clear this up. He smoked a lot until he was 30, and then he lived to be 93, and the smoking killed him?
He stopped smoking when he was like in his 30s or 40s.
Okay, and he lived another 50-plus years.
Yeah, because he wasn't smoking anymore.
Okay, so did he die of lung cancer?
No, it was lung failure.
Oh, lung failure. Okay. Well, I don't think that's... I'm not a medical doctor, but I don't think that's entirely connected. I just think he was 93. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, it might have also been asbestos, because he did work in those old factories. Like he worked in the Studebaker factory at one point. So he did.
That's right. Mesothelioma is very progressive, diagnosable, and horrible. So I don't think he died of mesothelioma. That's the asbestos.
Yeah. Well.
And trust me, I know all about it because I was on jury duty for 2 days on a mesothelioma case before they kicked me off the jury to start the case.
Yeah. I've only had to go in for jury duty twice, and both times they settled outside of court. And, the judge came in both times and said, yeah, by the way, this is why you're still here. Because both times I was there for 2 hours sitting in a courtroom. And he's like, okay, so we haven't started the case yet because more or less they're still trying to settle outside of court because they really don't want to go to court. And he told us it's just a traffic issue that they're fighting over whose insurance is going to pay.
No,
happened twice.
I've been to jury duty, I think, 3 times, and I would have to say that I am an unjurable person.
Is it because you're too nice?
No. Did you hear my wife? She just Cerberus. It turns out that I'm...
So I guess she's turning purple right now.
I'm a strong-willed, opinionated person that is very wrathful.
So you're an average Texan.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Next time I'm in the jury and they ask me about the punishment process, I'll raise my hand and say, "Can we hang him still?"
There's a good way to get out of jury duty right there.
No, the last jury duty thing I was in, the guy was a meth dealer. And somehow when they caught him, he tossed the meth off his person, which was the basic gist of the intro, because each side gets the intro going, well, we can't get into specifics, but hypothetically this. And I'm like, okay, this guy with the neck tattoos and the short-cut blonde hair, who's the defendant, and they're sitting there talking about possibilities and stuff, about meth and stuff, and I'm just sitting there going and like tossing things away in this thing. They're giving all these hints, and I'm just like, I'm looking at this son of a bitch. I'm just like going, you're a freaking slime bag meth dealer. Then when the cops came in to bust you, toss the bag, and that's that. And he was, and afterwards I found out, because I Googled him, he had been convicted before of other things, lighter drug offenses of selling, distributing. So this guy sold meth. So in the course of the questioning, where they asked the jury what their opinion is and how they feel about things, they said, is anyone here in law enforcement? And the guy sitting to my left raised his hand, and they said, what do you do? And he says, well, I'm an Arlington police officer. And this is in Fort Worth. He lives in Fort Worth. He's an Arlington police officer. And another guy raised his hand, and he said, I am retired, but I was a warden of a prison. Okay, so this guy has all these people in there, and they're trying to pick the jurors. So you got a cop and a warden. And every time that they ask questions, these guys answered them perfectly politically correct, like they wanted to be on the jury, right? And every time
Knowing
they asked,
so well they weren't going to be picked.
and the actual defender, the defense attorney said, now everyone here, blah blah blah, but I would be a fool to put the cop and the warden on my jury, even though they've answered all the questions truthfully, because they know how the system works. That's what he said. Like, we know how the system works, so we know that the guy is already guilty, pretty much. And he wants to put fools on the jury that he can convince otherwise, basically. But I think the one that helped me out getting out of the jury the best was, he said, now, the sentence is anywhere from 5 to 99 years. Is anyone here feeling that they're leaning more towards the 5 years for this type of offense based on it being drug-related and you're not upset about drugs, or the 99 years? And I raised my hand. Who wants to guess what I said?
99.
I raised my hand. The guy called him in. I said, I have no problem sending this man to Huntsville for the next 99 years until he dies.
Yeah, that'll get you out of jury duty.
I didn't want to hold back the punches. Seriously, if I had been put on that jury, I would have seen that son of a bitch go down to Huntsville for the rest of his damn life. I would have convinced every other one of the 11 people to send him there.
Since you're in Texas, you really should ask them next time, are we still allowed to hang him?
I don't want to be overboard, but they asked the question. I gave them my honest answer. I mean,
right.
Literally. I just, the guy's selling meth to people. He's killing people with meth. And he's sitting there smiling, the cocksucker. Sitting there in that chair by his lawyer whispering into him. I can't believe that. Anyway, we have a process. It's flawed, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I've never had to do jury duty at all.
Okay, I just looked it up, and hanging is still legal in Washington and Delaware. 2 states which you wouldn't figure they would allow hanging, but they do.
Well, a lot of the states just have old laws on the book that they've forgotten about, and they just haven't changed it yet. once somebody requests to be hanged, it'll probably get changed pretty quick.
I don't know. They probably would hang him if they requested it.
I mean, we got crap about stealing horses at night that pertain to our cars now. The people just leave stuff on the books on state legislatures. Has to be challenged and put down by a judge.
Honestly, it would probably be cheaper to hang people.
No. It would be, because building a gallows and putting a rope up is cheaper than what we go through for lethal injection. And the fact that, have you heard all this stuff about lethal injection drugs? And
the fact that we get most of it from Europe, and guess what? Europe doesn't want to sell it to us because, we use it for executions, and they don't believe in that in Europe.
Okay, what is so hard about lethal injection? I'm sorry. All you have to do is, when I had my wisdom teeth out 20 years ago, had my wisdom teeth out, I had an anesthesiologist come in, hook me up, put me under, monitor me. The guy drilled, sawed, and yanked all my teeth out. And then I woke up and I was groggy, but I was fine.
I still have mine.
Oh. I'm sorry, just for an anesthesiologist, putting someone under and then introducing something into their system, a poison, you know what? I'll tell you this.
That's too humane.
Have an anesthesiologist put them under and then just put a king cobra in the room with them. How about that?
Then we'd have to kill the cobra.
Just take whatever drugs they use to put people under and just keep pumping more.
Yeah. Yeah, you're actually right. Just any anesthesiologist knows the limit to how much of the anesthesia to put into people to keep them alive and keep them on that brink while they're dying, to keep them alive but not overdo it and have their system shut down. So they could just introduce another drug into there or more of said anesthesia and just put them under. Permanent.
Right.
And we don't run it that way. We run it where there are all these people pulling switches and hitting buttons and stuff. We'd be much better just going back to the old electric chair, in my opinion. Or hanging them.
Well,
hanging's messy.
I know hanging is messy, but here's the thing. The thing is, we all have heard and, even seen on TV at some point, on the news, the atrocities that some criminals go and commit, okay? And I don't see a reason why those people who commit these atrocities have no feelings of remorse, do not care that they're hurting people, but they go ahead and do it anyways and kill people, why we should be humane to them. They don't care anyways. Why should they be treated any different than how they treated others?
Night Strike, they do care. They do care and they do feel.
No, they don't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have committed the crime.
Well, so that's not what the
Night
point.
Strike. Well, I was going to say, G-Webs, Night Strike, the people who kill and murder people derive pleasure from that. They love hurting people.
I would say only a percentage do.
What do you mean? Like they're back in a corner and then they rape someone? I mean, rape and kill a woman?
That's just one small portion of, I mean murder on a whole scale. I don't mean just like one particular instance or one set of instances.
Okay, so wait, there's rape and murder. Hold on.
There's rape and murder. There's serial killers that go out just to do it, to do it.
Murder. There's serial killers that don't rape, but they kill.
Yeah.
There's armed robbers that go in and strong arm things that maybe they didn't intend to kill, but they had to kill to get out of there. So, yeah, I mean, we're talking about on death row. They typically put the people who kill for passion on death row. Typically.
Right.
Not just general killers, not just accidental killers, people who kill for sport and stuff, for pleasure and for their own gratification. Those are the people that typically get the lethal injection. G. Webbs, you had something to say? Okay, G. Webbs is holding his opinion. So, let me tell a little story here, because
Okay.
I want to. When I was a kid, I lived in Huntsville, Texas. Huntsville, Texas is the home of the Walls Unit. They have 7 major prisons when I was a kid, and then multiple minimum security prisons, but the max prisons were 7 in that town. So the Walls Unit is the place in Texas where they kill people. And one day I asked my dad, I said, why is it every time that Saturday Night Live ends, the TV goes off and the lights, flutter? I said, it's the weirdest thing. It's happened 3 times. And my dad said, oh, well, they're doing the electric chair in the Walls Unit. So when I was a kid, I literally, after Saturday Night Live ended, just a couple minutes after that, at midnight, my lights would go out because they were electrocuting some son of a bitch.
So you give too much power to the state by somehow emotionalizing with killers. So the killer, fuck him, or her, I guess, every once in a while. But just because the killer's bad doesn't mean the state gets to decide who gets to live and die. So you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater there.
I don't know. I guess I'm just more of the type that the punishment should fit the crime. I mean, it's just in my personal opinion. I'm not trying to say that's how it should be. I'm just saying that's how I feel.
No, that's your personal opinion. We all have personal opinions. We're entitled to them. This is America, damn it.
Right. Freedom of speech.
We're all entitled to our own opinions, whether politically correct or not. I am anti-execution. Okay? I was raised in a town where I saw the lights flicker after midnight. Also, I lived right next to the TDC part of the National Forest, and if you walked out from my house and went into the forest and then cut up about half a mile, there was a graveyard. It was called the prison graveyard because it was prisoners who had died and been buried there. They moved it somewhere else, but we had about, I think, 10 graves in this prison graveyard, so there's always these spooky stories.
Ooh.
Telling stuff, but it was really surreal because when I was a kid, I'd look out my back window, go to the kitchen window, and the kitchen window looked out onto the forest, and they clear a 50-meter area of the forest, so they'd have the trustees in white suits clearing the area of shrubs and everything. And there'd be a couple guys on horses with shotguns. And I grew up with this. I was 5 years old when I first saw this, so it never bothered me. But again, it was one of those things that now when I reflect on it, it was kind of weird, the fact that I had 20 men in white suits clearing the land with guys on shotguns and horses.
So it's bullshit distraction suggests that anybody who's against given the power to the state to kill the people is somehow being soft on murder or any of the other heinous shit that you people want to have to give the state the power to kill people for. So instead, I challenge you to examine your own position that you said something like the punishment should fit the crime. Then if that was the case and that somehow worked and whatever, then 2 issues. One, how come it hasn't stopped murder? Because we've been murdering people for pretty much ever. And then 2, how do you bring somebody back from murdering them once you've allowed the state to kill them and the state was wrong?
Okay.
Or worth money, so you could just give their family money. What if they don't have a family?
So G-Webs, I grew up in this environment, and I am anti-execution, actually. I don't have a problem with killing people. That doesn't bother me at all. But the fact that it is far better to simply keep them locked up for the rest of their lives until they pass naturally, that is my solution, personally, when they commit heinous acts. Keep them alive. Keep them in a place that is not nice. Quit making prison nice. Come on, guys. Good Lord. They make it like
I'll agree with that. Keep making
mistake.
prison so nice, and that I can agree with.
Now you have Duke Nukem up. That's right.
There you go. You happy now?
Well, I was happy before. Are you happy?
I really could go either way, so it doesn't matter to me.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, you would say that, Mr. California.
Yeah, I mean, I just personally think that execution is a waste of money. It's Old Testament, eye for an eye. Keep them locked up until they reach old age, and don't make it a pleasant experience. Just give them books and crap. Don't let them watch TV. Don't let them have lives and crap.
Don't let them mingle with other inmates.
Well, they can give them some exposure, but not a lot. Because the fact is, when they all intermingle and they all hang out, they're all having a good time. They're all lifting weights. They're bullshitting in the yard. It's not that bad. It's day camp with bars, and we need to get away from that. We need to make it a punishment so that they go, you know what? I am not going to break the law again. I'm going to work and fix these cars and do this job because I do not want to go back to that place. And the fact is, right now, we have a lot of people that really don't give a rat's ass if they're in our world or if they're back in that place. And that's a big problem. If they're not scared of it, that's a problem. Nothing. Seriously, nothing.
I'm not going to argue. I mean, if you were expecting me to argue, I'm not going to.
No. I've said this before in these chats, but the fact is that the whole eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, stone them if they break the law, in biblical terms, if you're a Christian, is off. And that's the biggest problem a bunch of Christians have, is they are holding on to an eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth. Stone them if they break the rules. And the fact is if you are a Christian and you believe in Christ, he broke all those rules. He said, no, don't stone this woman here. Ye who have not sinned, cast the first
Okay,
stone.
let's not get too deep into religion, all right?
That's not very deep. That's just grazing the surface. But
I know, but remember the last time we had the religious discussion, Yankee came in and started going off.
okay, so that did happen. I agree. And Yankee.
I was watching it. I was there. Well, I wasn't in the chat, but I was watching.
I would like
I
to.
even say that I picture Elmer J. Fudd trying to sneak up on Bugs Bunny.
I would like to simply state that Yankee's a pain in the ass, but we all know that, so that's
You're
stated.
preaching
But-
to the choir.
Okay, so Yankee would agree with this. I have a problem with people who are Bible-thumping Christians that state these rules and facts from the Old Testament, these hardcore rules and facts, and they make it part of a political party, and they're all talking about, yeah, execute them, kill them, blah, 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 and you're like, dude, did you read the New Testament? Did you even pay attention? Because that's not what is going on here. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna put a strike against Christians. So Yankee would agree with this. Is a lot of Christians are very ruthless. They attack. They look at the laws that were written down in the Old Testament and they try to pass them on. And you sit there and you go, you know what? Everything you just told that person, everything you said just upset them and offended them. But if you look at the New Testament, he breaks a bunch of the Old Testament laws as far as Jesus goes. He goes, you know what? Forgive people. Love thy brother. What if somebody strikes you on your face? Will you let them strike you again? Love thy brother.
Nathan, are you apologizing because Yankee would agree with you?
No, Yankee
Or-
would agree with that. Yankee would have
Because
to
you're-
take on.
I was just saying, or because you're bringing religion
I'm just
into
saying.
the chat. I've got no problem. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. That's cool.
We should have any apologists in here.
I'm just saying that if Yankee were in here, he would spin off in another circle. But when you're talking about executing people, when you're talking about hooking people up to electrodes or hooking people up to lethal injection, we're talking about life and death here. We're talking about political choices. We're talking about life and death of people that is, you know, a manner of our society of dealing with people who do not obey the laws. And you can't do that without bringing a little bit of religion into it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can. All kinds of people don't give a shit about religion, and they still kill people.
It's true.
Very true. Now, as far as capital punishment goes, there are bonuses to it. One, if we would streamline the system, it would save the taxpayers tons of money. Bad point of it is
That'd be
you're taking
awesome.
a
Then we
life.
could kill people even faster, and then when we figure out that we killed the wrong people, what do we do again?
Exactly.
We just say
You
sorry.
can't really streamline the system.
Gee whiz, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, right?
And then if
But the point I was going to make,
we don't care that we killed the wrong people, then what do we care what we do? We can do anything wrong. There's nothing that we could do wrong that's less than killing people.
the point I was going to make was what my father always told me. He always felt it was far more cruel to imprison someone for the rest of their life. It's like taking a wild animal, throwing them in a cage.
Exactly. So what are you going to care? What's going to repel crime more? The idea that you're going to spend eternity alive in bullshit, or that you're going to be killed eventually and you're going to get a nice meal and you'll be famous and people know your name for the rest of the time?
And that goes back to the whole, we got to make prisons not so nice anymore. You know, I understand the reason they're giving these people, these prisoners, all these things like movies and TV and all that stuff is for control. But also you got to, and because there are innocents that are in jail. And yeah, there are innocent people that go to jail, but it's a very small percentage. And as long as we can use the legal system to
How do
our
we know
advantage,
that?
I mean,
How do
they're
we
good at
blow that off? How do we blow that off? That it's a small percentage of people that go to jail that shouldn't be there. Number one, there's a shit ton of people in jail. We have more people in jail than anywhere, percentage-wise, more people than any other country on the planet. Now you're going to suggest that a portion of them aren't supposed to even be there? That would make it
I wasn't done with my statement.
on the planet that are jailed incorrectly. And if you're going to acknowledge that, and I understand that you had another point, but I'm harping on this because by overlooking inconsistencies in the logic, we allow ourselves to be fooled into the bullshit letting the state kill people. So if we're going to say that we acknowledge that there's people that shouldn't be in jail, how can we not acknowledge that there's people that shouldn't be killed?
G-Webs.
Unless we're down
I'm
with
not saying that, G-Webs. What I was saying is that we need to make prisons less nice. We don't want these people to want to go back, and for the innocent people that are there, that sucks for them. But we need to keep jails a scary place. They're going to use the legal system, and if they find, and if they win and they get out, they're still going to get out, and they're still going to end up suing for the time that they were in. That's just it. Every time anybody who's found innocent, they got in prison, they sue, and they rightfully get compensated. I'm not saying anything about that, but we need to stop worrying about how they're, how they're treated while they're in there, and work on the process of making sure we don't put innocent people in there to begin with.
Well, okay, so hold on. The process of putting people in jail is very screwed up in this country. I have to agree with you on that, Heavy. The process of putting people in jail is very intense. Oh, Marco's here. So it's not entirely right. But again, people who are found guilty of capital crimes warranting possibly the death sentence, I want them locked up, put them away from other people, and subjected to reading books or watching SpongeBob SquarePants only. Because it's good for half an hour. After that, it will drive you insane. And that should be their punishment for the rest of their damn lives, in my opinion.
Who watched the debate?
Nobody. We're not talking about that, Marco. We're talking about killing people.
So have you used the SpongeBob thing to get out of jury duty too?
No, but I will.
Who do you think won the debate?
It was pretty good. I don't think there was any winners.
Going into it, it was Trump and then Cruz. Do you think it's still Trump and then Cruz?
I don't think Cruz. Well, put it this: Donald Trump didn't do anything. Honestly, I don't think he looked good. I don't think he looked bad. If anything, other people gained, and he probably lost because other people gained. I think Ted Cruz did good. He did okay, kind of, sort of. The person who I think did the best was probably Carson. Honestly, he was really he knew a lot about like international incidents going on and had like a plan of what to do. It sounded like, which for him is probably like his weakest thing, to have a foreign policy, because he doesn't really have experience in foreign policy. So I think he looked probably the best. Christie looked good.
What?
Christie didn't look that bad.
Ugh. I don't like that guy.
I don't like him either, but Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio went at each other like twice.
Yeah, that was bad. Carson, I think, when they tried to make him be a dick, he was like, nope. And a couple other people were like, nope. And then when they tried to make them go at it, they're like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yep, and even Bush fell for it too.
Bush looked like a chump.
They did.
And he flubbed his exit speech or whatever. He doesn't want it.
I mean, Carson probably did the best. He gained the most. Trump just stood there.
I think Trump knows that he didn't have to do anything there, right? He just had to.
He's in such a big lead that he doesn't have to work. And put it this, he doesn't have to work until one of them catches up. I mean, what's Ted Cruz trending? What, 13% maybe? So he's dogging everybody. They need to thin the herd though. Like people like Christie just gotta go. If you have under 5%, just get out. Like
Yeah, I don't know how they came up with that. Put 4 people first. They should have got rid of Christie and that other guy who's weird at the end, and then I don't know, maybe the girl.
Get rid of Christie and Kasich.
no, seriously. Like I mean, if Kasich wasn't so goofy and like socially awkward, like, the Ohio people were weird.
Did he even say anything?
He just gets up there and kind of rants, and he's karate chopping everything tonight. Like, there's going to be somebody that takes him and karate chops him into some music video, because he was going nuts with his karate chops.
And all he talks about is how well he runs the state of Ohio. Like in the state of Ohio, I do the state of Ohio.
Yeah, he does not have a good, what do they call that, like coach or strategist or whatever. He just gets up there and like, anyway.
Well, that's kind of like, sorry, that's kind of like the same thing with Chris Christie too. I mean, that's all he kept talking about was New Jersey, New Jersey. So,
yeah.
I mean, playing to their strength is a good thing, but when they just keep doing nothing but playing that same card over and over again, I don't know. I feel the first debate, as they call them, the Little Four, I thought that one was way better than the second one.
I missed it, and I started the second one maybe like 30 minutes late, 40 minutes late.
I guess nobody else agrees with me on the Little Four.
When is the actual primary? How much longer do we have where we have to listen to 15 people?
March. I think they said there's one more of these in January.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to start dropping out until after the Iowa caucus. That's when votes will actually be cast.
I don't really mind. This one was sort of all a big waste of time because they were fucking talking about Paris and California. Stupid. So then, you know.
Yeah, I totally missed that. I totally missed like all that.
That was pretty most of it. I mean, it was kind of all about that, or at least it all kind of went back to that.
Well, like I call like the second half. Well, I probably missed about a good hour then, because like by the time I got there, it was ISIS, and refugees.
Oh well, I guess I'm considering all of that as the same thing. I guess it was national defense. I guess that's what it was tonight.
Yeah.
So I don't really care about them. None of them are going to be good at national defense. Some of them are suck, and some of them are horrible. But everybody's going to suck at national defense, I think. I'm actually down with the chick more than anybody. She wants to take on China now. I'm down for going over to China. Let's do it.
Not just to get all the comm block weapons you have?
I'll definitely take home war trophies, but I'm saying they've got 340 million men of 19 to 34 or something crazy. So we'd have a fight over there. That's for damn sure. Plus, how would we even get enough people over there? It'd be a crazy battle. Or crazy war, I guess. Anyway, that's...
It'd be the coalition.
Start off aerial and naval.
It would be the coalition, obviously.
Yeah, one of the guys in the chat is saying they should have had Lindsey Graham with the big guys instead of the small guys, and they should have put Kasich with the small guys.
I can't believe someone like Lindsey Graham, who was like a leader.
From he shouldn't be in the big ones.
No, well, I mean, like think of it this way: Lindsey Graham probably holds the biggest political office out of anyone who's actually running.
Oh.
He was, you know what I'm saying? He's a senior, senator or house? I don't know what house he's in, but he's a senior congressman, and he was a leader of either the majority or the minority, whatever.
He's a state senator for South Carolina. I know. I live in South Carolina.
All right. Well, was he the majority or the minority leader of what? And what house is he? What would you say? A senator?
I think he's the majority leader.
No, he was. I don't think he is anymore.
He's not anymore. No, but he's still in the Senate. So
that's what I'm saying. So like he's the highest up there of those that are running, and I find it funny that he's at the bottom, like 4 or whatever.
Problem is he appeals to a lot of South Carolina, but the problem is he doesn't appeal to everyone else around the rest of the United States. It's just like one area.
I just don't like people that talk slow. It bothers me.
Well, then you wouldn't like Ben Carson.
He does talk slow, and that bothers me too.
And he doesn't talk loud enough. He doesn't when he gives a speech, he doesn't, raise his voice, to the level you'd expect from, someone giving a speech. He just speaks softly. And that doesn't give me a lot of hope.
It's a yawning tone. And I also think that Ben Carson will never have the balls to look over at somebody and be like, "Fuck you." And I need a president to be able to do that.
I think he would.
No.
Yeah,
he'd be like, "Excuse me, sir. Do you mind?"
He didn't like that, but he'd be getting the same point across, and then he'd stab the dude, and then none of these other people.
With the scalpel?
No, he said when he was a kid or something, right? Had to stab somebody.
Yeah, and he was bad at that.
Live on the streets.
He was bad about that, so.
Well, I figured today would be a day for Trump to be a complete dick or something and be taken out. I don't know, but then he did that whole I like being a Republican. Thank you very much. So it seems like he's more sincere than a lot of people, were questioning that or whatever. He's either at least he must be aware of people questioning that because he addressed it.
I mean, the race has got to get tighter than this. I mean, you can't have people you know what I'm saying? So many people so far away from it. The race has got tightened up. I think it's going to get interesting towards the very end. The last 2 weeks is going to be ridiculous. There's going to be 3 people going for it. There's no way Trump can win. I just don't see it. And not because he's Trump, because he's a pop icon or a celebrity like Reagan used to be. He can't. I don't think he can win it because he's just wild.
It'd be incredibly funny if he won. I mean, it'd be interesting. I think we'd in for some really wild shit because he basically got up to there today and was just like, I'm gonna do that excellently. That'll be excellent, and I'll make that excellent, and that'll be the best one ever. And we're gonna make America great again.
Free T-shirts and hats for everyone.
I like how he called him out, telling Trump that he's not going to insult his way to the White House.
Yeah, you could tell he was somebody was like, you should tell him this, and he's like, well, I'm going to tell him that. I can't wait. I'm going to tell him that, and I'm going to say it when he's insulting people. I'm going to say it. And Fiorina had a couple of two or whatever. She was like, this is why. You could tell she was waiting. This is why we shouldn't have politics in there. Or this is why we shouldn't have politics.
I hate those punchlines that are pre wait all you have to so just wait for Donald Trump to say something loud and then all I have to say is stop yelling.
Those are so.
Or when Trump called Jeb weak, said he was too nice a guy, that he doesn't have it to be tough, and Jeb sounded like a little kid going, "Yes, I do."
You're getting, or what did he tell him? He's like, you're trying to get it lively or something. Good. Or right at the beginning, he was like, yeah, you need to get lively, or you're trying to get angry.
And just like his daddy, Rand Paul just can't do enough. I don't understand why Rand Paul should be on the bottom rung of the candidates. I don't understand why he's not on the other B-side debate.
Who knows?
He's still there because he's got the most rational fucking shit behind him. It's just the people ain't ready for it, I guess. Yeah, at least
I think they could have nixed Fiona. I think they could have nixed Fiona, the weird guy I don't even know his name, and Christie, and put in Graham. I mean, Graham lit it up in the little four. I think he would have done well in the main debate.
Was Huckabee on the B joint?
What?
Was Huckabee on the B squad?
Yeah.
Yeah, Huckabee, Graham, they were all.
Is Bobby Jindal still out there?
I don't remember the other two's name. They're weird.
No, it was Pataki. It was Mike Huckabee,
Itch or something.
Lindsey Graham, and it was Rick Santorum.
Kasich or something, I thought.
Kasich was in the big one.
No, he was in the A squad.
Oh,
yeah, he didn't deserve to be there at all.
But you don't like that chick? I know that people in the chat don't like her, but I like what she says half the time.
I don't know. She was kind of just saying a milder version of what Trump's saying because they're both business people. I mean,
Yeah.
she wasn't saying anything wrong. I mean, it's just she was being kind of like a mild Trump.
I hear that, but I feel like she's got actual specifics. I guess Trump should also. I think they're both gonna, if they win, they'd do it the same way. They would bring people in that know what they're doing and let them do what they know what to do.
I see her as too mommy-ish.
Mommy?
Mommy,
She wants to
yeah.
go have a war with China, dude.
Do we really need to have a war with China?
It's about time. It's going to happen eventually. Let's go make them. Let's go free the shit out of them. They're freaking communists still.
With communism, eventually it implodes on itself. So.
Yeah, just let it sit there.
As long as they're not being angry, but they're over there being aggressive, I thought.
They're only being aggressive to people that, are egging them on.
Well, no, they're cyber attacking the shit out of us. I mean, I definitely believe
they are doing that.
We should definitely put a stop to that and put this as far as going over there. No, but I would shut down their fucking internet from over here or some shit like
that. Cut the cables.
Yeah.
All we have to do is hit them with a solid EMP.
It's not a thing.
For electronics, it'd be fish out of water.
An EMP is a thing, but the problem is in order to get it on that scale, you'd have to detonate a nuclear weapon, and you don't want to do that.
No, I'm not saying that's not a thing. I'm saying you can't just shut off parts of the internet. That doesn't.
Oh no, but I'm just saying some sort of major cyber attack towards them. You know what I'm saying?
We should get all the people that are trying to hack Microsoft all the time and have them team up against China.
It sounds like Anonymous already does attack ISIS, right?
We'll put it like this. I mean, they put out a challenge, or they put out a threat to them, but I haven't seen them come up with anything in the last since they put out the video, oh, we're now gonna hunt you and blah blah blah. I haven't seen them drop any names or anything like that, which is what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, do a Snowden to ISIS.
Yeah.
Iraq or some shit. Or Iran, I guess.
Hack their Instagram account.
They want to just take the fucking war over there and nuke them. Or carpet bomb them. They're all about carpet bombing. That shit's gonna fly. Because that's basically what it's
G-Webs.
What?
G-Webs, right there. That link right there is the submarine cable map, which is basically all the cables that connect each country to the internet to each other. So basically, if you wanted to cut off China, literally, you would cut the internet cables connecting the United States to China.
All right.
So there is a way to do it. Granted, they could go through other countries to get back to the United States, but they'd have rather high latency, but they could still do it. It wouldn't cut them off completely, but it would make it that much harder for them to try and do what they're doing.
Whatever. We just win over tech, I'd say.
But it is possible to cut them off, but as I said, they would still find ways around it. But it is possible.
This map is fucking awesome, bro.
To whoever's going to win on the Republican side is going to get up against Hillary, and then it's going to be all about international now. And economy, a little bit.
On that map, those are submarine cables. They're in the ocean, going from one country to another.
Yeah, every one of those is susceptible to shark attack. It's bullshit.
You know how many glutens there are in the ocean?
Oh man!
I heard that there's a gluten wad the size of Texas. It just floats around out there. Whales get stuck in it and then die, and then they rot in it, gross, turn into gluten.
No. The whale eats the gluten and has a gluten attack.
Oh man, a whale eating gluten and then he sprays with that blowhole, gluten's everywhere. What happens to that environment? Poor ocean.
All right, I'm gonna call it a night. Have a good one.
Too much glutens.
Have a good night. So, G-Webs, if we carpet bomb them, are we going to use shag?
That's a good question. I like the Berber.
I think you're right on.
They are the land of making carpets and whatnot.
You sure you wouldn't hire Iran to make you some nice Persian rugs?
You want that? You want to give them the bombs so that they can sell them back to us? Oh, could you make these into some nice carpet bombs for us?
They're like, yeah, sure.
At least they're decorative.
Well, you know, we're not being serious at all right now.
We're not?
No, we're not.
That's what it sounds like it's going to be, though. It's going to be the one on the Republican side is going to be all about taking it over there and bringing troops back on and to get rid of that treaty and starting all a bunch of shit over there again. And Hillary's going to be all, you know, for her side, she's going to be all blah, 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 peace and love and blah, 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 and can't have war and shit. And then it's just going to be who thinks.
An Australian-style gun ban?
Well, that I guess too, but I think that war and stuff will be their biggest thing. I really don't think that guns are something that's gonna win a presidency. I don't know.
Stranger things have happened.
I guess so. Maybe in an environment where everybody's down, everybody's chill, but when they're all scared of terrorism and then whether or not we should go fight again, go fight over there, I guess.
Come on, man. This is gun channels. Guns are important.
Hey.
By the time Hillary is running against whoever the Republican candidate's going to be, gun sales will probably have gone up to over 400 legally sold firearms in the United States. 400 million, I mean, they're already people are already lining up outside local gun shops out here in San Bernardino just to buy guns because of what happened 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Hey, quick question. Who else on here shoots well, not else, but who on here shoots 308?
Why, you got one you want to give me?
Only every badass sniper there is on this channel.
So I got a direct message from someone on Instagram, and it was a picture. Oh, well, actually, it was just a text. It said, if you had a choice, Remington 700 and 308, Howa Whitetail in 308, Howa Trigger Master in 308. Can't choose or see what the big difference is. They're approximately $50 difference. Which one would you get? I don't know.
Go with the Howa.
That's a tough one. Howa makes nice rifles, but I think the Remington 700 would be better. And it's like, what version of the 700? There's like 20 different versions of it.
They're talking about the cheap-ass version if they're comparing it to the Howa. The Howa is the better buy.
Z, where you been?
I think he's lost his voice.
I think he has too. Either that or his mic's not plugged in.
Nathan, so would you get a Howa over Remington 700? You're muted, bro.
No, I'm not muted. I'm thinking, but if I were a person asking that question, I'd get the Howa.
Hey, did anyone notice how a shark attack just happened and it cut Island's internet tube? Did anybody witness that?
The only reason I get Remington 700s is because I take my Remington 700 and put hundreds of dollars of modifications into them. So if you just want to buy a gun, get the Howa.
All right.
Quality.
Yeah, I'd probably go with the Trigger Master if I was going to do that.
I got a Remington 700 that has $2,500 worth of modifications over 10 years.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing about the 700 is you can do so much with it.
Yeah, but the Howa is you can still do the same amount of stuff with most of what they use because they're using base model parts. It's just a nicer get up and go. I mean, somebody
Well,
says,
if you're going to go with that price range, why not just go with the CZ308?
if somebody said to me, I want a good rifle that's very accurate out to 400 or 500 yards, I'd say go with the Howa.
But if somebody wants to tacticalize it, you would go.
Oh, if they wanted to spend $2 or $3 grand on it, yeah, get the 700.
All right.
Hell, my 700 was $400 at Academy before I replaced every damn part of it, except for the receiver unit. So the HOA is the better deal, to be honest with you, especially if they're going 308. HOA only operates in short action. They don't make long action rifles.
What's the difference? What like is that like the difference between the throw and the bolt?
The bolt action part of it will only accept a 308. You can't go 7 mag or 300 Win mag or anything bigger than 308. Short action. If you want a good 308, go with the HOA. Period.
We know your internet is weak right now because it's being attacked by a shark in the underwater internet tubes.
Check.
I hear you.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to make it or not. It's just going out every few minutes, basically.
The planets aren't in alignment tonight.
Well, mine was kind of getting that during the debates. It kept breaking up, too.
It's something to do with Hawaiian Telecom. They're supposed to come over, I think, on the 21st. We got an appointment.
Good luck.
You gotta wait a fucking week for them to show up?
Oh, it's been an ongoing issue for more than 2 weeks.
It's Hawaii, dude.
We're like, get the fuck out here right now. Or I'm not paying you until you do. Better get your shit prorated.
Well, I'm just on the Wi-Fi. Like the studio that I live in is attached to the house, and that's where the Wi-Fi is. So it's not even my Wi-Fi, so to speak. It's included with the rent, though.
So it's basically your landlord that, has to fix it.
Correct.
It might just be a bad device.
That's what I'm hoping, but we'll see.
They can just switch it out with a new modem because it's probably one of those combo modems.
That's kind of what happened last time, but that was only last year when they changed it, so I think there's some other crap going on.
Could be a bad cable running to the house.
And if that's the case, that's going to be a pain in the ass. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I want to ask a question to everyone, and this is a touchy subject. And we can decline talking about this once I present the question. But here it is. We have a very controversial presidential run, meaning Trump on one side and Hillary on the other currently. Do you think either one of those sides would require more Secret Service protection than the other for fear of hypothetically first-person shooter or sniper? You think either one of those sides would really need to bulk up?
Isn't Hillary already protected because she's part of she's the first lady?
All presidential candidates are protected by the Secret Service, even Trump. But
No. What I'm saying is, her husband was president. Isn't she protected underneath him anyways?
Yeah, she's protected by Secret Service. But what I'm saying is, Secret Service protection details are intensified based on presidential candidates, which even Carson's protected by them currently because he's running for president. But they, put more resources towards more people. The more you're popular, the more they protect you. Right.
So what's the question?
I'm just saying, of all the presidential candidates, who needs the most protection? I mean, Trump's a magnet to crazies, and Hillary is a magnet to people who are more patriotic.
Well, remember, Trump also has enough money to fund his own security force if he needs to.
Pretty sure Trump's pretty secure, not relying on the Secret Service. And Hillary, she has Secret Service, and they've been in her pocket for 20 freaking years. Do you know that she actually built a house on the backside of her property to have the Secret Service live in and then charge the government rent?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Secret Service snipers typically will watch any public platform where they're talking from out to 700 yards is the rule. And they use Remington 700 7mm mags, and they're very good with them. And that's their watch points for public talks. And that's just the snipers on the Secret Service side. That's what they do. That wasn't a question, it was just fact. Why'd you add effects? Oh, good God.
I had to do it. It was too quiet.
I presented kind of a statement per question.
You killed it. You killed it, man.
I killed it. Yeah, you're right. I killed it. Oh.
Your heart was in the right place, but the topic was not.
You know what? Nobody wants to say anything because we're afraid something's going to happen, I think. But maybe we never thought of that.
No.
You know what? Bad stuff happens to crappy people, whatever. It's the world.
Welcome to America.
Mm-hmm. This is the most polarized presidential debate and election I've seen in my lifetime. You got people on both sides angering.
And you've seen a lot
of people. There's angry Mexicans. There's angry Muslims. There's angry Americans. There's all these angry people in this presidential race. It's crazy. We're a hot mess. America is a freaking hot mess.
There's crazy Texans?
I'm one of them.
No, wait. I think Jeb... Isn't Jeb from Florida, not Texas?
None of them are really from Texas. It's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, he was the governor of Florida, wasn't he?
And one went to Texas and one went to Florida. But they were raised in Massachusetts and they claim Texas. Whatever.
Well, let's be honest. Do you want to really tell people you're from Massachusetts?
Why wouldn't you?
Why would you?
Well, Texas could offend them or could impress them, so it's a hit or miss. Massachusetts is just this or that.
Yeah. But I will say one thing. Like Trump, I'm not afraid to show my birth certificate.
Birth certificates are big.
You know, it was the whole Trump Obama birth certificate thing. You remember that, right?
The truthers. Bullshit.
I thought that might be because you still got carded for smokes.
Hell, I don't get carded anymore.
No, the truthers were a distractionary tactic. I mean, honestly, the fact that they were being attacked by people saying, was he born in America or not born in America, or truthers, that was just a retarded gimmick to keep them off the fact that he is who he is. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you distract someone and you throw a smoke bomb over here, that's what the truther movement was. They fed that. Because they didn't want anyone focusing on what he was saying or doing. Okay, no one agrees with me. Whatever. G-Webs, back me up. Actually, Digital Prophet, you should back me up on this.
I think he was away from the keyboard real quick.
Okay, so I'm going to let you in on a secret. President Obama was born in Hawaii. His mother was a communist who was the daughter of a communist family. She loved communism so hardcore that she was in a Russian class in Hawaii and screwed some guy from another country, Kenya. Yeah, screwed a Kenyan and had our president. He was already married in Kenya, which is ironic, but anyway, he took off for their baby was born. She married some guy who then they went to another country, I think Sam something, I don't know. Fuck, I can't remember. But anyway, he was raised there. Then he came back to America. He lived in Hawaii with his grandparents, who were communists for a long time. And then he went off to college in Chicago. And then he went to Chicago and became our president. And the fact that he got through all that shit and then was elected our president without anyone really pointing that out points out the fact that our country is totally fuckballed.
Well, is it crying over spilt milk at this point? Because he's 7+ years into his gig, and nothing's going to change that at this point, right?
No, I'm not saying like...
Well, here's a question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But in this panel, how many of you voted for him?
Zilch.
I doubt anybody on this panel.
That's the point.
And again, my only point to that whole monologue there was the fact that it amazes me he got past all that and got elected president because he was attractive and African American and they propped him up. the media prompt them up and stuff. So my point is, it really detracts my faith in the current political process.
Oh, you should have already been upset with that more than 20, 30 years ago, already disappointed in the way that the political system works around here. But I hear what you're saying. But you got to understand, though, too, at the time, like, he was a pretty good orator. He was definitely good at speaking to the masses pre-being president, when he was actually out on the road.
But look at the fact that everyone out on the road right now are busting their balls over every little thing. I mean, Carson's being called out on crap he did when he was 14.
Well, they tried calling him out, but when it came time for facts and stuff like this, who came forward with anything concrete? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back in the day, so to speak. 7 years ago.
He didn't come out with concrete. He came out with a knife.
Automatically pass. And that's the problem.
Dano's here. All right.
Dana?
Uh-huh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead and talk.
Yes, sir.
That could be a downside.
So I was gone, or not here, not necessarily gone, but not here for 2+ weeks, and I come back and I hear we're at war with China. When did that happen?
No, Fiorina wants to declare war on China.
Did she say why?
She might have. I didn't hear that part.
Had to do with the stress over the building of the artificial islands in the South China Sea, and China trying to spread out their borders into the South China Sea.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's something that's going to be worth going to war over, so to speak, though, yes?
Well, there's $5 trillion worth of material that goes through that area every year on an annual basis. I mean, because like all the small countries from like South Asia,
sail around it,
all ship through the South China Sea.
No, I definitely understand that, and I understand why they are doing that, so to speak. I'm just simply asking, is that something that is so grave that the world is willing to go to war with China? That's what I'm asking.
Well,
no, it's not.
It's an economic cost, and economics are part of your resources as a nation. That's your treasure that you spend when you go to war. Treasure, blood and treasure. Well, the treasure is the economics. So, and we have various treaties with nations in that area. The strongest being, of course, with Japan.
Okay, so hold on. China wants to dredge up part of its coastline to make more islands for more production, and everyone's got their rat tails up and upset about that. That should not be something someone gets upset about, because you have to be so close to your coastline that you can dredge up and build the islands out of the sand and stuff. Once you fall off the shelf,
it's not off the continental shelf.
It's not the shelf, but they have to be doing it close enough to their mainland to dredge up the islands. They can't make islands like way the fuck out, like 100 miles.
They have.
I don't believe that.
This is the same country that built the wall.
They built the wall
Pink Floyd?
500+ years ago.
They built the wall. The emperor built the wall to keep the Mongolians out, and look what happened.
Let's be real. He didn't build shit. he had the slaves and prisoners
true.
die building it. He didn't build it.
True, but in the books they say he built it. So yeah.
But this is a country that philosophy goes beyond their own lifetimes, their life philosophy.
Well, but here's also the other thing. The philosophies of ancient China do not represent in any way, shape, or form the current socio-political ideologies of current China.
But that's where they trace their philosophies from, as we trace our philosophies from this country, most of us here in this channel at least, and the roots of this country. We are not the same as the original settlers when it was, a colony. We are not the same as the Patriots in 1776, but we still have roots going back to those philosophies and belief systems.
I definitely understand.
And what's wrong?
I definitely understand what you're saying, but I guess when you compare us to them, you have something that is 250 to, even if you stretched it back for the colonies to like 350 years for here, you're literally talking about 2,000 plus years.
Well, I have another example that's a little closer. Let's go to the Middle East.
Not if I have to.
Exactly. Where there are large groups of people throughout that entire region that literally want to go back to 1400. Or is it 1000? I forget. When
1,000.
It's like
1,000.
between
So they want to go back
700 and 900. Yeah.
I mean, they don't want to be similar to 1,000 years ago. They want it exactly as it was 1,000 years ago. And it's not like it's just a couple hundred or a couple thousand or a couple 100,000. There's a shitload.
Yeah,
Well,
but that ain't ever going to happen.
The interesting thing about that too is actually, before Islam was a religion, starting in 790 or whatever it is, they were killing each other for thousands of years prior to that throughout BC through pre-recorded history. If you want to take it back to the Sumerians, the Assyrians, the Kushites, literally, they made
The Ottoman Empire.
That's way newer. That's also way newer. But they've really been killing each other for you can almost say that whole area has been killing each other for about almost 4,000 years, if not longer.
Well, let's get back to the whole China thing.
If you look at Afghanistan as to what the whole Middle East used to be like politically, is that the whole area was a tribal area. Which is what Afghanistan is like today. It's a tribal state.
A lot of that area is tribal. You're right.
And most of the Middle East, has
tribal or
tribal.
dictatorship.
Well, the
It
dictators
is
just
tribal
cover up.
or-
That's just the wrapping over the tribes. They keep the tribes in line, but the tribes connect, and the tribes and those family connections from the tribes still exist. Everybody knows what tribe they're from.
All right.
Everybody thinks they know what tribe they want to be from or that they think they are from. I don't necessarily know that it's factually based as much as it's where they feel like they want to be from, so therefore that's what they claim.
Well,
you understand what I'm saying?
If they believe it and they're willing to die for it, they might as well be.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it so. That just makes them misinformed or
It makes that clan or that tribe that much more influential. The more members they have.
Whether you're really from that tribe or you just act on their beliefs makes no difference. It's when you act on the belief that makes a difference.
Wasn't there a chick this year that was white that claimed to be black and there was all the social outrage? So I don't necessarily so that you believing it so makes it a reality.
Well, race and tribes are not necessarily the same thing. You can be
But he's right. He's right. There's one crazy woman who thought she was black who wasn't, and pretended she was black.
Now, wait a minute, Nathan. I can't believe you think that there's only one crazy woman out there. Come on now.
Oh, no, I didn't say one crazy woman. I said there was a crazy woman. Now, I believe that I am an American, but I know that I probably wasn't originally that. I was probably from Europe or something.
Well, most people have multiple associations with multiple tribes.
I believe it's not where you come from. It's your belief system that is the problem.
But some people's belief system incorporates where you're from. It may also incorporate the color of your skin. It may also incorporate how you pray and who you pray to.
Yes.
So that's
it's not the color of your skin that matters so much, or where you're from. It's who you pray. It's who you pray and who you pray to.
The white pointy hat tribe.
Yeah.
It mattered.
It does matter.
And they're just
wait. White pointy hat. That doesn't mean you're part of the Klan, does it?
That was an example of me trying to say the Klan without saying the Klan.
Just go ahead and say it. No one cares.
Social group that does that, right? And then we have again the social group that worships Allah. And then we have the social group that worships Allah but is really angry and wants to blow themselves up against us. So the problem is how do you find people that just worship Allah, worship God, Jehovah, worship them, and are just worshiping?
There was an on the street poll, and I found it quite interesting, and it had, and it was done here in America. Fox News had a black guy go out in the street, and he just asked. He went to a mosque, and when services or whatever his prayers were done and they were coming out, he would just randomly ask, people coming out if they would be willing to answer a question, and the question is. Do you believe that that Sharia law is above the Constitution, or the Constitution is above Sharia law, as far as which comes first?
Sharia law comes first.
But in Sharia law is where, example, there's over, I want to say 113, but it could be 119.
But you're asking
in Sharia law as to how one is to treat non-believers, and it's not with cookies and tea.
Mm-hmm.
So if one believes in the one, you must believe in the other.
Yeah. Everyone believes that Sharia law.
Wait a minute. That means that everybody that reads the Bible believes that anybody that is divorced or can't be divorced, that you also have to stone your wife.
But no one said. Not any of the respondents said, "I believe in Sharia law," except for the way that they talk about treating non-believers. No one said anything like that. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Z. That like I have exemptions. There are parts of the Bible that I do not believe, like stoning people in the Old Testament.
Well, see, and I mean, I love God and all that, but I just personally feel that anybody that believes that God actually goes to church is already lost, because God doesn't need to go to church. That is a folly of man. God is in every single one of us, so to speak. So, I mean, anybody that thinks that organized religion or is as in the only way is mistaken. You know what I mean?
Island.
It can be part of it, but it is not the only way.
Island.
Well, that's your belief, and you are certainly entitled to your belief, and that's what makes this country great. I think.
We got three things on the table. One is the fact that Muslims will come out of a mosque and they will not be agreeable to certain things. And that's understandable because their faith dictates certain things. Now, Helen, what are the three questions, Dano? Remind me.
I'm sorry, I just stepped out of the room. Well,
How many walkers have I killed?
Okay, Helen, so you don't have to go to church to be a believer.
Right.
Yeah.
That is true.
I'm just saying. You can believe in repentance and following God and His rules and saying, I'm sorry when I screw up, because we all screw up. That's the basics of it.
Be right, do right.
Only one aspect talks about obeying the Sabbath, and what does that mean? And that can vary from one, what I'll call, flavor of Christianity or religion than another.
Well, the Sabbath and following what it means is directly going into Judaism. That's going into prior to Christ.
Which is what Christianity is bred out of. That's like, you can't separate the parent from the child. I mean, they are strongly rooted in...
You can, actually.
You cannot.
You can.
They are... No, you cannot.
Dano,
and that's the beauty of our system. We can agree
Hold
to
on,
disagree.
Dano, quick question. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
That's Old Testament, man.
Oh, that's Old Testament, right?
That's based on the Talmud
I
or the
didn't say
Torah.
it was identical. I said it was rooted in, meaning there are many similarities.
So the fact is that the New Testament has much more forgiveness.
That's all it's about. What are you talking
It's
about?
about love and forgiveness.
Yeah, it's turn the other cheek. All that good shit.
Okay, so don't consider it like Santa Claus, please. That's
What do you mean?
one of the biggest problems there is currently in our socialism is
I don't know
that
what you mean about the Santa Claus reference.
Santa Claus are the same thing. It's not.
What's this? I still don't understand.
Yeah,
the
what do you
Santa Claus
mean?
Reference.
Oh, how would you explain how Christ is? Well, Christ is nice. He delivers things to us. He's very friendly. He doesn't have any anger or anything. And you say, how's God? And they say the same thing. And then you say, how's Santa Claus? And they say the same damn thing.
Some people may say that. I don't.
People think of God as
I don't want to get too down, the theologian road, so to speak. But one being the Son of God, one expressing the other half of the other. That with love comes judgment by the Father. And then you get into the Trinity.
Well, see, the whole key that a lot of people forget is judge not, lest ye be judged. So, I mean, people already missed it in the first place.
Yes. The judgment is there, like Z just mentioned. It's just that it's worded much softer.
Hey, man, it's not for me to judge anybody. That's somebody.
No, I'm just saying the phrase you mentioned.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so everyone's bored, so let me present this. Someday you'll die. Everyone here on this panel will die.
Thanks for being a downer.
You're going to die. You can put that monogram up, but I'm talking here face to face. You're going to die. We're all going to die. It happens. So, question is what happens when you die? Do you pass on to the grave? Do you go to heaven? Do you go to hell? Do you go to purgatory? Who the hell knows, right?
Now you're getting into belief.
Well, my brother, who I'm working on, my older brother, he believes that believing in Jesus is wrong because Jesus doesn't include everyone. Right? That's what he says. He says Jesus doesn't include everyone. So I know there's something up there. I don't know what. And when I pass on, I'll expand or something.
So what, is he agnostic?
He's nothing. He's nothing at all. He's not agnostic. He's not any religion whatsoever. I got another brother who he believes somewhat in the Bible, but not truly in it. He doesn't read it. He doesn't go to church. I gave him a Bible as a gift, and he accepted it, and he thanked me for it. But he hasn't read it. So, what do you do with that?
So what was the question? What happens after you die?
Yeah, what happens after you die?
That I'm going to use the word believe, because believe is important, because you have belief, which to me belief equals faith. And one is the first thing that happens is the Yankee prophecy.
Oh God, not the Yankee prophecy.
Okay, that's what happens to your physical body. But then I'm going to say time changes meaning as we would know it, so I can't measure the time. But then something else also happens, and that's where the mystery of faith comes in, and where many of us have different beliefs as to whether it's nothing or whether it's we come to. When I say place, I don't mean a physical place, but we come to a place of judgment. Now, maybe we've already been judged before we get there. Who knows? But that leads to other things. So maybe we should, probably not the best topic.
No, why not?
But, guns do lead to
death. Why talk about rules?
Well, because it seems like there's only two and a half of us talking about it.
Okay, so
where's the other half?
Okay, so we've been researching this in my Sunday school thing, which I've read the book, but we've been doing this like freaking dragging it on for like 2 months. But the Book of Revelations, and it's simply, hold on, I'm not talking about fire and demon crap.
Prepper.
Remember, people, spoilers, if you haven't read the Book of Revelations yet, don't listen to this.
If you haven't read the Book of Revelations in the Holy Bible, don't listen to this, because I'm going to...
Spoilers.
Yeah, so... I forgot what I was talking about. What was I talking about?
Yes!
The Book of Revelations.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday school, you've been working on 2 months.
There's some stuff, and there's some excitedness, and some things about rules, and blah, blah, blah. Dano, help me out. What were you talking about before this?
That's some good shit, man.
Hold on, sorry.
You said that there was something going on at Sunday school for the past 2 months. So,
Okay.
So you've been looking into the Book of Revelations, into this thing that happened at Sunday school.
You know what? Screw Revelations.
Okay,
Push
it's
it
screwed.
off. Push it off.
Okay.
All that stuff. Push it off. When it comes right down to it, the fact is that in Revelations it talks about the people who, after all the people get sucked up off the earth, they get pulled up off the earth, and then the rest of them are just hanging out there, and then they just get attacked and attacked and attacked, just by locusts and swords and people on horses, and it's crazy.
There's 7 very bad things that happen throughout the earth.
Yeah, Revelations is just this horrible crap ball.
Whether it's the 7 seals or the 7 horses.
Yep. And they have all these seals, and they break them, and they just torment people whatsoever. So let's not focus on that. I mean, I'm reading my Revelations with all these people, and I'm like going, okay, I'm a good Christian. I believe in Jesus. And
there's no guarantees.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this crap doesn't happen within my lifetime or within my children's lifetime. And so that's that. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But you look at the world events, you look at what's going on, the craziness, and I'm a little suspect as if it's going to come soon. I don't know. I had a whole better damn point than this. Damn it, Dano, why'd you distract me?
I didn't.
You did.
It was totally me.
Worked up into a tizzy. You got all excited, and all that excitement just blew it out of your head.
I monologued something I didn't even want to say. Hold on, let me think.
Oh knows.
He'll talk for a minute.
It got quiet.
Who's got that radio out there?
That's mine.
Is that one of them $35 jobbies?
This is it's not that far from it. This was their top of the line Baofeng.
How can you go to war with China when you're using their radio devices, Dano?
He gets parts from Radio Shack. Oh wait, never mind.
Step 1, use devices against them. It's first war.
Are we supposed to assume that they don't have some way of either monitoring or shutting down or altering in some way? If we're gonna go tinfoil hat, right?
Is every disaster the end of the world?
In relation to what? Like the world itself? No. To the people.
Well, let's say I don't know.
People in the region, yes.
Area, regional localized disasters.
Well, you're like right on the New Madrid fault, so Dano, you're fucked in general.
Boston bombers, neighborhoods get locked down. Want to find out what's going on? That'll do it.
Yes, sir. Just like a scanner, right?
Yep. Although because it does more than a scanner, it can't scan as fast.
Do you have your radio operator's license? I'm sure that's not what it's called, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. My technician license. The there's also another license beyond that. But no, I do not. But I do not transmit.
Right. I got you.
I'm currently studying.
Excellent.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it or not, because I've got nobody to like study with, and there's no active club in my area.
Yeah, there is. Number one, there is. And then number two, you can get an app to study. And there's
right, and I have an app, and so I'm using software in a book. But it just I learn better when I'm with people where I can ask questions that I don't quite understand. What does this mean? When it says
Hosh teaches classes like that to his radio club all the time. You should link up with him. Like you guys could probably set up.
I've talked to him, but you know, he's got a full-time life. I mean, a class of when you're teaching 10 people and you spend an hour or two with them, a couple weeks in a row, you've just taught 10 people. Where you spend an hour and a half with somebody for a couple of weeks with one person, you've taught one person. And you really need to be in the same room. Because, repeaters and stuff, and stations and frequencies, what is by him is obviously going to be different than what's by me.
No, it's actually not. So you can start a channel on Gun Channels if you want, and then people that are into ham can all get together and bullshit about it. But I think you're psyching yourself out for no reason. A couple of things. You don't have to know all that much. You just have to know the stuff that's kind of like driving. You don't have to know how to fix a car. You don't have to know the theory of traffic dynamics in a city or anything like that. You just have to know what the stop sign is and when a fire truck comes and when to put on your signal. So most of the tests, there's only 90 questions on the test. So if you're doing it with a book and with a study guide, that's to teach you the theory and the concepts and stuff for somebody who's like a hobbyist and who's really into it. But if you want to get your license and you want to be able to study that stuff on your leisure when you need to know it and not up front when you don't yet need to know it, but you're trying to learn everything, we only need to know the answers to 90 specific questions. So 90 questions isn't like they will use 90 questions. There are 90 questions. They will use 30 of them on your test. So the apps that I'm talking about will use those same 90 questions, and you'll just learn those 90 questions 30 at a time until you can answer those 90 questions. And that way you don't have to learn the theory of propagation or all the different stuff that seems like jargon right now. You mainly just have to know, don't turn on the radio and start talking when you're not supposed to, or when there's an emergency or something. So that's about it. And then all the other stuff you pretty much can, are pretty simple. It's pretty obvious stuff. And then when you really want to get into the use of it, you've already got your license. Go explore that at your lead, at your own speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do sometimes, have a habit of psyching myself out, and I am aware of that aspect of myself. But most of the time, it'll just take me longer to do what I want to do because of that part of me. But I will not let it stop me. It just takes me a little longer. But yeah, and you're right about the book versus the apps. And I've been using the apps to study for the test because I've been using the flashcard apps as well as the test apps. But it's all been just fairly recently that I've been doing this.
So think about it this way: if you were going to be a truck driver or a cabbie, or I don't know, police, like an ambulance driver, or something like that, and then you want to learn driving because you learn that most police officers and most ambulance drivers die driving, not at the scene. So you know that as a truck driver, you got more odds of needing to know how to drive better than a regular person or whatever. So that would be like taking the study guide and learning it, or maybe you're going to need to, like say, run a traffic flow for like a city or something. You're going to need to know everything there is to know about driving, so you're going to like learn way more than a regular person would for their driver's license. getting the ham license is like getting your driver's license. It's just a hurdle in order for you to move on to the next point or whatever, to let you advice in this case. So, like it's the studies that I do there, they're not the only thing in town. They're not the only way to get to where you're going. They're going to take you so much further than where you just need to go to be able to use radio.
Yeah, I mean, they have it as if we're like, as an example, there's multiple questions on electrical symbols and on a schematic, as if you're going to be soldering the printed wiring boards yourself. I mean, kind of archaic questions for when very few people build literally their own devices. I mean, that used to be the way it was. But now it's just how you're going to put if you're going to have it at home. I mean, I just have a mobile unit. But if you're going to have a home, then you have various boxes doing various things.
Yeah, and if you look at where ham came from, it came from literally the development of the figuring out of fucking with radio or fucking with electricity through wires that propagate signal that you can pick up and modulate so that you can screw with it. So all of that happened, all that was invented by ham radio, or whatever the equivalent of a ham radio was back then. And then the licenses came along when we just had more people to where enough people were screwing with it. And then for a while there, it was fun to, like, I guess before TV and internet, to do what we're doing right now, except with ham radios. So it was just a communications thing. So that was really all just an attempt to regulate a growing hobby that used a finite resource, the spectrum. There's only so many frequencies on the spectrum, so at some point they just ran into accidents, basically, people getting in the way of each other. And that's when they created the whole thing. But yeah, it definitely comes from when people would go buy a bunch of components and start freaking soldering them. And there's people that get into it that much. I mean, if you're search and rescue and stuff, I could see the benefit of taking your knowledge to that level, so that in a completely dire circumstances and there's not a Radio Shack, there's no Radio Shack to go get parts at. You know what I mean? So we need somebody around who can literally open that thing up with a soldering iron and repair it, or modify it to do what we need it to do. Now, are those things broke to talk on the police bands? Or do
no, they're enabled. You can talk on the police bands. It's illegal, but you can do it.
But can you do it? Because some of them are, because they know you're not buying it as a police radio, that you're buying it as a ham, they will turn off that section, and then sometimes you got to break that out, like remove a resistor or something.
Because not all police frequencies are in a set range, it's really not practical to do that.
No, they kind of are. Yeah, they do.
I mean, because they're sold to entire countries.
I know. I'm saying, but all right, whatever. So then you're saying you think you can talk on the police bands with it?
I know I can transmit it.
All right.
I mean, you just key up the button and the transmit light goes on.
I know that radios can transmit. I'm saying they usually have a thing in there so that you don't talk on the police and other bands. They're not going to be sold as police radios. So hams will usually go in and bust them out, or send them to a place that busts out the resistor that limits those channels, so that they can talk on them again. Especially like search and rescue people that are going to be talking on them. But not. I mean that's. They didn't have these $35 things when I got my thing just, 3 years ago or something. So back then, you bought regular radios, and they were like Kenwoods and Yasus and Yahoos, whatever they're called, and the various real companies. And even like my Kenwood had to be busted. You can't buy a Kenwood, or you can't. I don't think you could buy a Kenwood that's already. You can buy models that are police already, but they're more, and you just buy the regular one and bust it.
I'm familiar with what you're talking about. They had something like that, but it was for transmit power and CBs, where you could go in there and can't remember whether it was a variable resistor.
CB is what I'm familiar with, because I've got my grandparents' CB radio.
And you could cut that out, and then it would go to whatever its maximum was. Now, if that was 12 watts, it would go to 12 watts. If it was 15 watts, it would go to 15 watts, which is all better than 5 or 8, whatever the current FCC is on CBs. But you could get a boost on your wattage that way. The code word was tuning it. Well, you're not supposed to. There's not supposed to be anything that's tunable on a CB.
Well, depends on which ones you're talking about. I can remember CBs where you bought the crystals and you would put in the channels you wanted, and you could just go buy police channels, and then it was a police radio.
Well, the ones that I remember with crystals were just police scanners only.
Well, you could buy a scanner, but you could buy a radio the same way.
Okay, well, I'm just saying the ones I've seen. I don't have a lot of exposure to it. I mean, I probably saw about a handful when I was a teenager, and then probably about similar number as an adult. But nowadays,
but in any case, there's a whole thing called, what the fuck is it called? Once you got your ham, you can do ham over the internet, which is basically a chat, but you can get software on your phone and everything, so you're running ham. You have to have a license to use it, but
data packets?
No, it's just internet really, but it's not. So anyway, there's a group right around you that when I first got my ham, I didn't have anybody to talk to either, because the only people to talk to out here are old guys that I have nothing in common with, or, I mean, they're good for a resource for learning about your radio or whatever, but, or search and rescue out here. So, anyway, I didn't know any of my friends that had it, so I was talking to them all the time, and they're in Illinois, somewhere around there. But, I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it. Anyway, that's an easy way to get going, because basically there's just the little things like you're supposed to pause and do a station break every 15 minutes or something.
Right.
No matter what you're doing. So just getting used to doing that, that's a good way to get all into that. But there's a whole mess of people on the YouTube, obviously. So, and if you want to get into search and rescue or emergency preparedness type of stuff, there's organized everywhere. There's units everywhere for that, or whatever the groups are called, everywhere for that.
Yeah, there's a group in a larger city about 30 miles from me, but they have nothing for people who don't have their license. Like they don't have any Elmers there to help new people get their license, or help guide them along. It's if you already have your license and you already have at least a little enough experience to be legal while you're on the wire, so to speak, then to let you know what frequencies the club talks on.
So are you liking the radio though? You've been using it?
Yeah. The town I live in is in a river valley, so the reception is generally poor. But as far as what I wanted it for, which was its primary purpose is hearing what's going out in the area as far as being able to hear the county sheriff, local police, fire, rescue, that sort of thing. Works great. I mean, with just this little antenna, I mean, it's an improvement on your stock rubber duck. But I can not only hear my county, which doesn't necessarily mean anything to you, but I can also hear the surrounding counties. But that's also because there's such little traffic from non-police, non-fire.
I would like to get one of those little radios like you got, but out here, I imagine before I have one of those, I'll probably end up with a UHF, VHF radio, because those are much more in use out here.
Oh yeah, because the marine radios.
Yep. Well, I want one that does both, but yes.
Yeah, that would make a whole lot more sense to get that sort of setup.
And also, though, it's another one of those things, kind of like ham, in the fact that in order to be able to use a marine a VHF radio, not UHF, like usually that person is the licensed operator of the vessel. Usually means that the captain is the one that is approved to be able to utilize the radio over the airwaves and everything like that. Because sometimes when people start doing a little chit chat out there on it, you can. It's not like that you can get in trouble, but you could technically get it your ability revoked. I haven't seen it happen, but then again, usually they'll switch over to a different channel that's not everybody listening to. But the thing is that the coasties are gonna observe a good portion of those same channels. So,
that raises kind of an interesting question. I don't know what the answer would be, but what is the FCC enforcement arm for on water, and I don't mean fresh water like inland, but coastal areas, for their regulations? Because I would think the Coast Guard.
It is. It's exactly the Coast. Coast Guard has listening stations. Like they have a really big one over on Oahu, but we also have a Coast Guard station here on Maui, and they also have a pretty decent radio setup, but not to the extent of what they have over on Oahu.
Oh, I'm sure they got some great stuff.
Then they are usually the ones that are if you're getting in trouble with anybody, you're getting in trouble with the Coast Guard usually. So they're the ones that kind of enforce those FCC regulations for the most part.
Are they? I guess my question is are they the ones tasked with it, or is it a pile-on charge that if you're not driving your boat correctly or something, or there's some big other violation, they just add that on?
Again, if you're out there swearing and shooting talking a bunch of bullshit, or here's the other thing though, if say you simulcast something off of your FM radio through your VHF radio, you can get in, again, that's like a public performance of rated material, and you can get yourself in deep shit.
Yeah.
Deep doo-doo.
Yeah, because I'm not sure, like on land, who I know there's somebody that is, I just don't know who it is, who's tasked with the responsibility of triangulating people who are abusing in one way or another the ham frequencies.
Now, Dano, do you happen to remember the movie from the 80s that had Christian Slater in it called Pump Up the Volume? You may or may not be familiar with it. But it is actually the FCC that was the agent, so to speak, that did the investigation and the shutting down of, pirate radio, so to speak.
But when you're talking about somebody just fucking around, it's going to be ham radio people that are going to do it. They're going to be
self-policing,
they can do it because it's simple for them, number one, and they'll do it just because you're annoying them, or they'll think of it as a challenge and they'll do it because they feel like they're policing or whatever. But for whatever reasons, you'll get multiple people in line to get you, and they're really good at it because that's what they're geeked out on.
Right, and that was part of my understanding is that the community out there, people that are into hams, are very much into self-policing. I was just curious, because we were talking about the coasties. Who did it on land?
I would think they would just tell the FCC, and then the FCC would have like a whole bunch of nice, accurate reports with all the triangulation or whatever. Like, here's where he was using the microphone or whatever, and here's where he moved to, and then here's where he used it again at this time.
I would think they'd have to have something, especially by airports. Somebody messing around on those frequencies.
Yeah, if you end up messing with communications like that are like federally protected, yeah, you're going to get in some doo-doo on that too. And they will seek to shut you down and fine you.
I don't know what you could do next to an airport. An airport is an airport, crying out loud. So they got the biggest radios I imagine there are. So bringing a little 5-watt up there, they could just shut you down by just talking over you. I mean, you couldn't, I don't know.
Yeah, but if somehow it interfered with official business, so to speak,
Give
and
a
it
false
actually became a
direction.
thing,
I don't think that would be that easy, because then if a terrorist really wanted to fuck with us, they could just go next to a big airport and turn on a radio. I mean, I don't think it's that easy to
I would agree with you.
It pisses them off, and it might annoy them, but I don't think it crashes planes or anything.
Well, I agree with you, but I think that also that if somebody was to be trying to mess with it and still not having much of an effect other than an irritant, I do believe also that they would go out with their triangulating radio antennas, and I think they would try and I want to believe anyway that they would try and get it to stop.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there. They would go out and get you. I'm just saying I don't think you'd even be a nuisance, because they could just turn up their volumes, and you'd have to have like a whole truck's worth of radio stuff to even compete, I would think.
I guess I was thinking more in terms of impersonating an official and giving them incorrect instructions to.
That's what I mean. But you'd have a little 5-watt radio, and they'd have the airport radio. So and
it would be much, much more powerful. You are definitely correct on that, G.
I just mean it'd be like walking up to a football game or something and yelling something really bad. You could yell fire all you want, it's just nobody'd be listening because the game would be going, they'd hear that.
I mean, unless it's a major airport, there's always breaks of silence where whether they're 500 watts or 1,000 watts, where if no one's talking, 5 watts will still do whatever 5 watts does. As far as getting the signal to the planes. I'm not talking about 40 miles out. I'm just talking about an incoming plane or even ground control. Permission to leave the terminal.
This is Major Tom to ground control.
Of course, you'd have to know what you're doing in the first place to be able to mess them up. So there's that technical threshold.
Yeah, and anybody could just sit in an airplane and do all that, I'm sure. One of those airplanes that are just parked there. They're all the radios in.
Just as long as the signal comes through and it's understandable as far as the words, and as long as the the impersonations appears to be technically authentic, why would they question it?
I also kind of have a question though on they've been able to bust people on the ground that have flashed the laser pointers at the planes, and they've been actually able to bust some of those people. So to me, that's pretty crazy that as the plane is flying by, they can relate some type of information for some form of a grid that they can then catch the perpetrator sometimes on that.
I've always kind of wondered, since I don't know how long they're flashing them, but how you can catch, other than these guys, when, you might be able to figure out what direction from the landing zone it's generally coming from, as far as the pilot. It's coming, southwest of lane number 4 or whatever it is. But they're trying to fly the plane. I don't see how they would have time to be able to get a more precise guess. Especially since no one around that laser can actually see the people who are doing it. I mean, if your house is next to mine, you could be doing it and I'd never know it. It's not like a flashlight at night. Nobody has any guesses? I'll take that as a no.
I personally think it's bullshit. I don't think anybody can point a laser into a cockpit and have it do anything. I think they're just afraid it might happen.
Well, there are complaints at O'Hare.
There, right there is there's a clip right there.
Of because they reported on the Chicago radio stations when it happens. Now I don't know what they're using.
That one that I just linked, I think they're referring to something that happened outside of O'Hare.
Yeah, because it does happen. I don't know how often, but I know I've heard it semi-regularly. Whether that's once a month, once every couple months. Mostly when the weather's nicer.
You can see the dogs running after them kids.
Yeah, and I don't know if they shot it at the helicopter or what. You know, I didn't. All I typed in was how do they catch people using lasers at planes or whatever, and there was one that's the view from the cockpit, which I'll post next.
Now that laser must be pretty big by the time it gets up to the plane, because you know how it gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it travels further from the source?
That's what I'm saying. These are tiny little lasers, and they're just laser pointers. So by the time they get up there, they're just barely like a flashlight.
Huh.
And the second one is even one that is, what does it say? This is from 2011. Over the last 3 months, there have been 17 reported cases of laser pen attacks on aircraft in Moscow alone. Powerful laser pointer beams can reach 9 kilometers or further, distance equal to the altitude of an average passenger aircraft. A landing aircraft, of course, is that much closer to the source of the laser pen's beam. Pilots unanimously say that the effect of the laser pen's beam in the cockpit is very similar to the effect of a car's high beams headlights at a short distance. It blinds you. Decision-making time before landing is only 10 critical seconds, pilots say, and these moments are not to fight green laser beams but to make critically important decisions. Laser beam hooligans have lost their harmless hooligan status. Pilots are quick to draw and call them terrorists, and statistics show they deserve such a harsh description. The problem is that Russian law does not impose criminal penalties on such laser attacks. If such an attack leads to a fatal consequences, the price will be high indeed. Now, granted, this last one that I just posted was from RT, and it is in reference to Moscow itself, yes. The other one, I think, is somebody did one to a police, to a National Police Air Services helicopter, and that to me is silly. Here you go. Here's one: laser pointer FBI arrest.
Here's a gift bundle for everyone who loves video games. Press play. Exclusive by Xbox One for gamer ties. Clean those Cheeto stained fingers.
Oh, again, shooting at a helicopter though.
But in two of the videos, it looked like they were using green lasers. I don't know how much of a difference that makes as far as depth. I would think very little. when you're talking thousands of feet. But yeah, I mean,
Now, let's see,
that,
this
that one
one.
guy, since he was doing it in front of a very large building, I can see where it might be easier to identify his location, because you can identify the building. You can tell him he's on the south side of XYZ building.
And this next one is actually edited version of FAA and Air Force video, aircraft laser illumination. Video jointly produced by FAA and Air Force overview of laser illumination incidents and effects on pilots. The original 21-minute version had additional background, including information on high-powered lasers, laser light shows, and pilot protective eyewear. Well, and then there's another one that's the FBI cracks down on aircraft laser attacks. That one's from CNN. What was that one about?
The aircraft laser illumination is simulated, dude. There's no way.
Yeah, the cameraman was sitting in the co-pilot seat.
Well, think about it, though. That's what's going to happen to the pilot or co-pilot, right? Since the camera guy's just sitting in the other seat. And I don't have any green lasers. I only have, I think, one or two red pointer lasers. Laser pointers, excuse me.
Right.
But that video is sitting in a simulator, and then somebody's sitting out front of their simulation cockpit, feet away, shooting a pointer at them. So laser pointers are 5 megawatts, or whatever that number is. I don't know.
Well, right, and that one is a video produced by the FAA and Air Force.
Yeah, I can understand it being annoying or like distracting if you see a flashing green thing and you're looking for flashing green things, but we're also talking about dudes that land on top of cities. Are they kidding me that they are not used to lights going off?
Well, when you see the lights, it's not usually like the light is actually shown into the cockpit, though. I mean, I understand what they're saying and why it's not a good thing. And that was in that RT one.
They showed the helicopter one.
Specifically said that, you know, really the important stuff is, you know, the important decisions are that 10 seconds or whatever when they're landing. You know, anything else is just a mild inconvenience.
But you know, something like this, since there's so many people seem to get away with it, I guess it kind of illustrates that there's a lot more dicks in society than you think there is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they haven't showed one yet that hasn't been on infrared, which is ridiculous, or on a simulation where they're standing right next to it that actually shows a simulation of what it would look like in the cockpit.
I thought, well, wasn't the first or second one the guy looking out a window over the wing?
That's this one right here is kind of like what you're talking about.
I mean, they show them where they show the real ones. They're like, oh, there's somebody, just like you said, like if you're shining a flashlight up in the air, you see the beam, and it's so
dispersed or something?
Yeah, it's so dispersed that
diffused.
It's like a giant spot on the ground. Yeah, you see it when it points right at your eyes, but come on, nobody, they don't even have computers that could point this thing at your eye long enough to...
Yeah, I remember back in college, we used to measure lasers and the diffusion from the point of emission to the point of termination. Just all we would do is just down the real long hallway. And back then, a laser, similar to a pistol laser, was probably about 1.5 feet long, and you had to plug it into a 110 outlet. But yeah, that's why I thought that the diffusion they had to be, I don't know, 6 feet wide, 12 feet wide. I mean, just on the distance, it seemed it would diffuse not only its power, but also enlarge its size to the point of being totally ineffective. But then again, I think airplanes don't have problems with telephones, but they think they do.
All right, well, I'll quit beating a dead horse. But on that last one that you linked, where they're looking out the window, I mean, they had to slow it down to like get that moment, that millifraction, where it was actually shining right at them, and there was like the dead on to the beam, and it got bright. I don't know. I guess I'll have to be in an airplane and see it happen.
Oh, to me, like I said, to me, the only part where it becomes truly dangerous is when they're landing or taking off, in my opinion. So, if it just happens when they're flying around like that or whatever, like I said, it's going to be an inconvenience or an annoyance as opposed to something that's actually kind of dangerous, in my opinion.
I think I'd agree with that. As well as he has to be directly in front of you, not on the side of you, to really be a pain.
Well, I guess they're showing it from the side, so I guess when you have a bunch of light happen, it's going to distract you or whatever. But
and that's true. I mean, it would momentarily get your attention, and then you go, "Oh, it's a light," and you turn your head back.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not like it's a plane headed right at you, and it's headlights of the plane or something that's directly, nonstop. But anyway, I think I can understand why this is a distraction to the pilots and why they're annoyed by it. But I think it's just overreach. I think it's, if you wouldn't mention it, then people would quit doing it probably. I guess if people are doing it.
Whoa. That also, wait a minute. You almost can take that same thing to the gun argument then.
Oh, shit.
If we just stopped mentioning gun violence, then there'll be no gun violence? I don't know about that. There's going to be assholes no matter what.
Well, hold on. If we stop mentioning gun violence, will gun violence go up or down? Then I think that gun violence is going to do whatever gun violence is going to do. I don't think that us talking about it makes it go up or down, but I think us talking about it makes the psychos come out, for sure.
I guess what I was latching on to what you had said, that if we stop talking about it, then it won't be a thing. That's all I latched on to.
Y'all
well,
I'm
about to crash my plane. I'm just saying that there's kids that like, oh, I never thought I could do that. Now I'm going to go do it. You know what I mean? If you never think to, who's going to sit there and go, oh, I'm going to go fuck with an airplane that's landing? Like, you know what I mean? It's not something that people are going to normally think about. But if they watch the news and they're like, oh, pilots get pissed off if you shine a light at them, or better yet, the police helicopters get pissed off when you shine a light at them, and then they're going to run after me, then the next time there's like a party and everybody's getting around, all these kids are sitting around getting drunk, they're going to go, oh, there's a police helicopter, let's go outside and do that thing and see if we get away with it or not. I mean, it's the idea in their head.
And those are the stupidest kids.
When that canine usually comes through around that fence chasing you down and bites you in the ass, all of a sudden reality starts to creep back into your world a little bit, and then all of a sudden consequences for your actions seem to come into play a little bit potentially.
Well, that's why I was inadvertently, or in a roundabout way, saying who would be stupid enough to shine a light at a police helicopter?
Exactly.
That's like flashing your bright lights at a patrol car.
But that's like, there's like 3 of his links are kids shining lights at the police helicopters, because that's how they got those slow ass, standing still night vision shots of the kids
which
getting
are
arrested.
Sweet.
Maybe it's like, what do you call it, Darwinism or something like that?
If I had lasers when I was a kid and police helicopters flew around, which they didn't do when I was a kid, I know I'd be shooting lasers at police helicopters. I could just see that happening.
And potentially you may or may not have been arrested.
I don't think I'd have been arrested, but I probably would have got caught, maybe. I don't know. I know that it would have been more tempting than I can imagine to do something like that when I was dumb.
And potentially that could interfere with us having guns to this day.
What?
Potentially.
How's that?
because I live in a police state where the most minor thing is a felony.
Well, talk about it. Now you can't have to get a permit to fly around your little helicopter. So it's turning into a police state, all right, for sure.
Yep.
Well, at least it's on the way.
Now, is it a permit or you have to register it?
No, I think
it's death by 1,000 paper cuts.
After 5 years, you got to register it again or get a permit again, something like that.
Bam.
The best description, and I didn't even realize it when I heard it, as far as our government and rights, is death by 1,000 paper cuts. That describes their philosophy and how they are trying to grab more power for themselves from us.
Yep.
Because we won't notice, like the frog in the water, we won't notice that one more degree, and then later on, one more degree. After all, it's just little toys for kids.
I think it's going to be cool because they're going to come, I think whatever the weight is, half a pound, they're just going to come up with little lighter ones with cameras on them.
They do have some pretty small ones. I was looking at a freaking Millennium Falcon one today.
Yeah, those look kind of neat. They're like all just foam or something.
This one was pretty small, and it was more like rugged plastic than foam. But it was also like over $100, so I did not jump at the chance.
I do want to get one of those things with a camera on it, but then, not into paying a fine, so I guess they're gonna tax me out of that area.
So when does that come into effect?
Now, I think they said you have till February, so anything sold after December 15th or something crazy, you have to have the permit, and then anything you bought before the 15th, you have to get your permit before February 2nd or something, or February 2nd.
And what agency is governing the permits?
I didn't see that part. I don't remember where I saw it. I must have seen it on Facebook because I just read the
I bet it's the FAA.
Probably. They'll come up with a new organization, the Department of Skynet.
I mean, let's hire more government employees.
Exactly.
Drone task force.
Like people can't deal with shit themselves, so let's figure out a way to more rules on them.
It's like if they bought more helicopters for the sole purpose of searching down these lasers as a good use of our tax dollars.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, we're afraid of lasers, so we're going to just fly around until we get beamed by a laser, and then we're going to send out like 6 or 8 cop cars worth of dudes to stop the guy from lasering the plane that we put out so that he would laser it.
Where the only crime that they research is laser crime. If you need to,
They have this laser light, the company here in Arizona that does the grip lasers on the NAAs. They have a what do they call it? Anyway, it's like a shotgun laser. So it goes out and it spreads. It's like an area of impact type of laser. Have you seen that one? It shoots out like, I don't know, 10 or 12 beams that, or maybe it diffuses the beam into like 10 or 12 weak beams. And then they go out in sort of a cone.
No, I haven't seen that.
So I don't know what, but that thing there, if you did that, except instead of making it a cone where they come from one, they originate in one spot and go out, if you did a thing where it was an array, like one of those LED lights that you get, that are LED work lights or whatever, where you get like 16 in a 4x4 panel, if you did something like that, that are just barely widening so that you had, real coverage, that could, that's what they're going to do. They're going to end up getting people that really want to fuck with them then. They're going to go, react so much to this, they're going to get people that are like, okay, well, let's take it up a level. But anyway, if you had something like that, that might be effective for when, like, Red Dawn happens or something, and the Cubans are bringing their helicopters up. Now we know that shining a bunch of light at them makes them want to crash or whatever.
Here's one for you, G-Webs. The last one that I did.
You know, just before the Cubans arrive,
It's the ultra extended version.
there's a rush on people doing presentations at work where they all need laser pointers.
Playing them 12 at a time.
An extended Elderon explosion.
They never really talk about that in Star Wars, the first one. Darth Vader is just like a henchman. He's not even like the head of everything.
Right.
That one there would be the boss.
I never understood why he really needed that human as a commander.
That's what I'm saying.
Anyway.
Yeah, you would think that Darth Vader would be like, is this legit, or is this, was this like cut or something?
What do you mean?
Oh, is that from the new movie or something? They added that?
No, that's from A New Hope, number 4.
That wasn't in the original movie. They didn't show no
Yeah.
Jar Jar Binks in the real movie.
What? Where was? Let me back that up because I didn't see no Jar Jar.
When they're showing the planet catch fire and rip apart, Jar Jar's sitting there watching it.
Oh.
That has to be the new digital version when they redid
Yeah.
it. Because they just had it explode. I think there was that. Like,
Oh yeah, there was no the land upheavaling.
Yeah.
and-
The ocean and the land and Jar Jar's cousin and yeah.
Jar
Yeah,
Jar.
that was definitely, and that wasn't even Jar Jar. I bet that was.
It could be because she would only been what 20 something in Star Wars, so
I
he could have
guess.
been old. I don't know how long them things live.
But Jar Jar's species live underwater.
Well, they're allowed to come up and sit on the shore to watch their planet explode or whatever.
Well, no, I understand that. It's just that they wouldn't be the kind of creature I would think that would leave its planet.
He didn't leave his planet. That's his planet.
Because
Jar
in another movie, ahead of
wait.
that,
He's from Naboo. That is Alderaan. There's a difference.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought that the movie where they live under the water, or wait a minute, in the planet where they live under the water, and Princess Leia's mom is the chick from the Professional,
Right.
right?
That's
That
the planet
is
of
the movie
Naboo.
that's all up in
And
Star Wars, isn't it?
No, that is
Oh,
the
I thought
planet
that's the
Naboo.
movie. I thought that's the planet where Princess Leia is from. So that's where she.
Well, if you remember, Princess Leia's mom actually died during childbirth, and she was adopted
right
by
the
Jimmy
dude
Smits.
from Jimmy Smits.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Smits, yeah, from Law and Order, and he lived on Alderaan.
Oh, I thought he lived on the same planet. I thought he was like
Nope.
the senator of them.
Nope.
Of her.
Nope, totally different planet, and that was to hide the children's from Anakin.
Oh, okay. I thought that they went right back to the same planet and just.
And actually, they even split the kids up, if you remember. I mean,
Well, I
that's
knew
why
that he
Luke and
went
Leia
back.
didn't remember that they knew each other, or
I
that
knew-
they were related.
I knew he went to the desert one, but I thought that she just went back to her own planet with different parents.
and then there was that weird scene where they had those incestuous thoughts.
They kissed each other, I thought. And also, didn't she give him a hand job in that when he was getting his hand put back on? I'm pretty sure there was a deleted scene where he's like, "Hey, give me a hand. I don't have a hand." Sorry. I'm mad at Han Solo, so.
You ain't
Oh,
going to
Solo.
hell for talking about religion, sir, but you can go to hell for talking shit about Star Wars.
Did you see this thing on the Facebook? I don't know who posted it, where it's like Star Wars is this chick, and then the fans are this dude, and then it's like a trailer for a movie, like one of those love story movies or whatever, and then it's like all how she's talking to some friend of hers, and she's like, "They used to like me," and then she's like, "Yeah, but then you went crazy." And then there's like the dude talking to his friend at work or whatever, and he's supposed to be the fans. Anyway, it's pretty funny, and it's all like, It's making fun of it, but it's my feelings on it. It's like they wear
It
you
could
out.
be it could be an accurate representation of some how people feel, how some people feel.
Well, it was basically that the fans were no longer interested in the Star Wars, the girl, and she was all trying to run around getting the guy back interested again. And then as soon as she got him interested again, she was like, "Oh, okay, whatever, I'm not interested in you again." So that's sort of how it's been, like, right? The movie was awesome when we were little kids, and then they've just been yanking us around for so long that.
Well, I like the fact that they're returning now back to my favorite set of characters, which, as you were just talking, as a child, Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie, all my personal favorites are gonna be passing the torch in this one. I believe is how it's gonna go.
Although doesn't Harrison Ford play a small role in the movie?
I already seen it. I can spoil it all for you if you want.
You better not, Mister.
Okay, well, then I got to ask a question. Well, obviously, G-Webs has seen it.
No,
I
I'm
was
just
waiting for a pause.
I have not seen it.
So you are gonna go. So you both want to see it.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm glad that I have a 5-year-old nephew that I can shower with Star Wars toys this fucking Christmas.
You said you have seen it?
No, I was just talking shit. I have not seen it.
Okay.
I will see it, though.
Okay, but you do want to see it.
I will see it, but I just won't go see it right away at the movie theater with a bunch of screaming kids and stuff.
Right, that's what I wish they would have been able to release it
wait a
just
minute.
few days before the end of school cycle, so I could have made it to a matinee.
Do they do things where you have to
Don't
be?
y'all have living room theaters there?
What?
Don't y'all have living room theaters there? We have theaters here that you have to be 21 to get in.
That's what I was just going to say. Do they have something like that? Because then I would go see it at that kind of.
I don't. I know they do in Texas, and
Yeah, I don't.
I bet you they got one in Tucson for sure.
We have one here locally that's called Cinetopia. You go in, and all the seats are like big recliners, and they serve you. You can order wine and stuff before the movie, and then there's no one under 20. You got to be old enough to drink to get in, so you got to be 21 to get in.
Oh, I'd be all over that, dude.
I'll pay a little bit more to see Star Wars without a bunch of kids around.
Yes, exactly. And actually, you know what? I'd have to take several different chicks out so I could go see it a few times.
I need to find one of them chicks who's gonna dress up like Princess Leia in the Jabba the Hutt thing, and then I'll just
slave Leia.
I can just lay there watching the movie, and she can hang out next to me, acting like
with Cinnabon ears.
Feed me Cinnabons, maybe.
Oh, that's what she had for her hair. Was like Cinnabon ears.
Oh, I hear you. I don't think then though, did she? I'm trying to remember what she had. She just had long hair, I thought.
In that scene, I think she had it in braids.
Yeah.
And one long braid or whatever, a top knot.
Which scene are y'all talking about?
The Jabba the Hutt and Princess Leia.
Oh, yeah, that's when she had the bikini. Yeah, that's the braid.
Not when she's inside the house. Who cares about that one? When she's on the boat and she's in the bikini.
Right. We all. I think we're all old enough to have appreciated the slave Leia costume.
Okay.
We were all hoping for a little more
skin. Hot chicks that want to go see Star Wars with some big fat guy, and their dude ain't fat enough. So I'm just saying. Trying to help.
Oh, I gotcha.
Trying to help out the ladies.
Right, just doing it for the ladies.
Be more accurate with their watching. You're talking about laying down and watching the movie or whatever. These fancy.
Yeah, so we don't happen to have one of those type of theaters out here, so I'm gonna have to try and figure out what the best avenue of attack is gonna be. I usually like going to the matinees when I try and go normally because the kids are usually in school, but they decided to open it 3 days or 2 days after the fucking kids get out for Christmas break, so.
All you gotta do is go there really early and then buy every seat in the theater, and then you're good to go.
It makes no sense to me why China gets to see it days before we do.
Dude, that's so they can get on the internet first.
Right.
All right, but I expect a link. G-Webs.
Speaking of that, I think I'm gonna go browse the internet a little bit.
Yeah. Although at this point, you probably just got some guy sitting with this little camera in his lap.
Here's the thing, though. What is different between that and going to the movie? you go to the movie, you definitely have that. You know what I'm saying? And then with some of these, it's like you sometimes have it.
Huh? When I go to the movies,
I'd say gas and the cost of admission.
No, I'm saying when you go to a movie, like what some of the bootleg things, as I thought you were saying, is that you see people's heads and stuff in the way and people talking and shit. And I'm saying that in a bootleg, yeah, you get that every once in a while, but if you go to the movies just in real life, they're definitely going to have people in front of you and in the way and talking. And now, the last time I went to a movie, they wouldn't turn the fucking phone off, so now you always got in your peripherals little phones going on and off. People talking and clicking.
Well, after some period of time, didn't you say something to them?
No, I couldn't do shit because they were like 4 seats away. What am I going to do? Start yelling at them? I did turn on my phone once and shined it at them because it was a chick, and I forget what movie it was.
Oh, okay.
A superhero movie or something for me to have to go to the movie theater, or science fiction or something. So it wasn't a movie a chick was going to like, probably. And so her dude was there, and she was just trying not to annoy her dude, so she was shining the phone, like, you know, away from him, which was towards all of us. And on that side, and then on to the right, some chick brought like some kind of popcorn in tin foil, because it was all, you know, the tin foil noise, and then crunch, crunch, and then more tin foil noise, and then more crunch. Yeah, it was not pleasant. So that was like last time I went.
When it comes to the phone, I have a 30-second rule. I'll let somebody talk for 30 seconds. Let's say they forgot to turn it off, or they got the call and so oh, I'm sorry, I'm in a movie, I can't call. Can I call you back later? Okay, thanks, bye. You know, give them time to do that sort of thing. But if they're going to have a conversation, fuck that.
Well, now, are you the guy that either says, A, shut the fuck up,
hey,
or
I'm
B,
the postal stamp guy,
or B, do you go and get the usher and do it the official way, where then they could potentially even get escorted out of the theater?
Oh, I start off by cutting out the middleman and say, I'm trying to watch the movie. Would you turn your phone off?
And then they look at you and go, fuck you, old man. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. I paid for my goddamn ticket.
And then at that point, I will go get management.
There you go.
But I'll try not to get management involved. I mean, they paid for the movie. They want to see the movie.
Well, kind of almost like G-Web said, though. Sometimes they're going to the movie because somebody else paid for the ticket, so they might just be along for the ride and either bored or mildly irritated.
Well, then close your eyes and go to sleep. Take a nap.
Well, see, I got it for you, Daniel. Instead of saying shut the fuck up, just tell her to suck a dick. That way she won't have to sit there and watch the movie, and she'll be quiet.
Have you ever gone to a movie and then fell asleep for the whole damn thing?
I've definitely, I'm going to use the term fall asleep, yes, as opposed to passed out. Because I've definitely done that at a movie or two.
I took a nap during a movie, and then when I woke up, I realized this movie really sucks, so I just got up and left.
What movie was that?
I can't even remember what movie it was, but it was so uninteresting. It was like 15 years ago.
I've walked out of a couple. It was always when there was like 15.
I've still never walked out of a movie yet.
Well, when there's like 15 playing and I know I can go into another one that I'd rather watch or that I've already seen and I know is better, I've walked out like maybe twice or 3 times like that, I think, but I can't remember what they were. But they were probably comedies that I was like questionable about.
And see, that's kind of, I guess, my first line of defense is I'm usually, not every time, usually only going to movies that I really want to see. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Usually it's not a whole lot of speculation. I don't know, but I guess so. I mean, those are date movies sometimes. It will be those.
Well, when I was a kid, there was a couple of times, not always, but every once in a while, I guess maybe it depended on whose house we were at or whatever, but parents would occasionally just drop us off at a mall with a movie theater in it, and then they'd be like, we'll pick you up tomorrow or whatever, and then we would fart around in stores until we got kicked out of all of them, and then we would go to the movie theaters because that was going to cost all the money, and then you buy whatever ticket to get in, and I don't think they even cared, really. We didn't have to sneak around. You could just go in there and stay watching movies until you felt like leaving. got there.
Did you ever go to Woodfield Theaters?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, was that closer or Barrington Square?
Shit, I don't remember that part anymore. Plus, I don't remember what I'm talking about is when you're a little kid and parents just drop you off. You're like, oh, I'm at.
Oh, okay.
Well, and sometimes, like, I remember one or two of my babysitters when, I mean, we're talking, I'm pretty young, would go to, like, take me to the Saturday matinee while they're watching me or whatever. And sometimes it was a double or triple feature. So, like, literally, you pay for your ticket, and kind of like you were just saying, G, like, you can just kind of fucking run around for several hours because your ticket is relatively, you know, it covered your time, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and I think they probably just didn't care because they figured it would cost too much to try to keep track of all the kids anyway. And then we're in there eating popcorn and shit probably, or at least the other kids.
Well, you know, at least either playing video games, eating
Or video
snacks.
games. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, when I was growing up, for some reason, there were very few double shows. Most of them were just, if you were lucky, they actually had what I'll call mini, whether they were mini movies or mini cartoons before the actual main show, maybe about 10 minutes long.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there. One of the things I remember being great was usually the double feature on Saturday was horror flicks, and then usually when I got a little older, the double features were the drive-in, and they were pretty much, as a kid, you know, I was usually in the back seat and everybody else was in the front seat, and they were awesome. I mean, that was where there's, I think, Up in Smoke and Going South, and I think even I didn't see New Hope on one of those, but I did. You know, it just like some Outlaw Josie Wales, I think, was on a drive-in theater where, you know, the screen is freaking massive and everything like that. I wish they still had drive-thrus or drive-ins. Excuse me.
So I'd seen a whole show on Netflix about that. You still don't have the Netflix, huh?
I still do not have the Netflix, but I might be dropping something and picking that up.
I'm actually going to drop my Netflix, I think. And I might have seen it on the Amazon, because after I started watching the Dude in the High House or whatever, I started watching more Amazon stuff too.
Oh,
But-
did you end up getting through all of that?
Oh yeah, I watched all that.
And
then,
what did you think of the end?
I got really bored of it after a while, so I was
Ah,
to say I watched it in case something awesome happened, but then it ended, and I was like, oh, did it end? And I seriously don't even remember what happened. I think it just ended with a bunch of cliffhanger, right?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
No, I mean, it didn't conclude, I don't think. It just kind of like, you don't know who's who and everything. And the main thing was, the stupid thing was driving me nuts. The video was driving, or the movie was driving me nuts.
Oh, well, that
A
sucks.
science fiction fucking movie, or is it going to be,
Like a spy war flick?
yeah. So, I mean, I don't mind if they go one way or the other, but I don't like 100% period piece with like some, I guess they could call it science fiction premise, but you know,
Well, you know, like alternative reality or alternative history or whatever.
so go ahead and do that, and they're doing a really good job of making it like the scenes or the setting or whatever legit, right? They're doing all that awesome, and then they're going to just sprinkle some science fiction on top or whatever that is. It's like, no, either do it or just leave that out of there, because it.
I
didn't-
hear you, man. If you got it, if you still got it or whatever, man. If you still got Prime, just watch the very end of that last episode.
All right.
And like at the very end, like it's definitively, it's over. You know, at the end of it, and I'm not gonna give it away or anything like that, but.
Oh, really? I thought it ended. Okay, I'll watch it again. I thought it ended where they're writing for season 2 or whatever.
Well, see, and originally I was wondering that myself, but then the more I started to think about it, do you know the name of the trade minister guy? I think his name is Kerry Takagawa, right? He's been in a million movies that you've seen over the years, and he's a pretty integral.
Not in the high castle place?
No, he was one of the Japanese dudes. He was
Are you
the trade
talking about-
minister.
In this show you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wait, the guy who was the nice one.
You're right.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, because everything else is just about to just be really fucking crazy, really fucking crazy, really fucking crazy, and shit's not crazy. So, yeah. And that's why I wondered, I'm like, well, you can't really, I mean, in my mind, the way they left it was you kind of can't go anywhere else with it unless then all of a sudden you say it was from somebody else's perception of all of it. You know what I kind of mean? Otherwise, there's like no way to have a season 2. So to me, it seems like it was just a mini series, and that's why I was talking before is I do want to read the book to see like did it end the same way? Was there anything left hanging at the end of the book? You know. But I did interrupt you, so I apologize. But what was it that you were trying to tell me that I needed to see?
On the
Something off
Netflix?
of Netflix, yeah.
Oh, just that show about the drive-ins. There's a show about drive-ins that gets all into them and like, I guess the history of them and where they're at today. You know how these Netflix. Well, I guess you haven't seen a lot of them, but there's a ton of these really cool, like I guess you'd call them independent documentaries, like people that are interested or passionate about a thing, or maybe they're just passionate. Or I guess I was going to say movie makers that are passionate about a thing, but they
There's
might.
one on Route 66.
What?
Like there's one on Route 66 about Route 66.
Is it
Oh,
Route
probably a
66
ton
like
of
this
those.
one, or is it Route
Well,
60?
route.
But there's probably a ton of those. It's the only one I've seen on drive-ins, at least recently. But anyway, it was neat because I have thought there was very, very few drive-ins left, but there's quite a few, it seems like. And they got a resurgence or whatever, so they're, although they almost died and they get into all why and everything was kind of neat, they're coming back, so that's kind of cool.
Well, and now with digital projectors, we have like the college here was doing it, like in a dirt lot that was adjacent to the college itself. So they were kind of, you would tune into whatever channel it was on your radio, so they would be broadcasting the sound that way, and then they're just showing it with like a digital projector and everything like that. Now it wasn't as huge as some of I mean you understand how huge those screens were, right? I mean, it's bigger than any screen that when you go to a movie theater, except for maybe, an IMAX or something, which it might be that big or whatever. That
We used to repel off of them back in the day.
nice.
They were the only thing that was tall enough to do so. So, no.
So there's a couple places out here that rappel. Rappel.
With ropes. We got all into that when we were in high school, and then there was no place else to do it. You could go to the top of a tree. We'd do that sometimes and rappel out.
Well, that sounds safe.
Oh, it wasn't safe.
Well, they weren't doing it because it was safe or not safe. They were just doing it for the thrill. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Off of a catalog, like a bunch of rappelling gear and a rope. And then I was like, what the hell? I own a rope.
I got a carabiner. I got a harness. What the fuck?
I knew a guy that was just got out of ranger school, so.
He gave you a few pointers?
Yeah, he was going to have it.
I'm going to jump out for a second. I'll be right back.
Well, that sounds like a good idea, but I won't go outside because it's freezing here. So anyway, what's the name of them kind of stores that, you know what I mean? I think that was the name of them. They had like all the product out front, but just one of each thing, and then I think you walked around with like a menu or something, and then you would go up to the register and tell them all the stuff you wanted, and then you'd pay for it, I think, and then you'd wait around, and then after a while it would come out on the conveyor belts from the back room, and then you'd take it home. Do you remember that? It was sort of like Walmart, or not Walmart, but like Kmart, if they
Was there
It-
more than one of them?
yeah, it was a chain store. It was like a catalog. It was the merge between like when Penny's and Sears were like
Merchandise, K's merchandise.
Shit, it had something to do with
Because
service.
you would order on it was on Northwest Highway.
Service merchandise.
Yes, and you would order it, and then you'd go up to the front of the store, and then you'd wait for a conveyor belt system that would then bring it to the front of the store for you.
Yeah, for like an hour. It was like the dumbest thing. I think it was because they were coming from like Sears and JCPenney were true catalogs, and that was like the big thing back then. You'd get a catalog at Christmas and whatever.
Down that little side street right off of Northwest Highway where that service merchandise was, just another 1,000 feet was a bowling alley. Do you ever go there?
Dude, I worked there.
Okay, that bowling alley was the first time I got drunk off my brother's ID before they had pictures.
Huh?
They just had, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'10", 165 pounds, made out of paper. So you actually worked at that place, huh?
Yeah. I think we're talking about the same place, north of the racetrack.
Yep, I'm pretty sure because it was right off the Northwest Highway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you went down the road any further, you'd be at Arlington Park, or much further.
I was south of it. It was on the other side of the railroad track.
Right, well, I'm just talking about Northwest. Well, I guess that is the railroad tracks. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So anyway, that whatever that other store was, that's what I was talking about. It was
Yes,
down
Service
the way-
Merchandise was the name of the store. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that as well as I forgot about the bowling alley there because I went and I ordered. I didn't know how much to get, and I didn't want to take my chances on having to reorder, so I bought myself a pitcher. And I said, "Oh, I'm just waiting for some friends. I'll get a pitcher." So I just sat there and drank the whole frickin' thing. Then got up, left, went out for the evening. Because after all, it was 1977 and times were good. I think I got a Michelob. I splurged.
So hey, Bob, my guy says he doesn't know any tire guys anymore. He used to, but now he doesn't.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. I'm just gonna phone around to some of the pick apart part. The stupid thing is I can actually get like almost new used tires for the same price, like used tires on rims, as for like new tires, and then get them mounted on my rims. I just didn't really want to haul a set of rims back to Saskatchewan now. I got several.
I thought that's what you were talking about doing. So you could swap them out. You're talking about just the rubber?
Yeah, I was just gonna change the rubber. I mean,
Oh, well, you can get used tires for like $30, usually.
well, not big fat ones.
Well, I mean, and you go into an ethnic neighborhood, you can get them even cheaper.
Well, that's what I've been talking about.
Jesus, Dano. I'm supposed to be the racist. Come on.
It's got nothing to do with that. That is a legal, viable business selling used tires.
Retreads used to be the thing.
Well, these aren't
I don't want
necessarily retreads, but they've got enough tread to be legal.
Yep.
Well, I don't want that. I mean, I want some tires that are off a wrecked vehicle that's, got maybe 10,000 miles on them, a nice set of, big fat rubber, and I'll just put them on my stock steel rims because I like my steel rims. You can straighten them off-road if you have to. And, drive them back. Because if I got to take my tires back with the rims, that means they're a lot heavier. So, it's really kind of iffy throwing them on top of the camper. Well, I'm not even sure G-Webs could throw them that far.
G-Webs, I just clicked that image, and it brought back a lot of memories, but it also kind of pisses me off because today, as a matter of fact, I was looking for my nephew. I wanted to get him a fucking X-Wing, and I'm like, oh, Star Wars is coming out. I need to get the kid an X-Wing. Motherfuckers, they are just retardedly expensive.
You can buy a flying one, a radio-controlled flying X-Wing.
My 5-year-old nephew is not getting a flying one yet.
They fly so easy
What about
nowadays. I mean,
those metal kinds that are just, replica like models or whatever, but they're not Star Wars figure kinds?
I've definitely seen some of those, like the die-cast ones, or the I spend like 3 hours on the fucking internet.
Well, how much
excuse
do they
me, it
want
wasn't
for
3
the
hours. It was an off and on.
If you click on DB's link out there, I just grabbed the one picture, but if you click on his link, then they have more pictures of stuff. I was just going to see what else stuff you guys had. I guess that was 82, so that was right after Empire. I had the Slave 1 and that, like, gorilla thing, the white thing.
yeah. See, by the time that Star Wars stuff started,
The,
I was not
what was the
into
name of that thing?
anymore.
Wampa, I guess. That thing was alright. And then I had the thing that they, like a horse or whatever, the thing that he cut open. I had that
Tauntaun.
Tauntaun, yeah.
Tauntaun.
Now, was that two different ones, or did the one have its guts that came out? Like the same one that you just put Han Solo in, like his feet would jam into it? I think that was the same one where its guts would open up and it had all these foam guts, and you could shove a Star Wars figure into its guts. It's pretty awesome.
I don't remember. I think I had the one that you could do the gut thing to, but I don't think that, like, whether it was the first one that came out didn't do that, or the second one that they came out with didn't do that.
So,
I can't believe they used to have toys like that.
see, how expensive is the die-cast X-Wing?
Oh man,
No remote control, just a metallic X-Wing.
well, the thing is, man, I found one that was like $40, and it wasn't die cast, because the die casts were actually pretty little. I mean,
Okay.
maybe as big as my hand or a little bit bigger.
Okay,
And
so they were pretty tiny.
but I found one that
What
was,
size up?
they might be $20-$30 maybe. For the slightly larger ones, but the one I found that it wasn't for the figures itself, but it was like this huge ass. It was a huge ass X-wing. It would almost be like one that was the size of. You remember like those gliders, the foam gliders that you could get as a kid? Like it was almost that big, but it wasn't for like the figures. It wasn't by Hasbro or Kenner, So it was kind of a. I don't know, kind of a thing, but yeah. So as I'm looking today, like the cheapest one that I could find is somewhere between, and originally it was going to be like $48 or something like that, but the one that I found that was available is going to be for the new movie, so it's the new style. And it was about $68. And then if I wanted to be just ridiculous, which I'm not, all of a sudden there was one that was $100, $150. There was one that was $230. There was one that was one of the ones that came out actually from Kenner in the 80s, and they wanted almost $250 for it.
What do you mean by new style?
Because in the movie,
They have new ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
They changed the look of the X-Wing?
It was the color pattern and stuff like that, and it didn't have an R2 unit. It had the SB-88 or whatever the fuck it was.
It's like 30 years down the road or something, right?
Right.
Okay, so it was a slightly then like the next generation X-Wing?
Right. I mean, it looked like an X-Wing, but it was all different colors and everything like that. And
wait, isn't this one the one? This is just a remake of the original one we saw in '77, right?
No. This one takes place
like 30 years later.
And everybody knows if you paint your car different colors, and you put little spoilers and wings on it, it's faster and better, right? So that's what they did with the movie.
This is like after Han Solo and Princess Leia have a kid, and it grows up, and then Luke Skywalker has a kid, and it grows up, and Princess Leia has a kid, and it grows up.
Okay, so this is the next generation.
Yeah, so this is literally
Gotcha.
going on from Jedi.
Right.
But
Well, now I
Han
understand
Solo's
why the
in it,
X-Wing changed.
Princess Leia are in it, and they're old.
Yes. They're actually their regular age, so to speak. Hey Dano, here's a picture. This is a picture of the one.
Okay.
But that was not the price that I was looking to pay for it.
Okay.
That was definitely not the price I was looking
Well,
to pay
definitely.
for.
So they all make at least a cameo appearance
Yes, I believe they're all in it, yeah.
to one degree or another.
Yep.
Yeah.
Princess Leia, though, does not reprise her bikini, you know.
I don't think you see any boobs from Princess Leia in this one. I don't want to spoil anything, but no boobs.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
and that's okay.
If the daughter was in a
relating
bikini, that would be okay.
Well, the one I don't
That just
know
makes you sound dirty, Dan.
whose daughter it is, but the one chick that you see in the trailer with the long hair and she's wrapped up in the like sand gear or whatever, that's one of their daughters, and I don't know if it's Luke or Leia's daughter, I think. But again, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm super stoked though to find out.
So when does it start?
The 18th, I believe.
Oh, forever.
Yeah, I don't understand
It's
that.
Friday, I think.
I mean,
Friday.
Yeah.
it's.
Oh, I got to get going.
All right, take care, man.
Yep.
Take it easy, Dano. Talk to you. See you on the way back up.
Yeah. I'll keep the light on for you.
You ain't gonna be able to go back through Illinois with all them guns.
Oh hell no.
Well, no, I have to go through the really sleepy, you know, kind of border crossings. The ones I live near.
Just go to Montana someplace and set up a bunch of wood like a ramp, and then just get up a bunch of speed and jump back over into Canada.
Oh, there's all kinds of roads. I mean, I grew up around there, so yeah. Shits and giggles, that was fun. One of the things we used to do is go and cross the border
Shit.
and then go back through the border crossing and just like not stop. And they'd be like, wait, that was a Canadian car. He didn't come through here. That's funny. Just, it wasn't like back or it wasn't like nowadays, right?
You just drive up to the border and then back into Canada through the exit, and they'll be like, wait, wait. All right, well, and then they'll go back.
Oh no, I haven't been through yet, eh?
I was just wondering what would happen if I was going to go into America.
Yeah.
Big if.
No, we used to. I mean, that's the thing is back in the day, there were border crossings that would close at midnight, and then they were closed, but it's not like they put a roadblock up. They were just closed. You weren't
You're supposed to be on
cross
the honor
there at
system or
night.
something. Yeah.
Like after midnight, you weren't supposed to.
With a pen attached to it, and it'd be like, please write down anything you're not supposed to be bringing into the United States here.
Honest
Thank
to
you
God,
very much.
I am not shitting you guys. That's the way the border used to be.
I know. I've seen borders where there's nothing. Plenty of times. I can't even count how many times I've gone back and forth over Canada before. I don't even know where the border is. Some of the places we used to fish and stuff, we'd be in Canada fishing, and we'd be in the United States fishing, and there was no difference.
Oh yeah.
Canadian fish tastes foul, but that's about it.
Oh please. Our fish taste fresher, more truthful, more honest.
So much more maple syrup run off in the water.
Yeah, it tastes like maple syrup. Well, that might be why our fish are sweeter. There's all the maple trees, rain runs down them and washes into the rivers and lakes.
I was stoked to hear though that my bro is taking his son on Friday or Saturday, and he's pretty stoked about it. And I asked him, I'm like, well, you know, do you have any Star Wars movies, or you know, is there anything on Netflix right now? And he's like, so he ended up looking it up, and like on Netflix, like there was only like Rebels and you know, some other stuff, and he was kind of bummed. And I think he only had on DVD. I think he only had Revenge of the Sith one. So like today, I did a little searching, and by Thursday, they should have the Blu-ray and DVD version of 4, 5, and 6. So
yeah, but it's going to be the edited ones, isn't it?
Well, hey man, what the fuck could I do? I'm out here in Hawaii.
Yeah,
I couldn't actually give them the VHF version.
Yeah, I can't even find them. My VHS copies, I think I've said this before in here, but my VHS copies finally wore out several years ago. And my youngest son had never seen Star Wars, so I wanted to get another copy to show him, and I ended up having to get the Blu-ray set, and it's only the edited. Yeah, you cannot find it. I tried to find like a DVD copy or hell, even a VHS copy, and track down a damn VCR somewhere.
Like literally, the only way you can do that is like eBay or something like that.
Yeah, then it's probably just as wore out as mine were.
Quite possibly, because Lucas literally like recalled at some point all of the stock that was out there, basically. And I don't know if he has it at his Skywalker Ranch or if he just destroyed the shit.
He probably burned it. No way.
So I remember being a news story on it, basically saying that he made it so that you will never be able to see the original in the way that it was originally shown or anything like that. Like if you don't already have one, like it ain't happening. Like unless you go through like eBay or something to that effect. Like Return of the Jedi is gonna have freaking Anakin Skywalker, the young guy, instead of Anakin Skywalker, the old guy with the busted up face, and you know all this shit. But for my bro, I was just super stoked. I mean, I remember what Star Wars did to me, A New Hope, and I was probably somewhere between 7 and 9 or whatever when it came out. So it was just one of those things where it was the right time for me, and it was just one of those freaking things that it's a seminal point in my entire life.
Yeah, but
the invention of Star Wars. Oh, fuck you, Bob.
No,
it was one of those good things that helped me with the good guys and the bad guys.
Yeah, the good guys versus the bad guys, but now they've got pew pew lasers made out of Mausers. I mean, it was sad. The special effects were terrible. Like the whole thing was just a joke.
Bob, I am not taking your word.
Man, no, it wasn't. It was the greatest thing ever till you went back and watched it years later and realized how bad it was.
And actually, some of those special effects actually still kind of hold up to today, whether it was like the laser blasts or you know, even those super intricate models and the way that they were flying and stuff. Now granted, like when they were getting the computer readout on the screen, but man, that shit was amazing.
Well, the models that Lucas used, you know, he used actual models. That's where the whole thing with the line of toys and everything came from, because you know he built all those models. He was like, hey, I can market these and sell them to people. But you know, it was all model driven stuff. It wasn't all the CG crap we have now. If more people would use, if they would take CG, and use it just to enhance the physical models, then that would be a good thing. But no, they just gotta. You can see it when he went and did episode 1 with all the CG in there. He just completely got rid of the the practical
effects.
stuff, and
And you
just
gotta have it. You
completely
have to have it.
and that was crap. I mean, you know, that's the least of that movie's problems, but
Right.
that in itself made it crap.
Now, one thing that I've heard about this new one coming out is they have made a return to more. You know, of course, you're out now. From now on, you're always going to have some CGI in the space opera stuff, right? In the science fiction stuff, you're going to have some. But they did return to more practical effects than they used in number 1, number 2, or number 3. Whereas if you remember, like in parts 4, 5, and 6, they had to use practical effects for most of it because the computing power at that time wasn't powerful enough, or as powerful. I mean, if you remember, like the hologram scene in like Return of the Jedi originally, where like the plans for the Death Star come up for the new Death Star that was supposedly unfinished or whatever, and like it kind of comes up all 3D off the table and everything like that. Like that was some amazing shit at that time. You know, now, you know, a fucking 10-year-old kid with some program on his computer can almost make that now. You know,
Well, back then, most of the CG
realistic-
was they scratched the film to make it. That was CG back then, was scratching the film to make the jet engines.
Yeah, remember how good it was, though, to watch 12 O'Clock High and actually see guys inside a B-17 fuselage getting bounced back and forth, and you know, you saw the formers and everything, because it was a real B-17, you know, fuselage.
I'm
right?
sorry, but 12 O'Clock High is nothing compared to Star Wars, dude. No offense.
Oh, no, you know why it's better? It's because
Because you smoke a lot of crack.
No, because it's got a real script, and it's actually based on fact. See, I don't like Star Wars because even their even reaching their technology is just like
Bob.
I would rather hear somebody tell the story of that, though, than watch a movie about something that's fact, because they always dramatize it so much. I would rather watch something that's not real, or hear somebody tell a story about an actual event rather than watch.
Well, but I can solve this right now.
Dramatized movie about an actual event, because it's never accurate. And
Sean, I think you're in my corner on this one, and I'm going to ask Bob a question. Bob, have you ever watched Star Wars or Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi? Have you actually sat down and watched any of them? Let me start with that.
I think I've watched 2 or 3 of their movies.
Did you ever watch them from the beginning? Did you ever watch them from the beginning?
From beginning to the end, yes, and went.
Okay.
Oh,
So, what is the first fucking paragraph of the goddamn movie, Bob?
In a world far, far away.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. So who the fuck are you to say that it isn't fact and it didn't happen, motherfucker? So there, meh.
What?
It happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
All right, you got me there.
Thank you, sir.
No, for sure, and that was well done.
So, but you know what? Actually, 12 O'Clock High is a great movie. I didn't mean to try and imply that it wasn't. I'm just saying, let's say Star Wars had more of an effect than 12 O'Clock High did on me. But then again, I was at that age where it was one of those things where it grabbed your fucking mind, dude. It just, and like what the possibilities of anything were. Because I had never, at 7, 8, or 9, like I had never seen a movie with that type of scope and scale. I mean, that just, I don't know. It just had so much going on.
Yeah. See, for you, it was the way the spaceships, the modeling of spaceships and everything looked so great. For me, with 12 O'Clock High, it was because the
Like the
airplanes
realism.
looked real inside.
Yeah, I
right?
got you. I
Because
got you.
they were.
Well, what
Yeah.
is it? Was it Howard Hughes? Was it Hell's Angels? Was that the movie Hell's Angels, where he actually used actual biplanes and actually had people filming while doing the dogfight scenes in Hell's Angels? Wasn't that the name of the movie?
Yeah. And plus
One
he had a woman with a bunch of cleavage.
Well, he's several, but you know, that's beside the point.
Well, actually, it was a big thing in the news press. He had to actually go and bring out advertisements showing that there was more cleavage shown in other movies that weren't being banned by the censors.
Well, they just didn't like him in particular, Howard Hughes,
Oh no.
because he was doing it outside of the sphere of influence of Hollywood, relatively speaking.
Oh, he was just a fucking nutcase. Although he was really loyal to the country. Make no mistake, right?
Oh, he was a proud American, that's for sure, 100%.
Yeah, and actually at the end of or after World War II, when they restarted the Reno air races, Howard Hughes had managed to get a hold of a German Me-262 fighter jet that the American military brought back, done some testing on. He had somehow got hold of it and was going to race it at the 1948 Reno air races against the jets that were going to race there, that were supplied by the Army and the Navy.
Well, wait, what was the name of his aircraft company? He had an aircraft company.
Howard Hughes?
Yeah.
Hughes Aircraft.
Yeah, but it became something else.
Originally started as Hughes Tool Company. His father owned a tool company. They made tools. And that's where his money came from to start with. But turned it into Hughes Aircraft and, yeah. Hey man, he was
There you
still
go,
alive
yeah.
when I was, still alive. There was,
Well, you're still alive, right? Aren't you, Bob?
Well, yeah.
Or are you figment
Howard
of our
Hughes
imagination?
isn't alive anymore. No. You want to hear cool though? Howard Hughes actually had an Avro Canada airliner, a prototype airliner we'd built. I think it was like a 44 passenger, had 4 jet engines, straight wing though, so only did about 500 miles an hour. This is in the 50s. And he had it and borrowed it, to test it for his airline, because he had an airline at the time too. And didn't return it. Like Hughes Aircraft, or not Hughes, Avro actually had to sue him to get it back from him. He didn't want to give it back. This is the same time as the Avro airliner was having a bunch of problems overseas, and it was a swept-wing airliner, but its problems were because of the windows. But
whoa!
What the fuck? But Howard Hughes actually had a Avro Canada airliner. He almost refused to give back. They had to sue him to get it back.
Is that a DB? Is that a DB?
Yeah, Mr. Bullshit. I'm Mr.
Oh, hey.
Bullshit out here.
No, DB. What time is your movie on Friday?
Well, I'm going every showing. So starts, at like 11, and I'll get out of there at like 5 in the morning.
Nice.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
But
Bob how dare Bob criticize American film using electricity, using a computer, using the internet, using all of the greatest American things.
all the stuff Canadians invented.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say though. I mean, without George Lucas and Industrial Light and Magic and all those people, that's probably how all you like YouTube people do your editing. Like that, they invented that. Before them, it was all like an editing machine where you have to put the film on one side and cut the other.
Yep, you cut and tape, cut and tape.
Yeah, you were cutting film on an editing machine. And now, thanks to George Lucas and Star Wars, everyone does you can do like editing on your phone now. Like,
Yeah.
they invented
Hey,
that.
pick up your cell phone. Or wait, are you actually doing this on your cell phone? Because if you are, thank you, Star Trek.
That's true. That's why Star Trek is bullshit, because it's already happened. Like, we got it all now.
It's not already happening. Star Trek came out in the 60s, for fuck's sakes. Jesus.
I'm teleporting to Bob's house, man. Bob, did you meet up with Good Guy or what?
Oh, God. I'm telling you.
No, obviously not, because he's still breathing.
I'm telling on you. I'm serious, man. I'm telling Mom.
Wait, Good Guy's gonna be like, oh, Bob, is that you, Bob? Oh, God, I'm gonna pull out my Uncle Mike's and blast his ass, dude. I can't wait.
I don't even think he would give him that. I think
You know, he's gonna pull the Uncle Mike's out.
I know. Like, Chris is a nice guy, right?
Sure.
I could show up to his door. He'd be embarrassed. He'd be like, oh, geez,
God.
I can't believe you were here.
That's
but
right.
he would be the nicest host ever. Way better than you. You'd probably
I would look through my peephole and be like, everyone be quiet, everyone.
Number one, Bob, you ain't getting past the doorman at DB's place. So, I mean, like, that's a moot point, right? I personally think
I don't even live in it. I don't have a doorman. Right now I have 4 police
I pull
officers.
up in front of I pull up in front of DB's place, man, with my fifth wheel and my truck, you know, rumbling.
Oh, they wouldn't let you park that on the street there. They would
No, I'm gonna look through the peephole and be like, no.
DB's gonna look
I'm
out
just
his
gonna,
window
like,
and
give-
see that
give
shit.
the
He's
parking
gonna turn
guy
the light
I'll
up.
meet you at the pub
I'm here to
across
see
the street.
DB.
I'll buy you a drink, Bob.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
No, it's cool, man. I'm
All right.
his lover. Right?
Whoa.
That's all I gotta do
Lover?
is tell the doorman, I'm his lover, and he'll go, oh, you're a new one.
What?
Yeah,
Bob,
is
even if I was gay, you wouldn't be my type. Bob, if I was gay, I definitely wouldn't be gay for you, my friend. That's not my style.
You know what, man? I'm just saying, right? Like somebody who looks like
Trust
you.
me. If I wanted balls that smelled like old man's
the best you can
diapers
hope
and
for
shit,
is like old.
I'd be like,
Yeah,
oh, take off your
homosexual
Depends, bro. I don't want a man who wears Depends. You know what I mean? That's not my style.
Well, I don't need Depends yet. I mean, just tampons
Oh, you're-
soak up the blood from the.
You're gonna have to sleep with me, dude.
My
Whatever that is.
When is this thing still live? Is it really still live? It is still live.
What? I came in here to talk about the fucking Star Wars Despecialized version. I put the links in the chat, man. You should check it
No,
out.
and then you start talking about bleeding assholes.
No, I'm not
Jeez,
talking.
you're-
Listen, dude, man.
man.
Well, you just said bleeding asshole.
Right? You
What
did
the
put
hell's
that
wrong
out there.
with TV
I
tonight?
didn't say bleeding asshole. I thought no, that's not what I said, bro.
Like, what the fuck?
It's like the end of Roadhouse. I fuck guys like you in prison. Remember that? She was so funny. I just saw that movie yesterday.
Oh man, I
Roadhouse?
think $150 for the laser disc that you would actually be worth it.
For what? Star
Don't
Wars?
you, DB? Laser disc
No,
is still
all you're
the
gonna
shit,
have to
isn't
do
it?
is get this despecialized version. The guy's using rotoscopes. He's got the laser disc. He's using the Blu-rays. He's using everything, and they're making a composite from all the versions, and they're just gonna make the best looking original that they can possibly make.
So they're going
But-
to do what Lucas should have done, which was just enhance the special effects.
Are you in the chat? Because the second link I put in there is a YouTube link. You can watch it. It's like a 15-minute documentary on what they're doing. He did put out an original DVD in like 1994, I think, or 5 or whatever it was. No, it couldn't have been 95.
Yeah, and then the next, it was the year before he went and screwed with them.
Yeah, so
it was
maybe
like
it was,
he
yeah.
released the re-edited ones the year after he did that, and then
He
everybody
did.
was like, "Damn, I should have went and bought those."
He used
when
the
I could,
DVD
and now they're gone.
when he put out the DVD. They basically just used a remastered version of the Laserdisc, but the sound was all fucked up. The guy's he's showing you on this YouTube link, on one side what the original actually is, and on the other side the original quote original like DVD, and the sound is gone. Like the sound effects were way louder than the score, so there's scenes where they're fighting and stuff where you can't hear the music at all. Like, it's that fucked up. Like, the sound is just so bad. And then there's other parts where there's actually, like, digital distortion, like when, like, someone will come into the frame and it'll break up into lines. Like, so it's so weird. But anyway, check out that documentary, man. It was super interesting.
Right
I don't know how you're going to have to buy it from him on I don't know, PayPal, or if it's just going to be released eventually for free as a download somewhere. You'd be surprised how many
This should be
fucking weirdo edited versions of Star Wars are on YouTube, and no one's taking them down. You know what I mean? Like, there's this thing called the anti-cheese edit of the prequels, where some guy sat there and like edited all the bullshit out of the prequels, like all those racist accents that the aliens had. Like, remember those aliens that were like, "Oh, he must not know that the Jedi of the," you know, it was like,
the
it
trade.
was like they were all like weird Japanese accents, and then so this guy went in, took that out, put in alien language with subtitles.
Nice,
He would
even
do,
better.
yeah, he was cutting all that shit out, the garbage, and though all of those are on YouTube, so you could tell your friend right now, if you want to show your kid the prequels, good versions of those prequels, those are online, and no one's taking them off YouTube. And they're fucking 2-hour high definition, 720p
Nice.
versions of the prequels, but like without any corny, lame shit. Like at the end where he finally puts the Vader mask on Vader or whatever, and he goes, "No!" Remember that? Like, how bad that was? Like, I remember being in the theater, like, there's no way that Darth Vader would say that. Like, when he looked at himself in the mirror, he was like,
right.
He cried out in this corny fucking scream that there were just so many bad
Because
things.
Vader was a baller. He wasn't a fucking pussy.
Even if he cried or if he looked at himself in the mirror and was like, "Wow, this is what I look like," he wouldn't have screamed no. It was just him and the Emperor in the fucking room. So
He would
like,
have force broke that fucking mirror with his fist from across the room. He would have broke that shit like that, like he choked that dude.
That is, Vader was in a safe space when he yelled like that, so
Oh my god.
Is not
Vader was a bit
valid.
Yeah. Those prequels, you know what? I am convinced, because this is like one thing that convinced me. I was already convinced, but I watched them again. After the first three, Lucas went back
Vader
and tried to play it
was
off
in a
like he had
force-free
this all
zone.
planned out already. Like he had those prequels written. But there's no way he did, because at the end, Obi-Wan has two babies, Luke and Leia, and he goes to one planet with Luke and he gives Leia to another person.
Right.
Now remember in Empire, when Luke takes off from Yoda's hut or whatever,
Yeah.
Obi-Wan's ghost is saying, "That boy is our only hope." And Yoda says, "Nope, there's another." Like, dude, you fucking knew that there was another because you had the baby. You had the two babies. What the fuck? Like, you didn't remember anything? He didn't remember R2-D2, like in the prequel? Like, the prequels, he was with R2-D2 and CP3O the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, I don't ever remember having a droid.
Yeah, he didn't remember them. He didn't remember that Leia existed. He didn't remember a lot of shit, dude.
That's why he went back and edited the damn things, because in the edited version, I was watching it with my son. It's been about a month ago now. It's the first time I had seen the edited versions, and he does. What is it? He says something with to do with R2, where he recognizes him, and it wasn't in the original. Because I specifically remembered that from that was different. There's a lot of things that are different, but that was one of the things that I noticed. It was different. It's like, wait a minute, holy continuity, Batman.
It was bad.
He went in and edited this crap to make it look like it was like that all along. The whole thing with Luke and Leia being brother and sister. See,
Obi would have known that.
Decided later on to not make them, or to make them brother and sister. And
during Empire.
Yeah, but to begin with, they were going to be brother and sister, or weren't going to be brother and sister.
Right,
and then later he decided to make them brother and sister. And
he tries to play it off like he had it all planned out, like from the very beginning.
He had some outlines of 9 episodes or whatever, right? But he only fleshed out the middle portion because I believe that's the part that he thought that he could sell. I'm not 100% on that, but I know that I had seen some interviews.
That's the story anyway.
Well, no, I mean,
that's the way the story goes.
This was even before he did like the special.
Well, yeah, there's like a whole documentary and shit that talks about that. But yeah, that's the mythology that goes behind the story of Star Wars. But exactly how much of that is true and how much of that story he had written, I'm sure he had this great, huge, epic sort of sketched out.
Mm-hmm.
But how much of it did he actually have details for before he started?
No, I would agree with
There's
that.
some stuff in there that's
right? Only he knows.
Yeah,
well, there's got to be an aspect that if he brought to the movie place, whatever, the producers, here's one piece of a 9-piece episode or however many pieces it was supposed to be, they'd be like, hey, that's great, but either tell the whole story in one movie or make this a self-contained section. So you know what I'm saying? He might have had to change some things so that it wasn't a super cliffhanger or rely on stuff from movies that we hadn't seen yet or something.
Well, let's pretend the prequels don't exist. If you're going to watch them, you can watch them right now on YouTube. Those anti-cheese edits, they're fucking great. I watched 2 of them. So
for my nephew, like I said, on Amazon, he's going to have it Thursday at some point, so he can watch all 3 of them before he goes to the movie with his dad on Friday. I didn't send him 1, 2, and 3. I sent him 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
To me, I felt like there was relatively no need. Well, but here's my other theory with that is you have to watch them out of order. You have to watch 4, 5, and 6 before you watch 1, 2, and 3.
Oh yeah.
Because if you watch 1, 2, and 3, it's going to spoil some of
you'll know everything.
The curves that happened in 4, 5, and 6. Where at least in 4, 5, and 6, you know, end of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Luke, I'm your motherfucking father, and he's like, no, motherfucker, wait.
Yo, you know what's funny is on YouTube there's these reactions where like fathers are showing their sons and daughters like the movies. And like they'll just bust the phone camera out and film the kid's reaction, like when Vader says "I'm your father," and there's a bunch of them on YouTube. And one of them, the kid is like, "No, like no way!" Like he's looking at his dad like this is
that's
a joke.
That's how my son was. But let me tell you, at the end of Jedi, he had the most priceless, like, I don't know, his explanation or whatever or his summary of the end of the movie, because it was like, you know, Vader's this, you know, bad guy, evil SOB the whole time and everything, and then at the end of the movie he's like, but he was a good guy at the end because he saved Luke. And
that was kind of corny.
That was just
right?
that was just the most awesome reaction, because I didn't think that. My son's 5 years old. I didn't think he would have like that deep into it when he was watching it, and it was like he just had this depth of like understanding all this stuff. It's like, how did you come up with that watching this hodgepodge of?
I mean, it was pretty sad. I remember being young and watching that part and being like, wow, they did that on purpose. They wanted you as a young kid to feel bad for Vader right there when he pops the helmet off. And you know, the other thing was like when he was dragging Vader out.
That one good act that he did, you know, and and Logan got it. He understood that was like his redemption or whatever, which is what that was supposed to be. But most people don't understand that first time they watch that movie.
No.
A lot of people don't understand it after watching it a lot of times. But
the other thing was like when
that just
that's
impressed
awesome,
me.
Well, that's awesome. That's what that movie's about. Those first three were pretty good. I mean, I know I just watched them again, and I'd say Jedi wasn't as great as it could have been, but like it was still good, you know. And Empire is one of the best movies. You know, it's definitely top 100 movies of all time.
You're joking, right?
Empire?
Yeah.
I would say Empire Strikes Back is probably like at least top 50 movies of all time. Maybe 100.
Not in my book.
You didn't like Empire?
I thought Empire could have been summed up in like a couple of high points and just get rid of the rest of it, because there's just a lot of stuff in that movie that just it took turns. It was trying to steer the movie somewhere, or the story somewhere, and I just felt like that it fell flat with most of it. And then Jedi came back and kind of saved the story, but it was still wavering a little bit, but it ended at least in a satisfying way. Whereas, in my overall opinion, A New Hope could have stood all by itself, because at the end of the movie, Vader's
that's like its own thing.
spinning out into out into space. He's life support's going to give out soon. He's done. That could have been the end of it.
Yeah, I could talk about Star Wars for hours. But no, I mean, the reason why New Hope was what it was because the way he pitched it to the studio or whatever was like serials from the 50s. I didn't know about them, like Flash Gordon or whatever. But he wanted you to just go into the story without explaining jack shit. Like it's like you missed the first few episodes of a TV show or of a special. And
Empire
like you're just going to
Strikes
go in
Back.
there. Yeah.
Oh, you go. I was just
No, I
saying.
was just
Empire-
saying, like, that's why New Hope, they don't explain much. They don't explain what the Clone Wars was. They don't explain shit. They don't explain the Emperor, nothing. It's like, oh, you missed that part. We're just in the middle of it right now with no backstory. It's just
which was
boom.
great.
And
But
it could have ended, and they might not have ever done another movie, and that would have just been the
If
way
it would
was.
have bombed, they wouldn't. But I was going to say that Empire Strikes Back, quite possibly, is the best sequel of all time. Like maybe Godfather 2, maybe, as far as best sequels of all freaking time. It's got to be like 1 and 2, and it's arguable about which one is 1 and which one is 2. But to me, Empire, it like you kind of said though, Sean, it did try and lead the story, and it did some twists and turns, but it totally threw a different shade on the whole thing. It put things in a different light. And to me, Jedi was Return of the Jedi was a wrap up.